The fugitive Prince Sugriv and his faithful adherents, with the watchful vigilance of fear, saw Ram and Lakshman roving in the forests and were troubled with doubts. Having been ejected from his kingdom by Vali, Sugriv chose this mountainous spot because he believed that it was made inaccessible to Vali by the curse of a sage. And now he feared that here too Vali, in disguise, was following him in order to kill him. Or else he feared some warriors taking the side of Vali were there to kill him. Sugriv belonged to a monkey-like race called Vanaras. Though they had some animal characteristics, they also were highly intelligent like human beings. Hanuman was Sugriv's chief minister. He reassured Sugriv, saying, "This is not Vali, nor are they friends of Vali, it seems to me. There is no ground for fear. I shall go and talk to them and find out the truth." Sugriv was pleased and said,
"Do it, but be careful. Go find out the truth and come back. Use all your skill. I am full of suspicion. They behave as if they are searching for someone. Could it not be that it is me they seek?"
Taking the form of a Brahmin, Hanuman approached Ram and Lakshman. As he went and stood in front of them, a confident feeling possessed his heart, and he started speaking out frankly. Hanuman went forward to learn the truth without revealing himself. But as he went on speaking, he threw all caution away and told in detail all about himself and the Vanara king. Looking at Ram and Lakshman, he was beside himself as a devotee in the presence of the Lord, and praised them. He said that he was a Vanara and had come there in disguise as desired by his king. He said, "O royal saints, your presence here fills my heart with joy. There is an aura around you, as if you were gods. I take it you are here in the forest for doing penance. But why have you come to this inaccessible spot? Please tell me who you are. This river and this forest are made lovelier by your presence. Your faces and forms are radiantly beautiful. The creatures in the forest look on you with reverence and awe. Your strength and courage are manifest. Who are you? From which country do you come? It is clear you are entitled by birth to rule some mighty kingdom, and yet you are dressed like ascetics. With matted hair and bark garments, you carry also bows and arrows. Why are you silent?" "Sugriv, the Vanara king, was driven out of his kingdom by his brother Vali and is hiding here. He is full of grief. I am his minister. My name is Hanuman. I am the son of Vayu, the wind god. As ordered by my king, I put on the appearance of a monk and am now here before you." Listening to these courteous words of Hanuman, Ram said to Lakshman, "Brother, this speech of Hanuman has inspired me with confidence. I trust him absolutely. Did you notice the beauty of his language and how correct and rhythmic his enunciation is? He speaks like one who has mastered the Vedic scriptures and the science of grammar. He is an ideal messenger. Fortunate is the king who has such a messenger. He whom we are searching for is himself in search of us. We came here to see Sugriv, and he has sent his messenger to us. Let us welcome him." Then they began to talk freely to one another. Ram and Lakshman on the one hand, and Hanuman on the other, related their history, joys and sorrows, and hopes and fears. As a result of this talk, Lakshman conceived a great affection for Hanuman and said to him, "My brother, born to great wealth, the eldest son of an emperor, has left his kingdom and come to the forest. Here his wife, dearer to him than life itself, was abducted by Ravan, who had by a fraudulent trick lured us away from the hermitage where she was. We seek Sugriv's help to rescue her and recover her. For a demon told us, if you secure the help of Sugriv, the Vanara king, you will regain the princess stolen by the Rakshasa. And so we are here. We seek the friendship of your king. Hanuman answered, Sugriv too has been persecuted by Vali and deprived of his kingdom and his wife. It is now certain that he will regain both. My king will gain much by your friendship, and with his help you will also succeed in your efforts. Then the three went to Sugriv. The way was such that only a Vanara could traverse it. Hanuman resumed his natural shape and carried both the princes on his back. As friends and lovers embrace each other, Hanuman, the loving servant, rejoiced in carrying his lord on his shoulders. Ascending the Malaya hill, Hanuman went in advance to Sugriv, and announcing the visit of Ram and Lakshman, said, Ram is a prince full of wisdom and virtue. He is the eldest son of the famous Emperor Dasarath. To fulfill his father's promise, he left Ayodhya with his brother and wife and came to the forest. King Dasarath was compelled by his younger wife, in fulfillment of an unspecified promise given long ago, to banish Ram. In the forest, taking advantage of the prince's absence, Ravan carried away the wife of Ram. Ram has come here, seeking your help in finding her. The princes are worthy of your friendship. You too will gain greatly from friendship with such heroes. Sugriv assumed the form of a handsome man, and had a long heart-to-heart talk with the princes. Stretching forth his hand to Ram, he said,
Princes, if you care for the friendship of a Vanara, here is my hand. Please accept it. Hanuman has told me all about your virtue and greatness.
Ram clasped his hand and embraced him. Soon Hanuman got together some wood and kindled a fire. Circumambulating the flames, Ram and Sugriv swore mutual friendship. They vowed, Let us share our joys and sorrows. Let our friendship be eternal. They cut down the branch of a tree, and sitting on it, Ram and Sugriv were engaged in cheerful talk, and so too were Hanuman and Lakshman seated on another. Sugriv narrated the story of his life, how greatly he and his elder brother, the mighty Vali, were once devoted to one another, and how malignant fate had, through no fault of Sugriv's, made deadly enemies of them. It had come about this way. Once a Rakshasa named Mayavi came at midnight to the gate of Kishkinda, their capital. He vauntingly challenged Vali to instant combat in pursuance of an ancient feud. Vali, who never refused to fight, rushed forth impetuously, followed by Sugriv. And seeing them, the Rakshasa fled. Pursuing him, they saw him disappear into a great cave, the mouth of which was overgrown with brushwood. Vali ordered Sugriv, exacting an oath from him, to wait at the entrance for him, and plunged into the darkness of the cave after the foe. Sugriv waited long, but no Vali came out. And as he stood racked with doubt, indistinct shouts and groans, which seemed to his horror-struck ears, his brothers, issued from the cave. Then there gushed out of it foaming blood, which made him sure that Vali had perished in the struggle. To make sure that the victorious Rakshasa would not rush out in the elation of triumph and destroy Kishkinda, Sugriv blocked the entrance of the cave with a huge rock and returned to Kishkinda with his tale of Vali's death. As a state without a king, invites disaster, he was persuaded by the ministers and elders to occupy the vacant throne. While he was enjoying the sweets of power, like a bolt from the blue, Vali burst forth on them, haggard with wrath and wounds. He accused him of treason and unnatural conduct towards one who was his brother and his king. Then he drove him out with scorn and contempt, as a wretch too vile to live, but whom he hesitated to slay only because he was also his brother. So, by a cruel fate, he had been deprived of his home, throne, and all, including even his wife, and had to seek asylum in the forest with a few faithful friends. Here at least he was safe, for Vali had been forbidden by a sage from entering these precincts, else he would die instantly. Sugriv concluded his story with a piteous appeal to Ram.
For fear of Vali, I am a wanderer in the forest. I live concealing myself here. Would you kill Vali and restore to me my kingdom and my wife?
Ram answered, "Certainly I will. Vali cannot escape this bow, rest assured." As Sugriv and Ram were talking thus, in the Ashok grove far away, the left eyelids of Sita throbbed, which is a good omen for women. At the same time, the left eyelids of the Rakshasa king also throbbed, as an evil sign. Then Sugriv heard the story of the calamity that had befallen the Raghu princes at Panchavati, and how Ram's heart was breaking with the ache of separation from Sita. Deeply touched, Sugriv tried to console Ram.
I have heard everything from Lakshman. Lay aside all doubts and fears. We shall surely discover Sita wherever she may be concealed, and that soon. My companions and I noticed a Rakshasa carrying a weeping lady and speeding fast across the sky. She was crying, "O Ram, O Lakshman." She too noticed us, and removing her sash, she tied up in it her jewels and threw down the little bundle. We picked it up and have kept it. See if the jewels are Sita's.
On hearing this, Ram excitedly shouted, "Fetch the bundle! Please fetch it, fast!" They brought it from the cave, and when Ram saw the sash, he was beside himself with grief. The little bundle brought before his eyes the suffering of Sita at the hands of the Rakshasa. He closed his eyes and told Lakshman to untie the bundle and examine the jewels. Lakshman did so and said, "Indeed, these are Sita's anklets. There is no doubt that they are hers. Often have I seen them while lying my head before her feet in worship. The others I am not familiar with, never having presumed to look closely at them." Ram took all the jewels in his hands and pressed them one by one to his eyes, saying, "They must have fallen on the soft grass, and so they are intact." Then, grief giving place to rage, he said, "Death's gates are wide open to receive the Rakshasa. Soon he will be destroyed with all his people." Seeing Ram's grief and wrath, Sugriv became somewhat anxious. Though their mutual friendship and help had been pledged in the presence of the sacred fire, Sugriv was concerned over the question of priorities. Sugriv's heart went to Ram in his suffering. Indeed, he himself knew what it was to lose a kingdom and a wife. But then, first things must come first. He must first approach the subject guardedly. and not seem to place his own affairs before Ram's. That might jeopardize their newborn friendship. But it was not purely selfish to say that he, as king of Kishkinda and lord of his tribe, would be a far more serviceable ally than he could be as a fugitive. Besides, if he launched on the enterprise of finding Sita when Bali was still king of the Vanaras, one could not guess what Bali's course may be. So there could be no doubt that the first move in the enterprise must be to secure the resources of the Vanara kingdom by killing Bali and placing himself on the throne. This alone would bring success to Ram as well as himself. But realizing Ram's state of mind, he resolved to act with circumspection and said,
I do not know the strength or the dwelling place of this wicked Rakshasa. We do not know where he has taken Sita and where he keeps her hidden. Still, I promise you solemnly, wherever Sita may be, I shall find her and her captor and find ways of destroying him and recovering her. You will kill the wicked Rakshasa and win glory. Do not despair or yield to grief. That weakens the spirit. Look at me. Like you, I have lost my wife. I have been turned out of my kingdom and disgraced. And yet, I control my sorrow and keep my courage up. If I, just a mere monkey, can do this, it should be far easier for you. If sorrow overwhelms, one becomes helpless and can do nothing. Therefore, my friend, I beg of you to control grief.
These words of Sugriv made an impression on Ram's heart. He wiped the tears off his eyes and embraced Sugriv. He overcame the sadness that possessed him at the sight of Sita's jewels, recovered his fortitude and self-control, and said, Sugriv, your friendship is dear to me. I shall follow your advice. Think out when and how we should begin the search for Sita. I shall make your cause mine and place you on the throne of Kishkinda. And I, who say this, have never uttered a vain or false word in my life, and never will. Tell me frankly how I can bring you relief. I shall do it. Sugriv and his ministers were overjoyed to hear Ram's words. They were convinced that soon their troubles would end, and Sugriv would once again become king of the Vanaras. Sugriv was keen on regaining his kingdom and family, but he could not see how this was to be. Bali's strength stood as an impossible barrier between him and the fulfillment of his desire. Hanuman, his minister, tried to convince him that he would succeed with Ram's help, but Sugriv's doubts persisted. Could Ram's strength overcome Bali's? It all looked hopelessly impossible. Bali's body was like steel. How was Ram going to kill him? Sugriv had these doubts about Ram, but he had none else to help him, and he was not prepared to give up his desire. He decided to test Ram's strength. But how is one to subject a friend to a test without discourteously betraying one's suspicion? Ram had promised to get the thing done. How was an occasion to be created to measure his ability? Sugriv thought long and formed a plan. He told Ram softly,
My Lord Ram, your words have banished sorrow from my heart. I know your valor. An arrow from your bow can destroy the three worlds. How can Vali's frame stand against it? Still, it is my duty to tell you all about Vali's strength. He can toss and play with a heavy rock as if it were a ball. He can pull out mighty forest trees as if they were blades of grass. Once Dundubi, a demon in buffalo form, possessing the strength of 1,000 elephants, challenged the presiding god of the ocean to a fight. The god evaded it, saying, "You should fight with an equal." There, in the north, stands Himavan, the presiding god of the Himalaya mountains. Go and challenge him. Leave poor me alone. Dundubi agreed, and, speeding northwards, met and challenged Himavan, butting his rocky sides with horns. Himavan controlled his temper and said, "Why do you assault me? I am not a fighter. I spend my life in the company of sages who love to stay with me." Dundubi answered, "Very well then. Tell me of someone I can fight with. I want a worthy challenger today." Himavan said, "There is one in the south who is worthy of you. He is Vali, the Vanara king. His strength is like his father Indra's. If you wish, you may go to him and challenge him to a fight." Dundubi went straight to Vali's place and raised a loud uproar at the entrance of Kishkinda. He tore up trees and pulled down the gate and roared, "Come out and prove your strength in a fight with me." Vali was then resting with his queen. On hearing the challenge, he came out, accompanied by the women of his palace. "Why, O Dundubi, do you raise this clamor at my city gate? Are you tired of life?" Vali's scornful address enraged the demon, who said, "Don't boast of your strength in the presence of your admiring women. I have come here to fight with you. If you have any manliness in you, come out and show it. You will say you are too drunk now to fight, but I am willing to wait till you become sober. If you like, you may spend the night in your pleasures. Then you may bid a tearful leave of all your dear ones, and come to me in the morning to be slain by me." Vali laughed at Dundubi's words, asked his women to go inside, then said, "O demon, I am not the worse for drink, and if you want to fight, there is no time like the present." So saying, and with a laugh, he took hold of the demon by his tail, whirled him around, and flung him. Dundubi spat blood and fell on the ground. After a while, the demon rose again, and a great battle followed. Vali, son of Indra, pounded the demon to death, and he flung the dead buffalo so that it fell on the ground at a distance of 9 miles. Drops of blood from Dundubi's body were carried by the wind and fell on the ashram of the sage Matanga. The sage was angry and soon found out who was responsible for this contamination. He saw at once that Vali, in his pride, had flung a bleeding carcass and desecrated the holy spot. The sage pronounced a curse. "If this Vali enters the precincts of this ashram, he will lose his life. That is why, O Ram, with my friends, I am living here in safety. Vali dare not approach this place for fear of the curse. Look at these sal trees. He can pluck one of them and just shake all the leaves off, as one dusts a jacket. Such is his strength. So, how can I, having incurred this terrible brother's enmity, feel secure?
Lakshman understood that Sugriv needed a demonstration of Ram's prowess to give him confidence and said, "How would you like Ram to show you his ability to conquer Vali?" Sugriv answered,
Indeed, I have no doubts. I know Ram's prowess, though now it is hidden as embers are in ashes. I have sought refuge under him, and yet, when I recall Vali's mighty deeds, I just tremble.
Seeing Sugriv's faith in him and his great fear of Vali, Ram resolved to put an end to his doubts. By a playful flip of his toe, he sent the enormous skeleton of Dundubi, which was lying there, flying in the air to a distance of 90 miles. But Sugriv, though impressed, was not yet convinced and said,
When my brother sent Dundubi's carcass hurling in the sky, it was full of flesh and blood, and far heavier than this weather-beaten skeleton.
Then Ram bent his bow, and, pulling the string to his ear, sent forth an arrow. It pierced the sal tree pointed out by Sugriv, and 6 other trees standing behind it. Piercing the 7 trees, the beautiful arrow touched the earth and returned to Ram's quiver. Sugriv, seeing this, was beside himself with joy. He was now certain that Ram's arrow could pierce the adamant frame of Vali. He fell prostrate before Ram and said,
With my own eyes I have now seen your prowess. Even if all the gods with Indra at their head should come and oppose you, your victory is certain. Why then talk of Vali? I have gained your friendship, and I have no more use for fear or grief. Oh, slay Vali, and save me. Let us go to Kishkinda today.
Both Ram and Lakshman agreed. They talked about it, and it was finally agreed that Sugriv should appear in Kishkinda and challenge Vali to single combat. They proceeded to Kishkinda. Sugriv went ahead. Ram followed him and stood away behind a tree in the dense forest. When they arrived, Sugriv shouted. Vali heard the shout, and in a great rage, emerged from the fortress, radiant like the morning sun. The 2 brothers fought each other fiercely. Ram was standing with his bow in hand behind a tree. As they wrestled together, the brothers were so similar in form and feature, in equipment and method of fighting, that Ram could not distinguish Vali from Sugriv. Thus he was afraid to shoot, lest he kill the wrong combatant. Meantime, Sugriv, being worsted in the fight, broke from his brother's grip with a desperate effort. Wounded and weary, disappointed and despondent, he fled for his life and reached Rishyamukha forest. He was able to do this because Vali did not wish to slay him and was not unwilling to give his brother another lease on life. Ram and Lakshman rejoined the woebegone Sugriv. He looked down at the ground without lifting his eyes. He was angry that Ram had broken his word and failed to help him. So he said,
"If you did not want to kill Vali, you could have told me so earlier. In that case, I, who know Vali's might, would never have challenged him to a fight. On the contrary, you made me believe you, and then I have taken such a beating that it is a wonder I am alive."
Ram replied, "Do not be angry, Sugriv, but listen. There was a good reason why I could not send forth my deadly arrow. You and Bali are alike in height and girth, in walk and shouts, in dress and ornaments. Once the fight began, I could not tell you apart from Bali. So what could I do? It would have been terrible if I killed you instead of Bali. Do not be angry. Challenge Bali once again, but this time I shall surely slay him. O Lakshman, fetch that flowering creeper. Yes, tie it round Sugriva's neck as a garland. I shall then know who is our friend and who is Bali as they fight. Now, Sugriv, you shall see Bali rolling on the ground." Sugriv was satisfied. His spirits recovered. Lakshman tied the creeper round his neck. Once again, and handsomer than ever, Sugriv proceeded to Kishkinda, and Ram and Lakshman followed him as before. Evening was approaching. Once more Sugriv roared at the gate of Kishkinda and challenged Bali to a fight. Bali, who was then resting happily, was startled. For a moment he paled with puzzled concern. Then, overwhelmed with rage, he sprung, stamping the earth as though he would split it. Tara, his queen, her heart full of loving fear, held him in her arms in a close embrace, and tried to restrain his impetuosity with affectionate counsel. "Put away this wrath, my dear lord, as one puts away a used garland, for you have had enough fighting today. Tomorrow would do as well for another battle, for you lack neither enemies nor valor. I pray to you not to rush out now. It seems to me you should think calmly before going out to meet your brother. I am afraid there is something more to it. Your brother was defeated and disgraced and ran for dear life and concealed himself for safety. Now he has returned and raises this noise. Your brother is not such a fool as to challenge you again so soon after the punishment you inflicted on him, unless he was assured of help and protection from an invisible ally of tried prowess. Did you not observe that his very roar of challenge had a new note of confidence in it? I shall tell you what I heard from Angad, who learned it from our scouts who ranged the forests. 2 princes of unrivaled valor, Ram and Lakshman, have come from Ayodhya, and Sugriv has secured the promise of their assistance. My lord, your brother is virtuous and brave. Why should you hate him? Who in the world is closer to us than he? He will be your devoted servant and strong ally. It is best to forget the past and make up with Sugriv. My dear lord, please listen to my words." Bali disliked this advice. Anger clouded his intellect. Caught and dragged by the noose of death, he could not see reason and only became more fixed in his resolve. He exclaimed,
"What are you saying? Am I to hear in silence the ringing challenge of this enemy brother? When an enemy calls to battle, is a warrior to hang back? Death would be better than such cowardice. Don't you worry about Ram. He knows virtue. He was brought up in the fear of sin. Now don't bother me. I shall not kill Sugriv. I will only teach the presumptuous fellow a lesson he won't forget, and then let him go. You have spoken out of the fullness of your love for me, but I shall humble Sugriv and send him back, and then return soon with victory. Have no fear for me."
Tara, with tears in her eyes, circumambulated him. Praying for his success, she returned to her apartment full of grave apprehension. Leaving Tara and her companions behind, Bali issued from the fort, hissing like an angry cobra, and went to meet Sugriv. As he saw him standing there, radiant and courageous, he girt his loins and sprang on him. And Sugriv, too, ran forward to meet Bali, who shouted,
"If you love your life, then run away. Do not fall a victim to this fist of mine."
Sugriv retorted angrily, and the battle began. Fierce with remembered wrongs, and keyed up above himself by the certainty of Ram's help, Sugriv maintained for long an equal combat, but presently Bali's greater might began to prevail. Sugriv was in such obvious distress that Ram, who was watching from behind a tree, knew he could not hold out much longer. It was now or never. Placing a deadly arrow on the string and pulling it to his ear, Ram shot it at Bali's mighty chest. Pierced by that irresistible shaft, Bali crashed down like a great forest tree cut asunder by the woodman's axe. He lay stretched on the ground, bleeding. Even so, he was radiantly handsome, and his noble figure shone like a cloud lit up by the setting sun. The divine necklace given to him by Indra shone on his breast, which guarded his life and fortune. This jewel, and Ram's dart, and the bleeding wound, all added luster to his mighty body. Astounded at being hit and laid low, when he least expected it from an unknown quarter, Bali looked round in perplexed surprise, and saw Ram and Lakshman approaching him with bow in hand. With tears of indignant wrath, and in a voice faint with approaching death, he accused them of ignoble treachery in dealing death to a person engaged in combat with another. He said,
"Ram, you are the son of Emperor Dasara, born of a noble race and famous by your own exploits. How did you bring yourself to do this deed? The world is full of praises for your valor and virtue, and yet, while I was absorbed in a battle with another, you came unseen and from behind shot a fatal arrow at me. How false and undeserved is your reputation for manly virtue, for truth, and forbearance. What will the world think of you now? What harm have I ever done to you? Did I come out to fight with you? You have killed me like an assassin, concealing yourself behind the trees. For a royal prince to kill an innocent person in this way is a grievous sin. You are unworthy of kingship. My greatest sorrow is that I am killed by a base and sinful wretch. If it was a battle with me you wanted, I would have given it to you. And slain by me in fair combat, you might have been lying in the dust as I do now. or if it was help to recover your Sita, I would have won her back for you in a day. I would have killed Ravan and dragged his body with a rope round his neck and placed it at your feet. No matter where he has hidden Sita, I would have discovered her and restored her to you. All who are born must die. This is the law. I do not therefore grieve for my death. Still, your sin is great in killing me in this treacherous way.
But Ram replied, O Vali, why do you rail against me like a child, since you are wholly ignorant of the traditions of duty, profit, and social convention? Without consulting your elders, who are held in respect by the Brahmins, in your monkey-like folly you have presumed to address me thus, even though I am filled with goodwill towards you. You have acted in opposition to the moral law. While Sugriv was still alive, you have had sexual relations with his wife Ruma, your sister-in-law. O perverse wretch, just to gratify your lust, you have violated the code of morality. Therefore, O Vanara, because you have done this, you have received this retribution. Being a warrior of a noble race, I am incapable of tolerating your villainy. The man who subjects his daughter, his sister, or his sister-in-law to his lust is punishable by death. This is the law. Though my brother Bharat is now the king, we execute his wishes. How can you who have transgressed the law, escape chastisement? He who refuses to heed the law will be judged according to the law by the monarch. Bharat desires to suppress perverted practices, and we, who execute his orders, endeavor to bring to justice those who, like yourself, violate the law. Sugriv is my friend. He entered into a friendship with me, that I might recover his wife and kingdom. I gave my word that I would do this for him. So how can a man like myself not fulfill these obligations? For all the reasons just given, you can judge for yourself whether or not you deserve your punishment. You will have to admit that it is completely appropriate. Unquestionably, it is kings who dispense the law and happiness in life. One should never reproach them, nor address them disrespectfully, nor disregard them. They are gods who, assuming human form, dwell on earth. But you, in your ignorance of the law, dominated by anger, did insult me, who have ever conformed to the established tradition of my ancestors. Bali, hearing Ram's words, was deeply mortified, and no longer sought to denounce him. He now understood his error, and with joined palms he said,
O Ram, what you have said is undoubtedly the truth. To contradict a famous personage like yourself is not allowed to one who is of common stock like myself. Yes, it was out of ignorance that I spoke to you disrespectfully. Please do not hold it against me. You are conversant with the meaning and implication of things, and are devoted to the welfare of all. In the peace of your understanding, which is unshakable, the working out of cause and effect are known to you. Please save me, for I am so fallen
and a transgressor of the law. All is over. I shall blame you no more. My dear son Angad is orphaned. You and Sugriv should look after him. I entrust him to you. Please look after him. It is your duty to see that he does not pine away like a withering lotus plant in a dried-up pond. Tell Sugriv that he should not imagine that it was Tara who set me up against him. Ask him to treat Angad as he should treat a prince, with honor and affection. Do this for me. I want no more.
Then Ram consoled Vali, who was still fully conscious, and spoke to him in a gentle voice. O best of Vanaras, have no anxiety either on our behalf or on your own. We know what should be done. He who punishes the guilty and he who is guilty and pays the penalty have both fulfilled the purpose of cause and effect, and therefore avoid calamity. Thus, thanks to punishment that frees them from all taint, they regain their immaculate nature. Put away grief, bewilderment, and fear with which your heart is filled. You cannot avoid your fate. What Angad was to you, O king, he will be to Sugriv and myself. Do not doubt it. Then Vali fell unconscious. There was panic in Kishkinda when the news came that Vali had been slain by an archer, and the Vanars fled hither and thither in hopeless confusion. Tara, seeing this, laid aside her own grief, and, like a queen, put courage in her husband's subjects, saying, "Till this day you walked before the king to battle. Why then do you flee in fear now? There is no danger for you. Ram killed Vali only to make Sugriv the king. Your lives are in no danger. You will only have a different ruler, that is all. You need not fly or fear." When she tried to go to the spot where her husband lay dead, the Vanars stopped her, saying, "We shall crown Angad as king, and we shall make safe the fortress. We shall defend the town against Sugriv and his allies." But she said, "Now that my noble lord is dead, nothing matters." And boldly she went straight to where Ram and Lakshman were standing. When she saw her husband lying wounded to death, she could not control her sorrow. She sobbed and cried, embracing the wounded Vali. "How many heroes have you laid low, and now you lie low yourself, and you have left me here." Soon Vali's son Angad reached the spot, and Sugriv, witnessing this scene, was filled with remorse at the thought that it was all for him that this calamity had happened. Tara rolled on the ground and lamented, "Leaving dear Angad an orphan, and myself a helpless widow. You have gone on the journey from which there is no return. Oh, my Lord! My Lord! Hanuman tried to console her, saying, "The dead reached their places in heaven. Why lament for Vali? Angad will be crowned in due course, and we shall then rejoice. It is our duty to look after Angad. Let us now think of performing Vali's funeral ceremony." "I care for nothing. It is for Sugriv to perform the ceremony and to look after Angad. What is there for me to do? Can 1,000 Angads equal in my eyes my husband? With him I shall enter the house of death. That alone will please me." Vali, unconscious till now, opened his eyes for the last time and addressing Sugriv said,
"Brother, we two could have been friends and reigned happily over the kingdom. But it was not given to us to be so wise and happy. I am more to blame than you. But why talk about that now? Hereafter you shall rule the kingdom. I have entrusted to you Angad, my son, dearer than my life itself to Tara and me. He is a warrior, equal to you in prowess. Be a father to him, and look after him with kindness. This is my only request to you. And be kind to Tara, who is not only a blameless and affectionate wife, but also a very wise and far-sighted counselor. Whatever she foretells is bound to happen. Do not disregard her advice on any matter. Here, take the necklace that Indra gave me, and take its secret power. My life is over, and so is my resentment. May you be happy."
Thus the generous Vali blessed his brother Sugriv, and then said to Angad,
Sugriv is now your king. Be loyal to him and give him patient, affectionate service.
Like a flowering creeper embracing a forest tree fell down by an axe, Tara lay on the ground, clinging to Vali. Neil, as gently as he could, drew out the dart from Vali's chest. Blood gushed out of the wound and spread into a pool. Vali's life left his body. Tara lamented loudly to Angad, "For the last time, salute your father. Oh, my husband, your dear son is bowing before you. Will you not say a word to him? Alas, I am a widow, and he is an orphan." The sight of all this struck Sugriv to the heart. He said to himself,
Moved by desire, I closed the entrance of the cave, and leaving Vali there, I seized and enjoyed his wealth. What a sinner I have been! Though my sin was great, he would not kill me. He drove me out and allowed me to escape with life. That was all. But I conspired to slay him and succeeded. There is no sinner like me in the world, and yet, with his last breath, he gave me the kingdom to rule, and gave me, too, the gift of Indra, the necklace reckless of power. Indeed, he was noble. Why should I still cling to this base life, I, who brought about the death of my heroic brother?
With fear and hesitation, Ram gently approached the weeping Tara. But there was no sign of anger on her face. The words she addressed to the slayer of her husband were worthy of a hero's queen. She said, "With the weapon with which, O warrior, you killed my husband, kill me too, and enable me to join him. Even in heaven, he will not be happy without me. Do not fear it would be a sin. It will be a meritorious act to unite husband and wife. This will cleanse your sin, your treacherous slaying of my husband." Bali's funeral was performed with due form and ceremony. After the auspicious bath, Sugriv was crowned king, and Angad was made prince regent. The rainy season began. Sugriv and his companions spent the time in Kishkinda in enjoyment, but Ram and Lakshman spent the weary days waiting in a cave nearby. The forest paths were flooded and became rushing torrents, impossible to traverse. The search for Sita, therefore, had to be suspended. Ram brooded over Sita's predicament and was plunged in sorrow. Lakshman counseled him to bear with the delay till the rainy season ended. So Ram held his soul in patience. The people of Kishkinda mourned Vali for a time, and then rejoiced in Sugriv and the survivors. Sugriv soon forgot the privations of his exile and the remorse of his brother's death, and enjoyed to the full his present prosperity. And even Tara reconciled and adapted herself to altered circumstances in the interests of her son. The royal palace of Kishkinda was full of joy and merriment, and the gloomy months of rain sped with golden-winged enjoyment for Sugriv and his household. Only Hanuman felt anxious. He could not forget Ram's business. He was looking out for an opportunity to remind the king of his pledge to Ram. At last the rain ceased, and the sky was cleared of cloud and lightning. The air was sweet with the perfumes of flower and the songs of birds, and joy came to life in the forest again. The intelligent and high virtuous Hanuman now approached his king. Sugriv had entrusted all official duties to the ministers, and was absorbed in pleasure. Hanuman knew that the wisest and best of men neglect their promises in such circumstances, and addressed the king with great politeness. "You have regained the kingdom of your ancestors, and are in secure possession and enjoyment of it. But something yet remains to be done. You must fulfill your promise to your allies, and so increase your fame and strengthen your power. Even at the sacrifice of one's own interests and pleasure, one should carry out the business of one's friends according to one's promise. Only so can a king's authority and reputation grow. It will be best to fulfill one's promise before the due date. In any case, delay should be avoided. Fulfillment after the promised date is worse than useless. One should not wait to be reminded by one's friends of what had been promised to them. All this you know without my telling you. Remembering what Ram had done for us, we must take steps to fulfill our promise without waiting to be reminded by him. Now the rainy season is over. There is no ground for further delay. We can no longer postpone the task of searching for Sita. Ram may be very patient, but that does not justify any further delay on our part. Did not Ram kill your foe promptly, not minding the danger or the blame involved? We should fulfill our promise with equal promptness. Thus politely did Hanuman convey his advice to Sugriv. The latter accepted it, and thanking Hanuman, ordered Neel to mobilize the Vanar army.
All the world must be searched and Sita found. Order therefore the most powerful Vanars to come and join up at once. Those who fail will be summarily punished.
Having said this, Sugriv went back into his private apartments. Ram and Lakshman spent the time in their cave waiting for the end of the rainy season and the fulfillment by Sugriv of his promise. But when the rains were over and the forest and its creatures shone with renewed beauty, Ram grieved intensely at the thought of Sita's suffering at the hands of the Rakshasas or demons. He said, "The world is full of life and joy, but Sita is in agony somewhere. And I sit still here, awaiting the favor of this ungrateful Vanar king. Alas, she walked cheerfully through the Dandak forest as if it were a palace park. She did not mind the stony ground and the thorns in the path. What must be her suffering now? But this monkey king, drowned in his drink and reveling in the company of his women, has forgotten his promise to me. Lakshman, go at once to Kishkinda and tell this base king, know that the path still yawns open whereby the slaughtered Vali went to his doom. Do not follow him, but fulfill your promise to me. Ruin awaits him who forgets kindness and neglects friends. Beware of Ram's arrows. The 4 months of the rainy season are over. These 4 months were like 4 ages to Ram, but to you, steeped in pleasures, they have perhaps sped like minutes. By delay, you incur Ram's wrath and seek your destruction. Go, Lakshman, and tell him this." This was the angry and impatient message Ram wanted Lakshman to take to Sugriv. Carrying his brother's grief and anger, Lakshman was about to leave. Then Ram thought again. He knew Lakshman's nature and feared danger from his rashness. So he called him back and said to him, "In conveying my complaint to Sugriv, do not be harsh. Whatever his faults, he is our friend. Point out his faults to him, but say nothing harsh." Lakshman agreed, but he found it hard to control his own anger as he approached the gates of Kishkinda. Noting the severe face of Lakshman, who was fully armed, the Vanar watchman became alert and made ready to guard the fortress. This enraged Lakshman still further. Some Vanars ran to the inner apartments and reported to Sugriv, "Lakshman, furious with anger, is coming here holding his bow. We could not stop him." But the Vanar king was drunk and surrounded by women, and he took no notice. The king's servants ordered the sentry at the gates to stand firm and prevent the entry of anyone. Lakshman's anger became quite uncontrollable. He forced his way in. There he met young Angad, whose youth and misfortunes took away something of the edge of his wrath. He said, "My child, go and tell the Vanar king that Lakshman is waiting at the palace gate to have audience of him on behalf of his grief-stricken brother." Angad went accordingly to the king's apartment and informed him of Lakshman's visit. But Sugriv was in no condition to understand. Angad saw this and took counsel with the ministers as to what should be done. Hanuman and some of the fellow ministers gently explained what was happening, and Sugriv was at last roused from his tipsy condition. Sugriv said,
"I am not at fault, am I? Why should my friends Ram and Lakshman be angry with me? Some enemy must have carried tales and set them up against me.
Hanuman answered, "It is my duty, O king, to say these things, and I say them. Do not be angry with me. We have delayed in carrying out our promise to Ram. We have forgotten Ram's grief. It is late, but not too late. Hence let us do quickly what we should. Let us seek forgiveness from Lakshman. Let us without further delay take steps to fulfill our promise to Ram." Then Sugriv agreed to receive Lakshman. As Lakshman went into the Vanar town, he marveled at its beauty and the culture of Kishkinda. Passing through beautiful streets, he stood outside the king's palace. Hearing the sounds of revelry, of dance and song proceeding from within, he saw that the Vanars had forgotten their promise and were lost in enjoyment. He could hardly control his anger. Still, he held back from entering the women's chamber, and standing in a corner outside, he twanged his bowstring. The sound filled all Kishkinda with fear and trembling. Sugriv, hearing it, realized that the prince was indeed angry. He saw the danger and asked Tara to go and pacify the prince, saying,
"A chivalrous man like Lakshman will find his anger slip from him when he speaks to a lady, and it will be impossible for him to continue wrathful."
Tara advanced toward Lakshman. In looks, in knowledge of the world, and skill in speech, Tara was unrivaled. She said to Lakshman, "After enduring for a long time poverty and persecution, Sugriv is enjoying the pleasures and the prosperity you have secured for him. This enjoyment has gone to his head and he has lost his senses. I know his fault, but you should forgive him. The high-souled, who know the foibles and imperfections of our common nature, should temper their censure with compassion. So be not too harsh in judging of King Sugriv's surrender to temptations of the flesh, especially after his long trials and privations. But I can assure you, he has never lost sight of his debt or his duty to you. He has already issued orders for mobilizing the Vanar warriors from all quarters. Today or tomorrow, they will all be here. Then the search for Sita and the war against Ravan will begin. Have no doubts. And now please, come in and see the king." Lakshman, now no longer angry, entered the apartment. Sugriv, descending from his seat, welcomed Lakshman. He said,
"Forgive my faults. With Ram's friendship and help, I am king today. How can I ever forget what I owe to the valorous and good Ram? He can destroy his foes without any help from me. With my armies, I can only follow him, that is all. Surely Ravan will perish. The search for Sita will soon begin, you mark my word. So please, you forgive the delay of which I am guilty."
Lakshman was pleased and said, "Ram is your equal in honor and prowess, none else. Come with me to Rishyamukh and give him words of comfort in his grief." Sugriv and Lakshman went in a palanquin to Ram, and explaining the arrangements already made, satisfied him. Ram was pleased and said, "You indeed are a real friend. Like the clouds yielding rain, the sun destroying darkness, and the moon pleasing human hearts,
a good friend comes to one's help spontaneously. I am happy in your friendship. Now the end of Ravan and his race is certain." Even as Ram was expressing his gratitude and joy, great multitudes of Vanars, under their respective leaders, arrived and assembled. They came from distant forests, mountains, and coasts. The dust they raised darkened the sky. Millions of monkeys and bears in a variety of shapes and colors were there. Sugriv addressed this enormous army and showed them their appointed camping places. Then he said to Ram,
"Look at this Vanara army. Thousands of men of wondrous strength are yours to command. They are willing and able to do you all the service you demand. Consider this huge army as your own, and bid them to do whatever you wish."
Ram, beside himself with joy, embraced Sugriv. He said, "First we should find out whether Sita is alive, and if so, where she is. Next we should know Ravan's whereabouts. Then we shall do what needs to be done. But it is for you, not for me or Lakshman, to command this army. You are their king. Besides, you know best what needs to be done and how to do it. Blessed am I to have a friend like you and a brother like Lakshman." Then Sugriv issued stringent orders to his commanders at once to send divisions of the army to the four quarters of the earth and to make a thorough search for Sita. After sending away the other leaders, Sugriv took Hanuman aside and told him,
"Son of the wind god, possessing the strength and splendor of your father, you alone can succeed in this task. You have strength, courage, and intelligence, and on you I rely to take up and discharge this responsibility of discovering Sita."
Ram too felt that Hanuman's efforts would be crowned with success. Whatever obstacles turned up, he felt that Hanuman would find a way of overcoming them. He gave his signet ring to Hanuman and said, "Take this ring. I am full of hope that you will discover Sita. This ring will tell her that you are my messenger. My dear Hanuman, may you bring Sita and me together again." Sugriv gave orders to his army, saying,
"Sita must somehow be discovered. No matter where she is hidden, you can and must find her. Within a month, you must return with news of her."
And the army swarmed out like ants from an anthill and spread in the four directions. Sitabali and his army proceeded northwards. Vinat went east. Sushain westwards. Hanuman, Angad, and General Tar traveled southwards. All were equally enthusiastic and equally eager to catch and kill Ravan and redeem Sita. Each group was anxious to be first to return with success. There was tumultuous rivalry. Ram inquired of Sugriv, "You described every quarter and region of the earth, like one who has seen the whole world with his own eyes. How and when did you see it all?" Sugriv replied,
"You will remember, my lord, how Vali pursued me in all directions. Wherever I went, he still pursued me, and so I had to wander over the face of the whole world. I thus had occasion to see every part of this planet. Later I learned about the spot where sage Matanga had built his ashram. If Vali had entered that region, his head would have broken into pieces by the sage's curse. I knew that he would not come to that place and could not harm me, even if he did. So there I lay, protected."
The hordes that went north, east, and west returned in a month and reported that Sita was not to be found anywhere. But Hanuman, who had gone southwards,
had not yet returned. Ram, hearing this, was satisfied that the Vanaras had done their best. Hanuman and Angad entered and searched the caves and forests of the Vindhya mountains. Then they came upon a desert where a rishi was performing austerity. By his curse, it was devoid of trees and plants, of birds and beasts. Traveling further south, they saw a big demon. The cruel one, regarding the Vanara crowd as a good meal, sprang up to catch them. They thought at first that this was no other than Ravan. Angad rushed towards him and gave him a mighty blow. Unable to stand it, the demon spat blood, fell on the earth, and lay dead like a great hill. Rejoicing in the thought that Ravan was dead, the Vanaras searched the forest for Sita, but there was no sign of her, and so they carried the search elsewhere. Often they would become weary of their fruitless search and sit down in blank despair. At such times, Angad, Gandhamadan, or some other leader would encourage them and make them resume the search. Many days were spent in this way, yet Sita was not to be seen, and they dreaded Sugriva's displeasure. They traveled very far southwards in their search. Passing through a desert, fainting with hunger and thirst, they saw a cave from which issued a variety of birds full of the joy of life. The gentle breeze which came out of it covered them with the pollen of lotus flowers and filled them with fragrance. The Vanaras concluded, undoubtedly there was water where the birds and perfume came from. So the Vanaras, forming a chain with linked hands, stepped cautiously into the dense darkness of the cave, with hearts full of hope, though too parched with thirst even to shout. At long last, all of a sudden, light appeared, and they saw a lovely grove, with streams of clear water and trees bowing under their wealth of fruit. Then they came to a city, with streets paved with jewels set in gold, and great palaces beautiful as a dream. They went along, and then they saw an aged woman, ascetic, seated on a dark skin. The Vanaras trembled before the divine splendor of her face. Hanuman took courage to approach her. Bowing low before her, he said, "Salutations to you, mother. May we know who you are?" Thirsty and tired, we entered the dark cave, hoping for some water. And now that we see this deserted golden city with trees and pools, we are afraid lest this be a vain vision arising from the madness of too much sufferings. Explain this to us and remove our fears." She answered,
How did you find your way into this cave? You will have plenty of fruits and drink here. This palace was built by Maya, the architect of the demons. He learnt the art from Sukracharya. Long and happily did Maya live here, till he incurred the enmity of Indra, who killed him. Later, Indra gave this golden palace to Hema, my friend. These buildings and parks are hers. At present, she has gone to the abode of the gods. But what is your purpose in coming here? Why did you weary yourself wandering in the forests? But first eat. Yes, eat, drink, and refresh yourselves, and then tell me all about it.
This they did and were happy. Then Hanuman explained to the ascetic lady the purpose of their wandering. Ram, son of Emperor Dasarath, left his kingdom and lived in the forest with his brother and wife. Then a Rakshasa carried off Sita, the wife of Ram. The two went out searching for her. they made the acquaintance of Sugriv, the Vanar king, and became friends with him. He has sent us on this mission to search for Sita and find her for Ram. Our king fixed a time limit for us to return with a clue. We lost our way in the darkness of this cave, and the period is now over. Now we do not know what to do. Sugriv is a strict master. For failure to do his bidding within the time set, he is sure to visit us with the penalty of death. Swayamprabha was the name of the ascetic woman, and she said,
Alas, you cannot by yourselves go out of this cave. No stranger who enters it can go out of it with his life. But yours is a great mission, and I must, by my power, transport you out. Now, shut your eyes.
Accordingly, they shut their eyes. Then, all at once, they found themselves on the seashore. Looking round, they were startled to discover that it was the beginning of spring. Angad lamented, Alas, the time set has been transgressed. If we return to Kishkinda without any clue about Sita, the king will surely punish us with death. And he hates me. It was under pressure from Ram that he agreed to make me Prince Regent, not because of love for me. Instead of going there and losing our lives, let us fast and seek death here and now. Many of his companions agreed with Angad. The Vanar General Tara said,
I do not agree. Why should we end our lives? Let us return to the cave of the lady ascetic Swayamprabha and live there happily. There is everything in plenty there. Neither Sugriv nor anyone else can reach this spot. We shall spend the rest of our lives free from care.
But Hanuman said, What unworthy talk is this? What pleasure is there in eating, drinking, and sleeping in the cave, leaving our families in faraway Kishkinda? Sugriv is a good king whom we need not fear. And if indeed Sugriv is angry with us and determined to punish us, how can this cave give us safety? Can it stand against Lakshman's rage? Will he not smash it to pieces and kill us? No, I see no benefit in Tara's counsel. Let us return and tell Sugriv the whole truth and beg for his forgiveness. This is the only way to safety. But Angad said, I do not agree with Hanuman. Sugriv has no love or pity for me. He is sure to kill me. He is of a cruel nature. Remember how he killed my father? He does not want me to live. He will find some excuse or other for killing me. He regards me as an obstacle in his way and in that of his progeny, who but for me would inherit Kishkinda. To break a promise is nothing to him. Did he not forget his solemn pledge to Ram that he would search for and recover Sita? Was it not only for fear of Lakshman and his bow that he sent us on this search? My poor bereaved mother has succumbed to fear and accepted Sugriv's protection. She clings to life for my sake. Hearing that I am dead, she will end her life. Alas, I am miserable and do not know what to do. My death is certain if I return to Kishkinda. No, it is far better to fast to death here. He spread on the ground some kusha grass, in the manner prescribed for the vow of death, bowed to the gods and the dead, and sat facing the east, determined to die. When Angad took this vow and sat in the posture of a fast unto death, the other Vanaras cried in grief, and then resolving to fast with him and die, they also sat facing east. From a neighboring hill, Sampati, the vulture king, saw this crowd of Vanaras resigning themselves to fate. Having lost his wings and being unable to move, Sampati had been famishing for a long time. He now rejoiced, saying to himself,
So many monkeys are going to die here together. Ha! I shall have enough food for a long while, and without any effort.
Meanwhile, the Vanaras, expecting death, were recalling the past and talking to one another and loudly lamenting over all that had happened. They said, Because of Kaikeyi, Dasarath died. Because of Dasarath, Ram had to dwell in the forest. Ravan carried off Sita. The heroic Jatayu lost his life in the attempt to save Sita. If the heroic bird had strength enough to continue the struggle a little longer, Ram and Lakshman would have arrived on the spot and recovered Sita. By fate did all these things happen, and the end of the tale is that we are dying here. In what curious ways does fate work? Listening to these lamentations, Sampati stared at the mention of Jatayu, who was his brother. Hearing him spoken of as dead, he naturally wished to hear the whole story. Sampati was very old. He and Jatayu were the children of Arun, the god of dawn, and brother of Garud, Lord Vishnu's eagle vehicle. Jatayu and Sampati in their youth competed with each other as to who could fly higher. As they approached the sun, the heat became intolerable, and Jatayu was about to be burned up. But Sampati spread his wings and protected his brother from the fury of the sun. Jatayu was saved, but Sampati's wings were burned off. Unable to fly, he fell down on a hill. Since then, he could not move, but stayed in the same place, ever hungry for food and just alive. He now asked in agony,
Who brings sad news of my dear brother Jatayu? O Vanaras, is beloved Jatayu dead indeed? Why did Ram, son of King Dasarath, go to the forest? Why did he lose his wife? Was Jatayu killed by Ravan? Tell me all.
The Vanaras had resolved to end their lives. The wingless old vulture had desired to make an easy meal of them. But now things turned out otherwise. The Vanaras got up, went to Sampati, and gently led him down from the hill. Then they talked and exchanged information. Sampati recounted his story. Angad related all that had happened in Kishkinda and asked old Sampati how Ram could be helped. Sampati was old and weak, but his eyes had not lost their keenness. He could see things very far off. He could see Sita captive in Lanka and described in detail the wealth of Ravan's kingdom. He saw and described how Sita sat surrounded by female demons in Lanka. The Vanaras became wild with joy. They jumped about saying, Now we know where Sita is. There is no need for us to die. Ram's purpose will be achieved. Sampati's troubles were also over. The boon he had received, that when he would help Ram, he would get back his wings, came true. And even as they were talking, young feathers began to spring and grow on his sides. Sampati now shone with fresh beauty, and he found satisfaction in performing the funeral ceremony of Jatayu. From Sampati, the Vanaras learned the place where Sita was kept prisoner in the land of the Rakshasas across the ocean. But of course it would not do to return to Sugriv at once with this second-hand information. They had outstayed the allotted time, and only outstanding success could save them from punishment. They could not stop their search till they saw with their own eyes what Sampati had described. Only then could they fulfill Ram's purpose. But then they had to cross the sea. They went to the edge of the water and discussed matters. How can we cross the sea, enter Lanka, see Sita, and return? Anxiety and fear overwhelmed them. Angad said, "No matter how hard the task, one should never lose courage. Courage is the key to success. To lose heart is to lose everything." Then he asked each one of his followers to state truly the maximum length that he could jump. He said, "O Vanir warriors, much have I heard from Sugriv of your prowess. Your strength and your enterprise are beyond dispute. We should fulfill this task. We cannot return to Kishkinda without seeing Sita. That is certain. It is better for us to end our lives here than to be slain in disgrace by the king. Therefore, tell me one by one the longest jump you have the strength and courage to attempt." Gaja said modestly, "I can jump 90 miles. Gavaksha said, "I can do 180. Another Vanara leader claimed he could do 270. And so each improved on the figure of the other. At last, Jambavan, the oldest of the warriors, spoke.
I am now old and infirm, yet I would gladly spend myself to fulfill our king's command. But what will mere devotion avail if not seconded by strength? I think I can manage, 810 miles, but this is not enough to cross the sea and reach Lanka. I can only regret my lost youth."
Angad himself said, "I can do 900 miles and reach Lanka, I have no doubt. But I wonder whether I shall have the strength for another jump of equal length for the return journey." Jambavan answered,
"Oh, Prince, you need not doubt your strength. Your prowess is as great as Vali's. Yet it is not proper for the crown prince to undertake this task, while there are others to do it under his orders. Yes, it is neither statesmanlike nor safe for a king to act directly."
Then Jambavan cast an appraising and admiring look at Hanuman, who had sat apart, listening to the talk, but saying nothing. Jambavan said,
"I feel that the son of Vayu, sitting there in silence, yes, he is the one best fitted by strength and skill to do this deed."
He then walked up to Hanuman and brought him to their midst. Addressing Hanuman in the hearing distance of the thousands of gloomy Vanaras, Jambavan said,
"O warrior, learned in all branches of knowledge, why are you sitting silent and apart? You are the equal of King Sugriv, are you not? In strength and splendor, do you not surpass all the rest of us? Why, are you not the equal of Ram and Lakshman themselves? I have seen Garuda, the king of birds, crossing the sea. The might of your shoulders is not less than that of Garuda's wings. You are not inferior to the son of Vinata in strength or speed, but you are not aware of your own prowess and intelligence. There is no equal to you in the whole world. Your mother, Anjana, was a maiden among the goddesses in heaven, but by the curse of the Rishi, she was born in our monkey-like race. One day, while she was wandering carefree on a mountain slope, Vayu, the wind god, saw her beauty, fell in love with her, and embraced her. Oh, she became angry. "Who are you, O wicked one?" she asked. "Who dares insult me?" The wind god answered, "Oh, be not angry. Your body is not tainted by my touch, and loses not its virgin purity. Not in body, but in my heart's desire did I embrace you. And out of this ethereal embrace, a child will be born to you, equal to me in strength and vigor. He will be the mightiest and most intelligent among the Vanaras." Thus did the wind god pacify Anjana. When you were a little child, O Hanuman, you imagined the rising sun to be a fruit and flew towards it in order to pluck it. Yes, you did. Seeing your effortless and fearless flight, Indra, the king of the gods, became concerned for the sun's safety and hurled this thunderbolt at you. Struck down by it, you fell on a mountain, and your right jaw was broken. Enraged by this, your father, the wind god, stopped his movements and stood still. All living creatures became breathless and felt strangled in the stillness. The gods begged Vayu to lay aside his anger and showered blessings on you. Brahma and Indra gave you these boons: that no weapon can slay you. Death can only come to you at your will and not otherwise. You are immortal, born of Anjana and begotten of the spirit of the wind god. You are equal to him in splendor, intelligence, and power. But for all your strength, you are virtuous and modest. You alone can help us to fulfill Ram's purpose. Crossing the sea is no hard task for you. This great army of Vanaras, struggling in a sea of distress, you should rescue. You who can cross the sea should not leave your power unused. Increase your stature. You are the equal of Garuda. Once I too was strong like you and traversed the globe 21 times. At the churning of the ocean of milk, I fetched herbs from the four quarters at the bidding of the gods. But now I am old and weak. You, Hanuman, are the sole hope of the Vanaras. O son of Anjana, we beg you, noble one, with your heritage of divine strength, delay no further. Realize your true strength and spring forward. Like Vaman, you can cross the sea at a single jump. So, do it, yes, do it now, and end our troubles.
The aged Jambavan thus praised Hanuman, reminded him of his strength, and roused his dormant courage. At once Hanuman's form began to swell like the sea in high tide. Even as the Vanaras were watching him, the son of Vayu grew in size. The radiance of his body filled Angad and his companions with wonder and joy. Reminded of his might by Jambavan, Hanuman was now determined to fulfill Ram's purpose, and with fervor he uttered his faith. May your words come true. Flying through the sky and alighting in Lanka, I shall see Sita, I have no doubt. I shall return and bring you good news. To take the jump, I must press my foot hard against the earth. And he climbed up the Mahendra hill. There for a while, he threw his whole strength into his foot and walked a few steps. The creatures in the hill could not endure it and came out. Standing on the hill, Hanuman looked at the sea and directed his yoga-concentrated mind towards Lanka. He said to himself, I shall search and find Sita. I shall fly in the sky and cross the sea. With this resolve, he offered worship and prayer to the gods of the sun, rain, wind, Lord Brahma, and all creation. Then, facing east, he made obeisance to his father Vayu, and magnifying his body still further, turned towards the south. He pressed the hill with his feet and struck it with his hands. At this impact, the flowers fell from the trees and covered the hill. Squeezed irresistibly by the pressure of his feet, the hill threw out springs of water like the rut flowing down the cheeks of the elephant. Many-colored veins of ore burst out of the rock. From the caves, the beasts emerged with panic-stricken outcries. Hooded serpents emitting venom bit the rock and sparks flew out. The hair of Hanuman's body stood on end, and he roared and lashed his tail on the ground. He contracted his hind parts, held his breath, pressed down his feet, folded his ears, and stiffened his muscles. Then, with a roar of triumph, he rose into the sky and, like Garuda, flew with the speed of Ram's arrow. With the momentum of his speed, many trees were uprooted and followed in his wake, showering down their flowers. One by one, the trees that followed Hanuman fell into the sea, like the mountains, which of old were pursued by Indra and denuded of their wings. Covered with bright-colored flowers, the sea shone like the sky with its stars. Hanuman's arms with their outspread hands, as he flew through the sky, appeared like two five-headed cobras. He seemed to swallow the sky as he flew forward. His eyes glistened like mountain forests on fire. His red nose shone like the evening sun. His huge frame spanned the sky like an enormous comet. The air roared as he sped fast. Beneath him his shadow traveled like a ship on the sea. It looked as though a huge mountain with wings was flying in the sky. Hidden at times by clouds, and again emerging from them, he shone like the moon sailing across the sky. The celestials showered flowers, and the sages blessed him. With courage equal to every occasion, with foresight, skill, and resolution, Hanuman met and survived the trials on the way. Shooting up suddenly from the sea, a mighty mountain rose and stood in his way. Hanuman struck it with his chest, and the Mainaka mountain yielded like a cloud struck by the wind. The presiding deity of the mountain said,
"My son, I am Mount Mainaka. The ocean god bade me help Ram, the descendant of the Sagara race. The ocean is an old friend of that race. In honor of that ancient association, please rest here for a while. You will fulfill Ram's purpose all the better for this rest. When Indra struck with his thunder all the hills, I fled from his persecution, hid myself in the ocean, and survived. The ocean deity who gave me shelter now bids me to help you. The sons of Sagara dug and deepened the ocean. Did not your father Vayu help me to escape from Indra's thunderbolt and find sanctuary in the sea? Both the ocean and myself, we will be pleased if you will accept my hospitality and rest here for a while."
But Hanuman could not yield to Mainaka's insistence and said politely, "I cannot stop, my friend. I have no time to lose. My vow to fulfill Ram's purpose permits no delay. Your kind words are enough to please me." He stroked the mountain affectionately with his hand and took its leave. Later, a huge monster named Sarasa, who was actually a snake goddess, stood in his way and said,
Enter my mouth. I have been without food for a long time and am eagerly waiting for you.
And the monster opened its mouth wide like a cave. Hanuman answered, "I am bent on doing Ram's purpose. Please do not stop me."
Impossible. You must enter my mouth.
Hanuman thought quickly and decided what to do. Step by step, he made his body grow bigger and bigger. The monster opened her mouth correspondingly, wider and wider. When the mouth was enormously wide, all of a sudden, Hanuman contracted his body into a speck, and darting through the demon's mouth and body, came out again and resumed his former normal shape. He then laughed and said, "You have had your wish, mother. I have entered your mouth. What more do you need?" And the goddess blessed him, saying,
Your effort will be crowned with success. I did this at the bidding of the gods who wanted to test you. Ram's purpose, which you seek to serve, will assuredly triumph.
This was not the last of his trials. As he was flying in the sky, for no reason which he could discover, he found his speed obstructed, and he suffered like a ship against a contrary wind. Some mighty force, he felt, was holding him and dragging him down. He looked up and down and on all sides. Then he discovered the cause. It was a huge female demon in the sea, holding him by his shadow below, arresting his speed and dragging him down. The demon, holding him by his shadow, said,
Come! Come! Long have I been waiting for you. No longer can I bear my hunger.
And she opened her mouth like a cave. At At once, Hanuman entered her mouth, ripped a way out through her entrails, and emerged. The demon died and sank down in the water. Like the full moon emerging from an eclipse, Hanuman shone in the sky and resumed his journey. Thus surviving many trials, with the help of his subtle wit, courage, and strength, he flew across the ocean and approached the coast of Lanka, covered with plantain and coconut trees. On the shore of the island, he saw groves and mountains and forests and river mouths. Hanuman saw the wealth of Ravan's kingdom and the beauty of the fortified city, and remarked to himself, "I have reached the destination. Now, without letting the Rakshasa know who or what I am, I must search the place and find out where Sita is kept." Then he reduced his huge form to the size of a normal monkey and alighted on a hilltop in Lanka. Full of hope, Hanuman alighted and set foot in Lanka. But soon the flush of triumph at the accomplishment of the journey gave place to sober thinking. He reflected, "True, I have crossed the sea, but that is only the beginning of my mission. There on Mount Trikut stands Ravan's magnificent city, as if suspended in the sky. How beautiful, how wealthy, and how well secured it is! The city and the fortress are not inferior to the heavenly city Amaravati. The lovely groves, the elegant buildings, the engines of defense, the deep moats, all these fill me with much admiration, but also with greater concern. Who can attack and vanquish this Ravan? How can an army cross the sea which I have just crossed? Even if it crosses it and reaches this shore, how can it attack and bring down this fortress? For it is defended by bullocks manned by well-armed warriors. Neither guile nor force can bring it down. But first, I must find out whether Sita is alive or not. Other questions can wait. Now, when and how can I best enter this well-guarded city? I have to search it thoroughly if I am to discover the place where Sita is kept. If I thoughtlessly do something wrong now, this error would be irretrievable, and a great purpose would fail because of haste or negligence on my part. If I enter the city by day, it will be noticed by the Rakshasas. So it will be best if I go in at night. But in what shape shall I go? To ward off suspicion, I must put on a trivial, inconspicuous form. Accordingly, he shrank to the size of a little monkey, no bigger than that of a cat. To enter and search the palaces and parks of this vast city, this form would be most convenient. By now the sun had set. Hanuman walked towards the fortress gate. The moon shone brightly, and Hanuman was glad and grateful for this help in his search. Even from a distant view, Hanuman wondered at the wealth and beauty displayed in Ravan's capital. The streets and mansions were bright with flags and festoons, and glittered with gold and precious gems. The breeze blew gently from the sea. Like the cities of the gods, Ravan's capital had attained the peak of prosperity. The messenger of Ram was filled with wonder and anxiety as to how to overcome the master of such wealth and military power. As he was walking along in amazement and anxiety, he was rudely accosted by the terrible-looking guardian goddess of the city.
Who are you, little monkey? How did you manage to come here, and why are you here at all? Speak the truth.
Yes, I am indeed a little monkey, and I have come here to look at this beautiful city. I shall go back after I have gone round and seen everything and satisfied my curiosity. The goddess then struck an angry blow at the monkey. Hanuman returned the blow carelessly with his left hand, and it doubled her up with agony, causing her to fall to the ground. But soon she got up and remembered the prophecy that when a monkey should strike and throw her down, the city she guarded would be destroyed. She said to herself,
Ravan's sins are many and grievous. The end of Lanka is approaching. The word of the gods is about to be fulfilled.
And she stood aside. Hanuman climbed over the wall and jumped into the city. It was part of the ancient code of warfare that one should not enter the enemy's fortress through the regular gate, but should make his entry in an out-of-the-way manner. Vowing that the Rakshasas should be destroyed, he entered the fortress of Lanka with his left foot foremost, for that meant defeat for the enemy. He went along the royal street, which was strewn with beautiful flowers. Like lightning shining through the clouds, the buildings shone against the sky. Clambering up the mansions and going along their roofs, he admired the beauty of the city. The Rakshasas' mansions, streets, and decorations shone with ineffable beauty. The sounds of cultivated and correct music were heard. Lovely women moved about to the accompaniment of tinkling anklets. The city was filled with sounds indicating a full and joyous life. In some houses, mantras were being chanted. In some others, Vedic chants were heard. In others, songs celebrating the heroic exploits and glory of Ravan were being sung. Soldiers and scouts were everywhere. In the streets there were people who were dedicated to particular religious practices and vows. There were others who were cruel in looks and ugly. The guards were armed with bows, swords, cudgels, slings, lances, and other weapons. All the warriors were clad in armor. Some were handsome, some ugly, and complexions varied from fair to brown to black. Some figures were very tall, others very short. Thus Hanuman saw that the population had been drawn from a wide area with varying climates, and that the army had been recruited from the very best men of many nations. He examined mansion after mansion. He saw women of exquisite beauty, some of them in the company of their husbands, and others by themselves. He saw many young damsels, bright and beautiful, like images of molten gold. Some were seated on the terraces, others were sleeping in their beds. Some were playing, others singing. Innumerable beautiful women he saw, but not Sita pining for Ram. The sight of so much beauty only filled Hanuman's heart with disappointment and sadness. He entered and examined the homes of many Rakshasas. There were war elephants, purebred horses, chariots, and armories. Soldiers stood fully armed. After passing through many mansions and gardens filled with merriment and music, he came to a great palace that stood high in a nobility of splendor far transcending all the magnificent buildings around. Looking at the elephants, horses, and foot soldiers in front, the high walls surrounding it, the beauty of its structure, and the richness of its decorations, he concluded that this was Ravan's own palace, the central glory of splendid Lanka. He entered this palace. It was in every way a heaven on earth, worthy of Ravan's peerless power and glory. The park, the birds sporting there, the shrines scattered here and there, filled Hanuman with wonder. And he said to himself, "What wealth, what beauty, and what pleasure!" He was for a while lost in amazement, but soon he recollected that he had not yet found Sita. Admiration gave place to concern over the yet unfulfilled purpose for which he had come. Passing through many mansions, he entered the innermost private apartment of Ravan. He was almost overcome with the luxury and richness of its apartments, which made it look the very abode of the gods. Everywhere was gold and silver, ivory, gems, pearls, and beautiful carpets and furniture. And in their midst he saw the aerial chariot. It was a magic vehicle obtained from Lord Brahma by Kubera, the god of wealth. Vanquishing Kubera, Ravan brought it to Lanka as his booty. From the aerial car, one could get anything one desired. Ravan's chamber, which Hanuman now entered, was a very ocean of delight. Countless lovely women lay sleeping in the spacious chamber, some linked arm in arm, and all scantily clad. They manifested the careless attitudes of sleep, making the place look like a garden of bright flower-laden creepers. With his senses controlled by virtue, Hanuman looked at all these sleeping women, each more beautiful than the other, and each filled with joy and love, to see if any of them could be Sita. Ravan's power to take whatever form he wanted and to please all his women was evident from the sight of these lovely damsels. Hanuman pulled himself together reproachfully at his own folly in supposing for a moment that Sita could be in that sensual paradise of pleasure-happy damsels. He reflected, "It is certain that Sita is not in this crowd. What a fool I am to search for her in this company. She would never allow herself in here." Then he went elsewhere. In another chamber he saw many beds. He saw one more gorgeous than the rest, covered with gold and diamonds, and Ravan stretched on it, like another Mount Meru. His form and majestic splendor made even Hanuman tremble for a moment. He stood on one side and scanned the sleeping figure, unable for a time to take his eyes off the majestic and virile beauty of that mighty form, the great muscles now in repose, the symmetrical grace of limbs which made the Rakshasa king at once beautiful and terrible. Then Hanuman looked at the women in the beds around and on the carpets. Some who had fallen asleep while singing were still hugging their musical instruments. His eyes finally fell on a figure lying on a divinely beautiful cot. The shapeliness of her limbs and the beauty of her features made Hanuman imagine it might be Sita, so he leaped up with joy. The next instant he cursed himself for his folly. "No, no, how foolish I have been! Could Sita sleep thus carelessly, covered with jewels in a stranger's chamber? The very thought is a sin." And he was overwhelmed with shame and sorrow at his error. Then he said to himself, "Because she would not yield to him, this Rakshasa must have killed her. Then what use is there in continuing the search?" He had now searched the inner apartments of Ravan's palace, the bedroom, the dining room, drinking room, the music room. All places had been searched, and Sita could not be found. "I have entered every nook and corner. Against all the rules of propriety, I have even looked at everyone in the women's chambers. But all in vain. Saying this, he left the drinking room, went to the garden, and looked into the little shrines and the arbors made of creepers. But all in vain. He thought with irrepressible grief, I have seen all Lanka. I have seen every inch of Ravan's palace. What more could I do here? Am I to return without seeing Sita? No, I shall rather end my life here. Yes, that is the only thing for me to do. But again he said to himself, curses on me for yielding to such despondency, which is unworthy and dishonorable. He sprang up again and searched once more every inch of the places he had been through. He opened every door and window and looked in. There were ugly women and beautiful human maidens, all captured by the Rakshasa, but not Sita. Once again his heart sank. He did not know what to do. He said to himself, if I return to Kishkinda failing in my mission, how shall I be able to face my friends? If Ram loses all hope of recovering Sita, what would happen to him? He would surely die, and after that, what would happen to others? Instead of going back to Sugriv and telling him that all my labors have been wasted, it would be far better to stay here and spend the rest of my days in the forest and on the seashore of Lanka. But why live on? Is it not best to end my life? But then, was Sampati wrong in saying that Sita was in Lanka? Or has she been killed by Ravan, since Sampati sighted her on this island? She might well have been devoured by the Rakshasas. Oh, nothing is clear. Everything is enveloped in doubt. So, what shall I do? Thus Hanuman was lost in anxiety and thought. But just then, his eyes lighted on what he had so far left unexplored, a park attached to a shrine and surrounded by high walls. Oh, I have not seen or searched this place so far. Maybe I shall find Sita here. With these words, as the son of Vayu meditated on Ram, hope sprang into his heart. The secluded park was well protected by high walls. Yes, Sita must be here. Again he bowed to the gods. He jumped up and sat on the wall and surveyed the beautiful park. As Hanuman stood on the high wall, he did not know why, but a thrill of joy passed through his frame. It was an early spring night, and trees and plants were in flower. Hanuman jumped to a place where there was a thick cluster of trees. This disturbed the birds that rested there, and they flew out with sweet noises. Deer and other animals moved about. Flowers dropped from the branches and covered the body of Hanuman. The creatures in the park, looking at the lovely figure of Hanuman covered all over with flowers, thought that the god of spring was visiting the grove in the early dawn. The garden was entrancingly beautiful. Lovely ponds, terraces decorated with gold, silver, ivory, pearl, and coral, crystal steps, artificial hills, and picturesque waterfalls. The sight filled Hanuman's heart with joy. Around some trees were platforms overlaid with gold and silver. Little bells suspended from the trees made music in the breeze. Hanuman climbed up and sat hidden among the leaves of a tall, spreading tree with a golden platform around its stem. He thought, if she be alive in Lanka, Sita would surely visit this garden. She would choose this place above all others for solitude and contemplation of Ram. They said, did they not, that she loved groves and trees? She would surely come here at dawn to offer worship to the Universal Mother. He gazed all around, hiding himself among the leaves. He sat on a branch and looked below. Then he beheld a female figure seated on that platform, blindingly beautiful and divinely pure. Thin and pale, she shone like the streak of the moon in the beginning of the bright half of the month. Her beauty glowed fitfully through deepest dejection, like a flame through enveloping smoke. Wrapped in a soiled upper garment, she resembled a lovely lotus obscured by muddy moss. Her face was bathed in tears, and she was pale and thin for want of food. She had no thoughts but of sorrow, no glimpse of friends or hope. There were only Rakshasis, women demons, wherever she turned her eyes, and she felt like a doe which had lost its herd and found itself beset by a pack of wild dogs. A single snake-like braid of hair wandered unregarded down to her hip. She seemed to Hanuman at once adorable and pitiful, like the holy word torn from its context by infidels, like prosperity sunk in unmerited ruin, like shattered hope and faith betrayed. Hanuman said to himself with conviction, this image of beautiful despair is surely Sita. For behold, hanging unregarded on the branches of the tree are the jewels described by Ram as having been on her when she was carried away, all except those which she dropped during the flight and which were picked up by us on the hill. And look, the scarf she wears, though soiled and crumpled, is the other part of the one we found. Surely this sublimely beautiful lady, who seems like one steadfast in true love in a tempest-tossed sea of troubles, is Ram's beloved queen. It is for her that Ram is consumed by a threefold agony: grief for her suffering, wrath for the insult to her, and heartbroken pangs at separation from her. Surely he is ever in her heart, and she in his, and in truth they are not parted, or they could not live. And as he continued to see her, his heart leaped back across the ocean and sought Ram's feet in adoration. And again he looked at Sita and said to himself, it was for the sake of this divine lady that the mighty Vali, the peer of Ravan in prowess, was slain. For her that Kabanda and Virad met their death, and 14,000 fierce Rakshasas with Kar, Dushan, and Trishiris bloodied with their gore the glades of Janistan. It was for her that the splendid sovereignty of the Vanars was wrested from the heroic Vali and given to Sugriv. It is to do her service that I crossed the sea, the lord of the rivers, and am now here in Lanka. All this seems much, but verily, if for her sake Ram should transform or even destroy the universe, I would say from my soul, it is well done. She is worth it all, and more. And again Hanuman's heart crossed the sea and dwelt on Ram far away. Just then, as on the clear surface of a lake a swan might glide, so in the blue sky the moon swam into sight and shone brightly, as if on purpose to help the son of the wind god. Peering between the leaves and not knowing what to do, Hanuman took another long look at the face of Sita, a face that disclosed a sea of care, like a heavily laden ship caught in a storm. The Rakshasis who guarded her were intolerably ugly. One had only one eye, another only one ear. Some were without ears, and some without noses. Some had noses turned steeply upward, some were bald, while some had done their hair in grotesque styles. Some had hanging stomachs, and some had camel's lips. Some were hunchbacks, some were dwarfs, and some were tall like palmyra trees. Swine faces, tiger faces, buffalo faces, goat faces, all were to be seen. These unsightly creatures were holding spears and other weapons in their hands. And in their midst, the pale-faced princess sat trembling, befriended only by her virtue, like an unsupported, beautiful creeper fallen on the ground. It was still dark, and Ravan was roused from his slumber by the chanting of the Vedic scriptures and the morning songs of the court bards. The moment he awoke, he thought of Sita and started towards the park where she was kept. With all his retinue, he entered the palace park. He was accompanied by scented torches and the royal umbrella, surrounded by maidens, covered all over with brilliant ornaments, and clad in spotless white clothes. Ravan appeared very charming. As the procession entered the gate, Hanuman could hear the noise of the crowd and the tinkling of the women's anklets. Soon he saw the Rakshasa king approaching. At once Hanuman hid himself more effectively than before among thick leaves. As Ravan came towards Sita, his strength and splendor were wonderful to behold. At this sight, Sita's body shrank and trembled like a plantain tree in a storm. Ravan approached Sita, still in the hope of obtaining her consent. Sita was covered with dust and had no jewels on her person, yet she shone as if wearing all the jewels that a princess must wear. She looked like a beautiful tree, chopped down and lying low. Her face was covered by light and shadow, like a lotus flower stained by mud. She swayed like a cobra held by charms. Her state was like one surrounded by raging fires on all four sides, like an army which had lost its chief warriors, like a river which had run dry. Sita sat trembling, overwhelmed with grief and fear. When she perceived Ravan's approach, that very instant her heart raced to Ram like a chariot drawn by swift horses. With a faded face and a wasted form, she thought of her protectors far away. When will they come? Will they ever come? She asked herself and meditated on God. Ravan approached and spoke to her. Hidden in the branches of the tree, Hanuman watched what went on below. To Sita, plunged in a sea of sorrow, and clinging to virtue and to the thought of her lord, Ravan spoke these words.
"O beautiful one, why do you shrink from me? Do you not see how much I care for you? though it is lawful for a Rakshasa to take another's wife and possess her by force. I am a beggar for your love. There is no need to fear me, for I shall never touch you till your heart turns towards me. Do not be afraid. My one wish is that you should care for me as I do for you. You must accept me with affection. Why do you make your body a prey to unavailing sorrow? Oh, beautiful one, there is none like you in loveliness, none in all the world. It is not right for you to reject beautiful jewels and clothes, to sleep on the ground and leave your hair unkempt. O gem among women, do not thus waste your youth and beauty. Now that you have come under my protection, you should lack nothing. All pleasures are at your command. I cannot take my eyes away from your face, so bright like the full moon. Wherever on your body I set my eyes, there they remain fixed and immovable. Why should one with so much beauty suffer so much sorrow? Accept me and enjoy all the pleasures of the world. I will conquer the world and give it to your father for your sake. What will I not do for you? You will be my sovereign consort. All the queens and women in the palace will be ruled by you. My wealth, my kingdom, all shall be yours to enjoy. Lanka and myself, why, the whole earth shall belong to you. My strength and courage are known to the gods and the demons. Vanquished by me, they stand with bowed heads. With jewels and garments made for you, my handmaidens will adorn you. I long to see you splendidly decked, and you will be free to give away generous gifts in charity. Your authority will extend over all mankind. My subjects and kinfolk will deem it a joy to serve you. Why do you waste your thoughts on wretched Ram wandering in the forest? How can you love, how can you trust one who has been deprived of his rights and driven out of his kingdom, and is roaming about clad in bark garments? What can this helpless fellow do? The goddess of wealth, she who presides over power, and she who rules over success, she has abandoned him, and you know it. It is even doubtful whether he is alive today. Anyhow, you might take it, he will never set eyes on you again, much less come near you. Like an eagle seizing a serpent, you have captivated my heart. I am unable to escape. Even in your present state, without jewels or good clothes, you have drawn me away from my other wives. What can I do now? In my apartments are innumerable lovely women, but after seeing you, I can bear the sight of none of them. You will be queen over all of them, and receive their humble service. In what sense can Ram equal me? Do you not see that from severe austerities undertaken, in strength, in wealth, and in glory, in every way I am superior to him? Shake off your fear. We together shall wander over the whole world, happy in each other's company. With me you will enjoy limitless wealth and pleasure. Life will be one continuous joy. Oh, beautiful one, have pity on me. Let us sport together in the parks and groves by the sea. Only say yes.
Thus Ravan uttered his impassioned appeal for love and pity. When Ravan had finished speaking, Sita plucked a little blade of grass and, placing it between them, laughed sarcastically and then said gently, "Ravan, lay aside all such vain thoughts concerning me. It is altogether improper for you to desire me. Turn your heart to your wives. Never can I agree to what you say. Think of the family I was born in. Think of the family I was married into. How can you ever hope to persuade me? Do not give room for such foolish and impossible desires, and make sorrow for yourself." Then she turned her face away and continued, "How can I become your wife when I am the wife of another? Do not violate morality. Do not tread the path of sin. Listen to me. Think how carefully you watch over your wives to keep them safe from the touch of others. Would not other husbands do the same for their wives? Remember, other men are like you. Do not cast your eyes on another's wife. To be happy with your own is the way of true happiness. But if you allow your mind to dwell on another's wife, sorrow and dishonor will be your fate. Is there none in the world to advise you aright? Why do you do evil and bring destruction on yourself and on your people? When a king loses self-control, his kingdom and wealth will all be destroyed. Without a doubt, this Lanka and its great wealth will be utterly destroyed if you persist in your sin. And then the foes whom you have conquered and humiliated will rejoice. I have no use for the wealth and the pleasures that you promise. They do not tempt me. I have married Ram, and I cannot take my mind away from him. I, who held his hand, can never touch another, never. I am his, the prince's, entirely and forever. I belong to him, as the scriptures belong to one who has reverently mastered it. It is not right for anyone else to look on me with longing eyes. Oh, listen to me, I speak for your good. Beg Ram humbly for forgiveness and escape from his anger. Do not go in search of your own ruin. Ram is generous and will surely forgive you if you seek his mercy. Seek forgiveness and safety. Oh, do not seek death and destruction. I hear even now the twang of Ram's bow. You cannot escape. Death stands near, ready to carry you away. The arrows of Ram and Lakshman will soon be here in Lanka, and your city will be in flames. Did not Ram utterly destroy the Rakshasas at Janastan? Did you not, knowing his strength, come like a thief to our hut when Ram and Lakshman were away to steal me? Can you for a moment stand before them face to face? Can a dog approach a tiger? Will it not flee from the very scent? As the sun sucks up moisture from the wet earth, Ram and Lakshman will drink your life. Will you run to hide yourself among the mountains? Will you try to escape under the sea? Even then, as at the appointed hour the tree is struck by lightning, so will you perish at their hands. You cannot escape. Thus Sita ended with a stern warning. Ravan controlled his anger and spoke.
"O Sita, doting on this false ascetic Ram, you talk foolishly and repay my loving words with insult and insolence. Because of my love for you, I have refrained, else you would be dead by now. Of the time I had allowed you to yield to me, 2 months more remain. Change your mind before they pass. Be my wife and come to my bed. If you refuse, you will be sent to my kitchen and cooked for my meal. So beware."
It was well known that the food of the Rakshasas included human flesh. Hence this threat of Ravan was no exaggeration, but conveyed a clear possibility. Yet Sita was unafraid and answered, "Alas, alas, is there none to give you good advice? Have you no friend to save you from the sin and put you on the path of virtue? You cannot escape Ram's punishment. Like a rabbit antagonizing a wild elephant, you have incurred the wrath of Ram. O wretch who kidnapped me in his absence! Are you not ashamed? Your destruction is certain. Your evil fate has driven you to this act, and yet you are the brother of Kubera, the god of wealth. You are famous as a warrior. You are the master of a complete four-limbed army. Why do you do this mean deed in this mean way?" Ravan's eyes rolled in anger, and he looked fiercely at Sita, hissing like a snake. Seeing his mounting anger, one of his young wives, Danyamali, walked up to his side, and embracing him said, "O king, why do you vex yourself over this mean human creature who does not even care for you? She has not the good fortune to be your wife. And what is there so attractive about her? Why do you waste your thoughts on this puny creature? Come away. Let us enjoy ourselves." She drew him affectionately, and the Rakshasa went with her, laughing. But before he went, Ravan ordered the female demons who guarded Sita to bring her round somehow, and with resounding steps left the Ashok Park, followed by his retinue. As soon as he turned his back, the Rakshasis surrounded Sita. The princess, who had been bold up till then, now trembled when she looked at these ugly creatures, who began speaking to her.
"When Ravan, scion of a noble family, a world-famous warrior, desires you, how can you refuse him, O foolish girl? Who do you think Ravan is? Know that he is a direct descendant of Lord Brahma, the creator. He is the grandson of Pulastya Prajapati, son of Brahma, a hero who has won many battles and vanquished many foes. How foolish to slight him! Let not pride ruin you. Ravan is the son of the sage Vishravas. Do not think he is a nobody. Accept him and be happy. The king of the Rakshasas, who defeated in battle and put to flight the gods in heaven, invites you to be his wife. You must yield, poor girl, or you must die." Slighting all his other wives, Ravan wants you and promises to make you chief among his queens. Forsaking all his noble wives, the king, bewitched by your beauty, begs for your love and offers to make you first among his consorts. Why are you so foolishly obstinate? None in all the world can equal Lord Ravan. Good fortune comes seeking you, and you spurn it. How foolish! The sun and the wind gods are afraid of the Rakshasa king, and he comes seeking you and wants to make you his favorite wife. Do not let your pride betray you. Do not reject the fortune that comes to you unsought. We have given you good advice. We have done our best, and we leave the rest to you. If you reject his offer, you must surely die.
The boldest and most strong-minded woman may, if kept in captivity for a long period, lose heart and become depressed. Sita hoped, month after month, that her Lord would discover her whereabouts and come to her rescue. Sick with disappointed hope, alone in the midst of enemies, she clung to life only from an abiding faith in the love of Ram, which made her feel that he would surely come. The Rakshasis plied her with what from their point of view was well-meant counsel.
Won't you listen to our advice? You are a human, and so you lack sense. You still hold on to this wretched man-husband of yours. Your proper place is our king's bedchamber. That is the place for every kind of pleasure. But spurning his offer, you are forever thinking of your worthless husband. Why are you still fond of this luckless wretch who is driven out of his kingdom? You will never see him again. Yield to Ravan, yes, Ravan, and be happy.
Sita, hearing these words, could only shed tears and said, "What sinful words you utter! Never can I do what you say. You tell me that Ram is poor and wretched and an exile from his home. All this I know, but no moral wife would think of giving up her husband on such grounds. It is wicked for the Rakshasa king to desire me for his wife. As the sun's brightness belongs inseparably to the sun, so do I belong to Ram." The Rakshasis gave up all hopes of persuading her, and said to one another,
What can one do with a stubborn fool like this? It is best to eat her before she gets too thin with brooding. I have a great longing for human flesh. I shall tear her apart and make a meal of her soft body. We shall strangle her and report to Ravan that she died of grief. The king is lost in unavailing sorrow because of this obstinate woman. Once he knows that she is dead, he will forget all about her and sleep soundly. I long to eat her liver. It must be very, very tasty.
and another Rakshasi added decisively,
Let us kill her and share her limbs. Fetch some sauce and strong liquor. Let us feast on her and drink and dance in the temple of Kali.
Hearing these horrible words and seeing these terrible forms, Sita broke down and cried aloud. Her physical courage failed and nature had its way. She sobbed like a child, but even in her sobs, her mind was clear and it was fixed on Ram. She reflected, In Janistan, Ram destroyed thousands of Rakshasas. Why does not Ram come yet to redeem me? The warrior princes who killed Virad in Dandak, why are they still indifferent to my fate? It could only be that they do not know where I am. Jatayu, the vulture king, was slain by the Rakshasa. If he at least were alive, he would have told them the news that he saw the Rakshasa carrying me, but he gave up his life in trying to save me. But for how long will Ram remain ignorant of my being here? How long can Lanka and the Rakshasas survive? It is certain that in every house in this city, Rakshasa widows will soon be lamenting loudly. It is certain that this city of Ravan and the whole Rakshasa race, yes, it will perish. Then she thought within herself and slowly recovered courage. But soon again other thoughts came to her and filled her with gloom. Could it be that Ram gave up his life, unable to bear my loss? It might well be so. Otherwise, could he neglect me and leave me all alone for so many days? Indeed, he is probably happy now, and with the gods. Oh, I must have been guilty of many sins to be thus left to suffer. My heart must be made of stone. How else can I suffer all this and yet survive? Yet, something tells me that Ram is alive. Else I should be dead. Then again, another thought occurred to her. Perhaps he has resolved to spend his life in penance and has laid aside all thought of me. Perhaps... No. How could a warrior forsake his duty and, leaving his wife in the hands of his foe, take up the life of sannyas? How foolish of me to even think of this. The fact is that they do not know where I am. Could it be that Ram has lost his love for me? Out of sight, out of mind, they say. Could it be that he has forgotten me? Oh, no. What a sinful thought. How can my Ram forget me? He never can. And what wrong have I committed that he should cease to think of me? No, this cannot be the reason. Perhaps Ravan has played some trick and treacherously slain the prince. Yes, perhaps... Thus her mind wandered from one sad thought to another and sank ever deeper in the sea of sorrow. She decided that it would be best to hang herself. She could do this with her long braid of hair round her neck and jump down from a branch of the Simsupa tree. Having failed in their attempt to persuade Sita, the Rakshasis did not know what to do next. Some went to inform Ravan of their failure. Some stayed behind to look after Sita. Appearing among them, Trijata, a Rakshasi, reprimanded them, saying,
"Oh, foolish ones, you are talking nonsense. Listen to me. I shall tell you of a dream that I dreamt. The time has come when Lanka shall be destroyed."
Then she proceeded to recount in detail the terrible dream that she had dreamt.
"I saw in my dream a Ram shining like a sun. He had come to Lanka to find Sita. I saw Ravan entering the abode of death. I saw Ram placing Sita on his elephant and carrying her home. I saw Ravan and all the Rakshasis clad in soiled garments and dragged away by the Lord of Death."
Relating this dream to the Rakshasis, Trijata warned them.
"Don't persecute this saintly woman. Don't seek your own destruction. Rather, fall at her feet and beg for her grace."
Even as Trijata was speaking to her companions, Sita, who had resolved to slay herself, suddenly began to see many good omens. Her left eyelids, hand, and foot throbbed auspiciously. A vague courage once again came into her heart, and all ideas of self-destruction disappeared. Hanuman, still sitting hidden above and watching all that happened in the grove, wondered what he should do next. So he reflected, I have done something which no one else could do. I have crossed the sea and discovered Sita. I have seen the city of the Rakshasas and noted its defenses. All that a spy can do without revealing himself to the enemy, I have done. But the situation here is fraught with danger. If I go back now to report what I have seen to Ram and my king, who knows what meanwhile might happen here? Before Ram, Lakshman, and the Vanar host arrive here, Sita, unable to bear her suffering, might put an end to her life. Then all my labors would be lost. So it is not enough to have just seen Sita. I must talk to her, give her news of Ram, and put hope and courage into her heart that she may keep her life in spite of everything. How would Ram receive me if I return without speaking to Sita? I must find some way of speaking to her. In what form should I appear before her? In what language should I speak to her? If suddenly a monkey came and spoke to her in this Ashok grove, Sita would surely suspect foul play and imagine that Ravan was playing some new trick on her. If I appeared suddenly before her, she might cry out in fear. In her present condition, this is most likely to happen. The Rakshasas guarding her, who have now fallen asleep, will be startled awake and discover me. They would know that I have come from their enemy in disguise, and they would bring the Rakshasas to attack me. A great battle would ensue. Of course, I would slay most of them, but the task of comforting Sita and bearing news of her to Ram, that would be jeopardized if I were to be captured and held a prisoner here. No, that would never do. Even if I escape being caught and come out successful in the struggle, I might be wounded and lose strength and be unable to cross the sea. What then would I have gained by having seen Sita? One should never do things in a hurry. One should keep in mind one's main business. King Sugriv and Ram are confidently awaiting my return. Even a little fault on my part now may lead to a great disaster. The first thing to do is to speak with Sita and put joy and hope in her heart. I must approach her in such a way that she can never for a moment entertain a doubt about my good faith. Well, I shall recite in a sweet, low tone, and for her hearing only, the story and virtues of Ram. Her heart would then be filled with joy and trust, displacing suspicion. Only thus can I proceed. Hidden by the branches, Hanuman sang in a sweet and gentle voice the story of Ram, so that it fell on Sita's ears. He said, King Dasarath ruled his kingdom well. His army was mighty and comprised of chariots, elephants, and horses. He was virtuous and a doer of great deeds. He kept his word and was foremost among the famous kings of the world. He was equal to the rishis or sages in virtue and to Indra in statesmanship. He hated no one and harmed no one. All his endeavors were crowned with success. Therefore men called him Satya Prakram, truly valiant. The richest of the Ikshvaku race, a king of kings, the ruler of the world, he enjoyed and communicated happiness. The eldest of his 4 sons was Ramachandra, whose face was like the full moon. Wise, virtuous, and a master of the bow, Ram was beloved of all, and he was full of kindness for all the people in the kingdom, a warrior wedded to virtue. He was the heir to the throne, and yet, to preserve the honor of his father, he left the kingdom with his wife Sita and his brother Lakshman, and lived in the forest. There he vanquished the Rakshasas and protected the rishis. He destroyed Kar and Dushan and their mighty army. Coming to hear of this, Ravan, bent on revenge, induced a Rakshasa to assume the form of a deer and beguiled the princes in pursuit. And in their absence, he carried off Sita by force. Grief-struck Ram went in search of Sita. He met Sugriv, the Vanar, and made friends with him. Ram killed Vali, the Vanar king, and secured to his brother Sugriv the Vanar kingdom. And Sugriv sent his Vanar warriors to all quarters of the globe to find out where Sita was. These Vanar warriors, who could assume whatever shape they desired, searched the whole world for the missing Sita. Following a clue given by Sampati, I crossed the sea and have come here. And now I see one whose form and complexion and qualities are those described to me by Ram as his royal spouses. Having said this, Hanuman paused. These sweet words, uttered by someone from somewhere, filled Sita with wonder and delight. She looked around in all directions to discover who conveyed such sweet thoughts in so sweet a voice and in such exquisite language. She looked around and up and down, but found no human form to match this perfect speech. She only saw a lovely little monkey seated on the branch above her. Sita saw the son of Vayu, the wise minister of the Vanar king, in the form of a little monkey, radiant like the rising sun. Seeing Hanuman, Sita said to herself, "The words I heard, the form I see, they cannot be real. I'm only dreaming. One sees in one's dream what one is constantly brooding over. How often has my mind dwelt on the story of my Lord? Is it any wonder, then, that I seem to hear the tale as told by someone? It is not real. It is only a dream. They say that if one sees a monkey in a dream, it forebodes evil to one's kinfolk. Oh, may God protect Ram from any harm. May God keep all harm away from Lakshman. May God bless all my kinfolk in Mithila." No. This is no dream. My eyes are open and I see the same form still seated above me. There it is, clear and solid. No, this is no dream. And I am not asleep. How can one dream without sleeping? No, this is no dream. Oh, it's real. Oh, God, could this
Could this indeed be a messenger from my dear Lord? Oh, grant that it be so. O Vachespati, master of speech, I salute you. O God of fire, Agni, I salute you. O Lord Brahma, I salute you. O demigods, protect me. Oh, may this be Ram's messenger. Please.
Hanuman, radiant with the joy of seeing Sita, descended to the ground and stood before her, palms joined and head bent in salutation. And he said in a deep, soothing voice, "O mother, tears are falling from your eyes like drops from lotus petals. May I know who you are? Who stands there leaning on the tree trunk, face clouded with sorrow and eyes wet with tears? Are you a goddess? The radiance of your body makes me question whether you could be of merely earthly birth. Are you Rohini, separated for a while from the moon god? Or are you Arundhati, parted from the sage Vasishta? No. On closer observation, you seem to be a human woman, maybe a princess, adorable in your distress. Please tell me who indeed you are. May God bless you. Are you the Princess Sita carried off by Ravan from Janastan? Is my bliss the bliss of seeing Sita, the beloved of Ram?" Sita was beside herself with joy. "My child, indeed I am Sita, daughter of the king of Mithila and Sri Ram's spouse. For 12 years I enjoyed all happiness with him in Ayodhya. In the 13th year, King Dasarath made preparations to crown my husband. Then Kaikeyi, his youngest wife, reminded him of boons he had granted long ago and demanded that, in redemption of his word, he should crown her son Bharat king and exile Ram to the forest. She threatened to kill herself if this was not done. Bound by promise, the king had to yield to her insistence. At his bidding, Ram relinquished the crown and betook himself to the forest, not only without regret, but happy that it was given to him to enable his father to keep his plighted word. I refused to be left behind and insisted on going with my lord into the forest. Even before me, Lakshman had put on bark garments, determined to accompany his brother to the forest and serve him. The 3 of us entered the forest and were living in Dandak. One day, the evil-hearted Ravan carried me off by force, and he has kept me a prisoner here in this Ashok garden. Of the time limit of 12 months he has set for me, only 2 more months remain. When they are over, I shall end my life." Thus spoke the helpless princess in her sorrow. Hanuman replied, "O princess of Mithila, Ram, the noblest of men and the mightiest of warriors, has sent me to you with good news. His beloved brother Lakshman, ever anxious for your welfare, sends through me his salutations to you." Sita exclaimed, Oh, what happiness is mine! I now see the truth of the common saying that so long as life lasts, there is hope. Thus, between the 2 utter strangers, a profound confidence and affection sprang up. Yet when, in his joyful eagerness to console and encourage Sita, Hanuman took a step nearer towards her, Sita lost confidence inspired by his words and again grew suspicious. She shut her eyes and moved away further from the tree. Hanuman, noticing this, withdrew respectfully and, kneeling, stood with hands clasped. Sita exclaimed, "Oh, I have been deceived. You are no other than Ravan. Once you came disguised as a hermit and imposed on me, and now you have come again in another disguise and speak sweet words. All this will bring you no good. Why do you torture me, O Ravan? I am weary and full of sorrow. You call yourself a warrior. Is it a warrior's part to persecute a helpless woman? Then she opened her eyes and thought again. Wait, no. This cannot be Ravan. Trust and friendship spring in my heart at the very sight of him. He can be no enemy of mine. No, it is wrong to suspect him. Oh, Vanar, are you indeed a messenger sent by Ram? Oh, may God bless you. Tell me more concerning Ram. Let my ears hear and my heart rejoice in this nectar. Then once again, doubts assailed her. Oh, am I a victim of delusion, imagining good news? Is this a dream that mocks me with the illusion of joy, to make my despair blacker when I am awake? Am I in my right senses? Of course I am. My thoughts, my words, they're all normal. I am sane and sensible, but then he says that he crossed the sea 900 miles. No, this cannot be true. He is Ravan and none else. So she concluded in her mind, and without lifting her eyes to look at Hanuman, sat apart in silence. Hanuman understood her doubts and fears. They were natural in one who had been deceived by the Rakshasa. He thought for a while and realized that the only approach to her confidence was to awaken hope and joy in her sorely tried heart by extolling Ram and harping on the certainty of her rescue and his victory. So he said, Ram has sent me. Ram, radiant like the sun. Ram, pleasant to look at like the moon. Ram, praised by all the rulers of the earth. Ram, valiant like Lord Vishnu. Ram, wise, handsome, truthful, righteous, well-directed, and a peerless warrior. He has sent me. While a Rakshasa in the shape of a deer drew Ram away in the forest, you were left alone, and Ravan carried you off by force. Soon he will pay dearly for this evil deed. You will see it with your own eyes. Soon the shafts of Ram and Lakshman will strike Lanka and destroy it, along with Ravan and all his race. At Ram's bidding have I come to you, to learn about your safety, which is his constant concern. On Lakshman's behalf I place at your feet his respectful salutations, and so too homage from Sugriv, the Vanar king. Ram, Lakshman, and Sugriv are ever thinking of you. It is my good fortune to have seen you alive. Now there will be no more loss of time. Soon Ram, Lakshman, and Sugriv, accompanied by the whole Vanar army, will descend on Lanka. I am Sugriv's minister. My name is Hanuman. I crossed the sea and reached Lanka. You may take it that my foot is already on the head of the evil-minded Ravan. By Ram's grace, even more than by my own prowess, have I, his servant, crossed the sea to behold you. Do not suspect me. Have faith in my words, mother." So said Hanuman, with tears in his eyes. These sweet words of Hanuman, acting on her great love for Ram, put an end to Sita's fears and gave her courage and faith. She then said, "Oh, forgive my suspicion, O Vanna friend. Deceived by Ravan and surrounded by his artifices, I am prone to needless fear. O friend and messenger of Ram, tell me, how did you first meet Ram? How did the prince make friends with the Vanners? Tell me everything." To confirm her faith, Hanuman recounted once again the virtues and attractive qualities of Ram and Lakshman. He said, "What wonder is there in Ram becoming friends with me and my king and the Vanners, when the whole world lives and finds bliss by his loving kindness?" He proceeded to describe fully how the quarrel arose between Vali and Sugriv, how the latter first met Ram and Lakshman, how they became friends, how Ram promised to slay Vali and secure the Vannar kingdom for Sugriv, how the Vannars had picked up and preserved the jewels dropped by Sita, how with mounting sorrow Ram recognized them, how Vali was slain and Sugriv crowned, how after the rainy season was over the Vannar hosts searched the whole world for Sita, how the party led by Angad and proceeding south, having failed to find her, decided to fast to death, how they met Sampati and received a clue from him, how he, Hanuman, crossed the sea and searched the inner apartments of Ravan. All this he recounted. At the end of the narration, he placed in her hand Ram's signet ring that he had brought. When Sita received the ring, she pressed it to her eyes with joy. Now all fear of Ravan's deceit and Rakshasa magic was over. She had complete faith in Hanuman and infinite affection for him. She exclaimed, "Oh, my child! Oh, how foolish was my error! How could I suspect one like you?" The son of Vayu, the wind god, then explained to her who he was, who his father was, and what his own might was. "Though I, who enjoy the grace of my father Vayu, should not sing my own praises, I do so now to end your sorrow. Soon the Vanna warriors will be here to destroy the Rakshasas and their kingdom. But I must first return and tell them where you are." And then he described Ram's desolation in being parted from Sita, the ascetic life he led, and Sita's heart melted in loving sorrow. Sita forgot her own suffering, thinking of Ram's grief. Then she said, Dear Vannar friend, I do not know whether to rejoice or grieve at the news you have brought. Your words are like nectar mixed with poison. My Lord's love for me is sweetest nectar, and his grief over my plight is bitterest poison. Thus Sita spoke what she felt, and found comfort in putting in words her love and her grief. She further said, We are puppets manipulated by the twin strings of joy and sorrow. None of us can escape their pull. My Lord and Lakshman and myself are all subject to this law. You say my Lord suffers. Oh, when will he come here? Dear Vannar friend, when will he destroy Lanka and Ravan and the other Rakshasas? All this must take place within the 2 months' time left. Oh, will you please explain this to my lord? Only 2 months remain to me. Vibhishan, the younger brother of Ravan, tried his best to persuade the latter to change his ways. Return Sita, he said to Ravan, and save Lanka and the Rakshasa race. All his words have gone in vain. My heart is strong within me. I know Ravan is on the road to the abode of death. Soon my lord will vanquish his foes and redeem me. I have no doubt about this. My innocent heart tells me this, and it cannot prove false. Then Sita went on speaking with tears in her eyes. Hanuman could not bear the sight of her suffering and exclaimed, "Mother, I shall go at once and bring back Ram. He will descend on Lanka with a mighty army. But why should you suffer any longer? If you are agreeable, just sit on my back. I shall carry you across the ocean and restore you in a moment to Ram. Do not for a moment doubt my ability to do this. Permit me, O pure of heart, to do this service. I can not only carry you and restore you to Ram, but I have the power to wrench Lanka from its foundations and throw it and its ruler at Ram's feet. Please sit on my back now, and you will rejoin Ram. As I sprang and came here, so would I spring and reach the other shore with you." Thus Hanuman went on speaking out of his affection and enthusiasm. And Sita wondered how the little monkey before her could hope to carry her across the ocean. Hanuman saw her doubt, and so to demonstrate his powers, he jumped off from the platform and began to grow big in size. Sita was pleased, but she said, "O son of Vayu, I realize your strength, yet it is not right that you should carry me. On the way, the Rakshasas are sure to intercept and challenge you. They will hurl their weapons at you. Your care will be to guard me. You will not be able to fix all your mind on the battle, and that could be a serious setback to the strongest warrior. In a battle, one cannot be certain of victory, and what would be my fate if you should fall? And besides, in the violent convolutions of a heady fight, how could I be sure of maintaining my position on your back? I may slip and fall into the sea. It is clear, therefore, that you should not try to cross the sea with me. Apart from that, Hanuman, if you snatch me away stealthily from the Rakshasas, it would be no credit to the valor of my lord. The honor of the warrior race demands that he should come and fight, vanquish Ravan, and redeem me as the prize of victory. Would Ram want me stolen back, even as Ravan stole me from him? No, my son. Return, and quickly bring Ram here with Lakshman and the Vanar army. Let my lord's arrows destroy Lanka and send Ravan to death's abode. His victory is certain. Like the fierce sun at the hour of doom, Ram's arrows will burn the Rakshasa people to ashes. Hanuman replied, "You are right. I shall return alone. But what shall I tell Ram? What sign shall I carry of my having met you and talked with you?" Hearing these words, all her happy life with Ram came like a flood to her memory, and her eyes were filled with tears. If she told Hanuman, and Hanuman told Ram some intimate happenings known only to herself and her lord, it would be proof of Hanuman having seen her, and it would also make Ram see her present disconsolate state. With flowing tears, she recounted incidents of their forest life. Once, in Chitrakoot, my lord and I wandered about in the grove beside the river and became weary, and so we rested on the ground. he laid his head upon my lap and fell asleep. During this, a crow came down and hungrily pecked at my bosom. I drove it off, but again and again it returned and troubled me. I then flung a pebble at it, but even that had no effect. Ram was then roused from slumber and saw me thus troubled and weeping in pain. At first, when he saw what the matter was, and found it was only a crow, he was inclined to laugh at my discomfiture. But he saw the bruise the crow had made, and discovered that the bird was really a demon. The bird flew for its life, but Ram shot a dart at it, which pursued it wherever it went, till at last the crow sought Ram's feet for refuge, and found pardon there. Hanuman, tell him of this incident. I cannot wait for many more days. Tell him to come quickly and save me. Again she was in tears as she said, and on another occasion we were both wandering all alone in the forest. I was tired. Perspiration had washed off the tilak on my forehead. My lord playfully plucked a pinch of red mineral from the rock and applied it between my brows with his own sweet hands. Ask him if he remembers this incident. As she went on recalling happy memories of the past, the weight of her present sorrow overwhelmed her, and she wept and said, "What should I tell Ram? What is there that he does not know? Does he need my words to rouse his indignation? Only tell my lord that I embrace his feet. That is enough. There is Lakshman beside him, the brother born to serve him, and of unrivaled skill in weapons. Oh, looking at his sweet face, my lord even forgot his grief for his father's death. The pure-hearted hero, dear Lakshman, parted from his own mother and came away with us, and regarded me as his mother. Tell him he should come and end my suffering." As she thought of Lakshman's heroism and devoted loyalty, Sita's eyes were just filled with tears. When Ram had gone chasing the golden deer, did she not insult him and fling burning words at the selfless and devoted friend? The thought of this injustice filled her repentant heart with insufferable pain. She was unwilling to part from Hanuman, who had come to her and consoled her, just as she was about to put an end to her life. At the same time, she wanted him to return quickly to Ram and give him news concerning her. At last she said, "My child, here is my jewel given by my mother at my wedding and fixed on my forehead by the late emperor. Take it and give it to my husband as a sign from me." So saying, she untied a knot at the corner of her sari, took out the divine jewel and handed it to Hanuman, who received it with humble reverence. When Hanuman had the jewel in his hand, pride and joy filled his mind. His heart was far away with Ram. Mentally, he had recalled Ram's presence and conveyed the glad message of his discovery. Only his body now stayed in Lanka. Sita then said, "Dear friend, you must tell Ram all you have learned here, and it will be your good fortune to help him to achieve victory. As Hanuman was about to leave, Sita spoke again. Dear Hanuman, convey my affection to the prince, and also to King Sugriv and the other Vanar leaders. Tell them from me that I implore them to give help to Ram to save me from this sea of sorrow. You, more than anyone else, I hope, will encourage and show the way to the prince in all matters. Hanuman answered, Lay aside your sorrow, dear princess. Ram, Lakshman, and the Vanar army will descend on Lanka, destroy the Rakshasas, and redeem you. Have no doubt. As he was about to go, Sita said again, Should you not stay here somewhere for a while and rest? Should you return at once? Your visit has given me such great consolation and made me forget my grief for a while. When you leave, I shall sink again in my sea of sorrow. You came here crossing the great ocean. How will Ram and the big army cross it? Have you thought of that? Doubts assailed her once again, but Hanuman replied, Have no doubt, my queen. Do you think I am the only Vanar who could cross the sea? There is not a Vanar who has less power and skill than I. Not only Sugriv, but many in his army can fly round the world. What is this narrow sea to them? There are thousands among us who can roam in the sky. Have no doubt whatsoever. Do you think they would send the best among them as a mere messenger? Dear lady, have done with sorrow, for you will soon see me with the two mighty princes on my back. They will lay waste to this city with arrows. They will destroy Ravan and all his race. You have as good as crossed the ocean of sorrow and reached the other shore. God bless you. In a few days you will see the two princes standing, bow in hand, at the gates of Lanka, destroying the Rakshasa host. You will see the Vanara army leaping with joy over the ruined city. Once they hear the news from me, they will not delay a moment. I have only to tell them, and they will start at once. Oh, do not lose heart. Saying this, and bowing profoundly, Hanuman prepared to go. Then Sita cried out, Tell Ram and Lakshman that I am alive. See that no time is lost. Oh, Hanuman, may God bless you. After taking leave of Sita, Hanuman sat for a while on the top of the garden wall and began to think. What can I do to put courage into Sita and some fear into Ravan and his friends to shake their arrogant confidence? It would be good to leave them some souvenir of my visit, some indication of what the future has in store for them. It is clear I must instill some fear into Ravan to prevent him from troubling Sita in the meantime. Fear is the only argument demons understand. Ravan has untold wealth, and one cannot separate his friends from him. Hence conciliation, bribery, and sowing discord are useless in this case. I should therefore do something terrible to frighten them and warn them not to ill-treat Sita. Yes, I must do this before I go away. At once he began to grow, and he assumed a huge form and began to lay waste the grove. Trees fell cracking to the ground, bowers collapsed, pools and artificial hills were disfigured and destroyed. The beautiful Ashok Park soon became a mass of ruin, from which the deer and the birds fled in fear. The slumbering Rakshasis woke up and were bewildered to see this frightening sight. Hanuman sat on top of the wall of the garden, a huge figure of wrathful menace, waiting for the answer to his challenge. The Rakshasis quaked with terror at the sight of the stranger, and some ran to tell Ravan the news. Some approached Sita and asked,
"How did this huge monkey come here? You should know who he is. Did he say anything to you? Tell us the truth. Do not be afraid to speak out."
Sita said, "How do I know what can happen in this spellbinding world of Rakshasas? This monkey is probably one of the Rakshasas, and you are likely to know more about him than I." The Rakshasas fled in fear from the park and reported to Ravan what had happened.
"O king, a huge monkey, terrible to look at, has laid waste the royal garden. It was in secret talk with Sita."
Of course, they failed to add that they had fallen asleep, and thus gave a chance for Sita to talk to the monkey. They added,
"We tried our best to get some information from Sita. We asked her who he was and how he came there and what he told her. She refused to answer. You should seize and slay that creature, but send someone strong. The beautiful grove is completely devastated, except for the Simsupa tree under which Sita is seated. Its spreading branches have suffered no damage. The monkey which laid waste the pools and bowers has spared the habitation of Sita. There must be a reason for this. We suspect that this is not an ordinary wild animal. It must have been sent by some enemy of yours, either Indra or Kubera. Or could it have anything to do with Ram? How did this monkey dare to talk to Sita? He must be a messenger from Ram. Send your warriors to capture this terrible beast."
Ravan was furious on hearing that his favorite park, set apart for his queens, had been destroyed. His eyes glowed like twin torches, and hot tears rolled down from them like drops of burning oil. He turned to the bodyguard standing beside him, ever eager to do his bidding, and ordered them at once to go and destroy the monster monkey. A strong force started to execute the king's commands, armed with maces and spears and other weapons. The Rakshasa warriors saw with amazement a mighty Vanar seated on the garden gate, who, at their approach, grew to still bigger size and formidable menace. Hanuman shouted, "Oh, you have come, have you?" He jumped down, brandished his tail, and striking the ground with it, roared till the four quarters shook. He snatched the huge iron bar from the gate, and, armed with this weapon, began to attack them all. He sprang and leaped in all directions, and, whirling the iron rod, struck the Rakshasas down one by one. After finishing them thus, he resumed his seat on the top of the pillared entrance and roared once again, "Long live Ram! Long live Lakshman! Long live King Sugriv! O Rakshasas of Lanka, your doom is near! The great warriors Ram, Lakshman, and King Sugriv have sent me here to destroy you! Come on in your thousands! I stand here ready to hurl you to destruction! I have saluted Sita and received her blessings, and now I am going to destroy your city!" All Lanka heard the thunder of his words and quaked in terror. When the news reached Ravan, that the warriors sent against Hanuman were all slain, he opened wide his fierce eyes in amazement and wrath.
What is it you say?
He called Jambumali, the matchless warrior, son of Prabhasta, and he said to him,
Go at once! Punish this monkey and report here back to me!
The Rakshasa Jambumali took some time to put on armor, take up weapons, and get ready to meet his foe. Meanwhile, Hanuman was not sitting still. He climbed to the top of a temple in the park and stood there, shining against the horizon like a second sun suddenly risen in the sky. He magnified his body still further and looked like a golden mountain range up in the heavens. His roar filled the city of Lanka and raised echoes from all the 8 quarters. The hearts of the Rakshasas trembled in fear. Hanuman again shouted, Long live Ram! Long live Lakshman! Long live King Sugriv! I have come here as an envoy of the king of Kaushal. I have come to destroy Lanka. I am Hanuman, son of Vayu, who has come here to utterly destroy the enemies of Ram. I have vowed before Sita and received her blessings. I possess the strength to vanquish 1,000 Ravans. Big boulders and uprooted trees, I shall aim at the Rakshasas and destroy them. That is what I have come here for. The sentries in the temple took up various weapons and attacked him. Hanuman jumped down and plucked up a big pillar supporting the temple and stood there like the destroyer of the universe. Whirling his massive weapon easily as though it were a willow wand, Hanuman struck down and killed the sentries. The temple from which the pillar had been removed collapsed. As Hanuman struck the ground with the pillar, sparks of fire flew all around. Again he shouted, In Sugriv's army, there are monkeys much mightier than I, and they will soon be here. You and your king and your city will be destroyed by them, root and branch. Your king has incurred the enmity of the lord of the Ikshvaku race. Lanka is nearing its end. Destruction awaits the Rakshasas. The god of death is approaching Ravan. Jambumali arrived at last, with wide glaring eyes and ugly irregular teeth, dressed in scarlet, with large golden rings in his ears, bow in hand, garland around his neck, sword at his hip. He came in a chariot rattling like thunder. Hanuman set his eyes on the chariot, which was dragged by enormous mules, and he got ready. Seated in his chariot, Jambumali bent his bow and aimed and shot a few arrows at Hanuman, who was seated on the wall. They wounded his face and drew blood, which added to the beauty of his face. It was as if a red lotus had suddenly blossomed in the heavens. The wounds enraged Hanuman, who picked up a big boulder and flung it at the chariot. He uprooted a sal tree and, twirling it, flung it at Jambumali. Then he picked out a huge iron rod from the temple, aimed it at the chariot, reduced it to splinters, and crushed the huge body of Jambumali into a shapeless mass, in which neither head nor limbs could be distinguished. The results of this battle were duly reported to Ravan. He was struck with wonder.
This is indeed something strange. This murderous brute is not an animal, certainly not a mere monkey. It is some new creature devised by my old enemies, the demigods, to annoy me.
Ravan then ordered mighty commanders to go with a great army to capture the creature and produce it before him. The Rakshasa chiefs went forth in a great array of chariots. In full force they attacked Hanuman, who was, as before, stationed on top of the entrance and was laughing aloud in disdainful unconcern. They showered missiles on him, which glanced harmlessly off his adamantine frame. With each dart or arrow that struck him, he grew in stature and fierceness, and ranging all round with energy, pelted them with rocks and huge tree trunks, till all the leaders lay crushed and slain, and the survivors fled in panic and despair. Having killed or put to flight the entire contingent of Rakshasas, Hanuman roared in triumph, and Lanka trembled at the roar. He resumed his seat on the stone battlement on the top of the garden gate. Hearing of the defeat of the force sent to capture Hanuman and the slaughter of 5 of his best commanders, fear for the first time entered Ravan's heart. He reflected anxiously.
It is extraordinary that a solitary monkey should have this devastating valor and purposeful malevolence. This is clearly a conspiracy of the gods.
But he kept his concern to himself and laughed sarcastically. He looked round at all the members of his great council. His son, the heroic Aksha, stood foremost, eager for battle, and the proud father bade him go forth to battle against the tremendous foe. Radiant with youth and health, and glowing with high courage at this opportunity of distinguishing himself, Aksha went forth in a shining chariot, confident of victory. In a golden chariot acquired through penance rode Ravan's young son. When he saw Hanuman seated on the stone battlement above the gateway, and noted approvingly the beautiful symmetry of his mighty limbs and the majestic fearlessness of his look, Aksha felt that here was a foe worthy of his steel, and so he summoned all his strength and resolution to do him honor. The young warrior aimed 3 sharp arrows at Hanuman. They struck his body and drew blood. But Hanuman's strength increased, and his face shone with new splendor. He too was pleased with the prowess of the youthful Rakshasa. The battle between the two grew fierce. Hundreds of arrows zoomed into the sky and hit Hanuman. Like rain falling on a rock, they fell on Hanuman's body. Rising in the air, Hanuman dodged about, evading the arrows. He admired Aksha's youthful promise and heroism, and was sorry to have to slay him. But there was no other way, for the prince seemed to get more and more formidable as the fight went on, and it was unwise to take chances with him. At last Hanuman hardened his heart and decided to destroy the youth. He rushed against Aksha's chariot and broke it to pieces. The horses fell dead. The Rakshasa prince stood on the ground chariotless. Undaunted, he rose in the air with bow and sword and attacked Hanuman. A great battle took place in the air. In the end, Aksha's bones were crushed and splintered, and he fell down dead. Hearing that the prince had been killed by Hanuman, Ravan shook with rage. But controlling himself, he called his son Indrajit, the conqueror of Indra. He said to him,
You have mastered all weapons. You have vanquished the gods and demons in battle. You have, by your austerities, called Lord Brahma down and secured from him the Brahmastra, the most powerful weapon. There is none in the world who can oppose you. Fatigue cannot approach you. Your knowledge of battle is unique. You have attained strength through austerity. Nothing is impossible for you, my son. None can equal you in foresight. The soldiers I sent, and Jambumali, and the 5 generals of our army, and your dear brother Aksha,
They have all been slain by a terrible foe who has raided us in the form of a monkey. Now, it is your duty to avenge them, and do not underrate him. It seems he cannot be vanquished by weapons. He cannot be brought down in wrestling. So consider well what needs to be done. Do it and return victorious. The divine weapons you have secured through austerity can serve you at this moment. Without allowing your mind to wander, fight with concentration and return triumphant.
Indrajit, bright like the gods, accepted his father's command with reverence, and receiving his blessings, went with courage and eagerness toward the Ashok Park. Standing in a chariot drawn by 4 fierce lions and twanging his bowstring, Indrajit proceeded towards Hanuman. His chariot sounded like a roaring wind. His lotus-like eyes shone with victory. As Hanuman saw the chariot coming towards him, he was filled with joy. Indrajit, too, skillful in battle, bent his bow and got his sharp arrows ready for Hanuman. Knowing that a great battle was at hand, celestial beings assembled in the sky to watch it. At the sight of Indrajit, Hanuman roared and increased his stature still further. Silently, the Rakshasa warrior dispatched his darts. Showers of arrows began to descend, as in the famous battle of the gods and their cousins, the demons. Hanuman rose in the sky and, moving with speed like lightning, struck down the sharp arrows. His roar made the quarters echo, drowning the drum beats and the bow twangs of the Rakshasa. The battle raged with increasing fury and filled all beholders with amazement. In skill and strength, the two warriors were perfect equals. No matter how often he was wounded, Hanuman's strength showed no signs of lessening. Indrajit therefore said to himself, "My arrows cannot vanquish this monkey. What my father said is true. He can be bound only by using the Brahmastra." The Rakshasa prince sent forth the Brahmastra. At its very touch, the Vana warrior lay bound and helpless. Hanuman realized what had happened. He said to himself, "I have been bound by the Brahmastra." Hanuman too had secured a boon from Lord Brahma, and this he now remembered, saying to himself, "This will keep me bound for only 4/5 of an hour, so I run no real risk. Let me see what the Rakshasas do to me while I lie bound and helpless, for I might find a further opportunity to obtain information for Ram." As instructed by Lord Brahma when he gave him the gift of immortality, he surrendered himself to the Brahmastra and lay down on the ground, inactive but in full possession of his faculties. When they saw Hanuman lying helpless on the ground, the Rakshasas, who till then stood at a distance in fear, surrounded him and danced with joy. They called him insulting names and praised their prince. They shouted,
"We shall cut you to pieces! Let us eat him up now! We shall drag him to the throne of our Ravan!"
But a few among them feared and said,
"This fellow is only pretending. He may get up suddenly and attack us."
So they brought ropes of jute and coconut fiber, bound him hard, and shouted exultingly,
"Now that we have bound him, let us drag him to the Lord of the Rakshasas."
Indrajit, who discovered too late and could not prevent this foolish mistake of the Rakshasas, felt sad and thought, "Alas, they have undone all my work. These fools do not know the secrets of supernatural weapons. By using ropes for binding him, the astra withdraws its power. The force of the mantra is undone when physical bonds are added. Hanuman is now held only by the ropes, which he can burst asunder, and the Brahmastra cannot be used a second time." Hanuman also understood this, and knew he could spring up free if he liked. But he welcomed the opportunity to meet and talk to Ravan, and so allowed himself to be dragged to the king, patiently bearing all their insults and cruelties in seeming helplessness. They belabored and foully abused him, dragged him through the streets, and women and children came out to look at him and jeer. His captors took him to the court of Ravan and placed him in front of the king. Forgetting the pain and insults he had borne, Hanuman gazed with wrathful curiosity at the giant monarch. As he gazed at him, resplendent on his throne, a sort of pitying admiration of the doomed Rakshasa entered his thoughts. Dressed in silk of golden hue, with the royal crown on his head, the jewels inlaid in it shining brilliantly, Ravan sat there, a figure of dazzling splendor. The whole court was brilliant with shining gold, gems, pearls, and silk. His dark body, lit up by the marks of royalty, looked like a great radiant hill. Alas, thought Hanuman, full of anger, wonder, and pity, if only this great one had not swerved from the path of virtue, not even Indra, the king of gods, could equal him. What a form! What radiance! What strength! Trusting in the boon he had secured, he took to wicked ways, has lost his happiness, and forfeited his greatness. As Hanuman was lost in thought, Ravan addressed his ministers.
Find out from this wicked fellow who he is, where he has come from, who has sent him here, and why he entered Lanka. Tell him to speak truthfully.
As ordered by the king, Prahasta questioned Hanuman.
Do not be afraid, monkey. If you speak the truth, you will escape punishment. Did Indra send you here? Or are you the servant of the god of death? Whose orders are you carrying out? Speak the truth and save yourself. Why have you come here thus disguised? Do not hide anything.
Hanuman, facing Ravan directly, said, Neither Indra nor Kubera has sent me here. I am a Vanar. I came here to have a look at the Rakshasa king. That was why I laid waste the garden. Otherwise I could not get to the king's presence. And because your men attacked me and tried to kill me, I killed them in self-defense. I have come here as the messenger of Sugriv, the Vanar king. O Rakshasa king, my lord looks on you as a brother and sends you his greetings. Ramchandra, the famous son of King Dasarath of Ayodhya, has become a friend of Sugriv, and slaying Bali, he has made Sugriv king. When Ramchandra, heir to the throne of Ayodhya, was living in the Dandak forest to fulfill his father's word, his wife, who had been left alone for a while, was stolen. At the behest of Ram and Lakshman, Sugriv has sent his servants to look for her throughout the world. I came to Lanka on this search, and here I saw the good princess. O Lord of the Rakshasas, I speak to you with the respect due from the messenger of a brother king. I speak to you also as a devoted servant of Ram, the Prince of Ayodhya. You know well it was a cowardly act and totally contrary to morality to carry off the Princess Sita. This is sure to end in the destruction of your race if you persist in your wicked folly. So restore Sita to the prince and seek his forgiveness. Know that death has come to you in the form of Sita. Do not mistake poison for food. It is not wisdom to oppose morality and run into deadly danger. You know well enough that the sin of desiring another's wife will consume the merit you have earned through austerity and destroy you inevitably. Your only recourse now is to seek refuge at Ram's feet. Do not make Ram your enemy and bring about your own destruction. The boons you have secured will avail you nothing against Ram, the prince of the Raghu race. Consider well and realize the danger you are in. Pay heed to the words of this humble messenger of the Vanar king. Turn to the right path and find safety. These words from a brother king are true and meant for your welfare. When the Rakshasa king heard these words, his eyes grew red with anger, and he ordered that Hanuman should be killed forthwith. But Vibhishan, Ravan's brother, pointed out that it would be improper to kill a king's envoy. According to the law of kings, it is not permitted on any account to kill envoys and messengers. You can have him mutilated, whipped, or branded, but not killed. Then Ravan asked,
What is wrong in killing one who has sinned so greatly?
And Vibhishan replied with due politeness, No matter how grievous his offense, it was done at the bidding of others. To leave his royal masters alone and to slay their instrument, a mere messenger, what use is that? Let us by all means seek ways of punishing those that sent him here. They must be brought here and given due punishment. If he is slain now, what chance is there of our real enemies being brought here? If, on the other hand, he is sent back alive to them, they will come here and attack us. Then they will receive proper punishment at your hands. Ravan said,
Very well. A monkey's most cherished possession is his tail. So set fire to his tail, flog him soundly, and then get rid of him.
At these words of the Rakshasa king, his servants took Hanuman out. They wrapped his tail in rags of all kinds. His tail grew in size, and as it grew, they brought more and more old rags and wrapped them round. They soaked the whole tail in oil and set it ablaze like a huge flaming torch. Thus bound by ropes and with his tail on fire, Hanuman was taken through the streets of Lanka. The people shouted,
There goes the thief that entered our city!
They jeered at him as he was taken round by the exulting Rakshasas to the accompaniment of pipes and drums through all the highways and byways of Lanka. In the Ashok Park, the Rakshasis told Sita,
That monkey with whom you had a secret talk, do you know what has happened to him? They have wrapped his tail in cloth, soaked it in oil, and have set it on fire. His tail is blazing now. They are taking him in procession through the town.
They told Sita the tale and laughed in scorn. She then kindled a fire and offered a prayer to the god of fire, saying, O Agni, if there be any goodness in me, any purity, be cool to Hanuman, cool, do not hurt him. Hanuman endured the blows and the insults heaped upon him, and proceeded from street to street, quietly observing everything. The Rakshasas, to amuse their women and children, took him through all the streets and by-lanes of the city, and he noted in silence, for future use, all the secrets of that fortified city. Then he noticed something uncanny and thought, "But what is this miracle? The rags soaked in oil are burning brightly, but the fire does not hurt. In fact, it's cool on my tail. The elements themselves seem kind to one engaged on Ram's purpose. Did not the mountain rise above the sea and offer me hospitality? Even so, the god of fire is gracious to me now and does not harm me. Or maybe Agni, being a friend of my father Vayu, is being gentle with me. Now I think I should not pass up this opportunity, which has come to me unsought, to put the fear of God into these Rakshasas." Suddenly he shrank in size and shook off the ropes that bound him. Then, resuming his huge shape, he jumped with his blazing tail to the top of a tall building. He seized a pillar there and whirled it round, striking terror into all the beholders. Then he jumped from mansion to mansion, setting fire to them. In a little while, a strong breeze began to blow, and the whole city was in flames. The Rakshasas and their women and children shouted in terror and ran here, there, and everywhere.
This monkey is no other than the god of death or the god of fire!
Recalling the insults he had suffered, Hanuman was pleased when he saw the flames rise. He sat on the summit of the Trikut hill and contemplated with satisfaction the red glow of the burning city. Then he went to the sea. Plunging in, he put out the fire in his tail and came ashore. Then he exclaimed grievously, "Alas, alas, what have I done? I have lost my senses in my rage. What is the use of strength and skill and all other gifts if one cannot control one's anger? Sita also must have perished in this great fire I have raised. My angry deed has led to the utter ruin of my whole purpose. Alas, there is no fool, no sinner like me on earth. My rage against the Rakshasas has ended in the death of Sita. Here and now, I must put an end to my life and to my shame." Then he heard some voices in the sky. The celestials were rejoicing and saying, "What a miracle! Glory be to Hanuman's prowess! Except the spot where Sita is, all Lanka is in flames." Hearing this ethereal conversation, Hanuman was relieved and said to himself, "Sita has saved herself, and she has saved me, for it was her purity and power that kept the fire from harming me. How can fire help paying homage to the goddess of chastity? What can fire do to fire? This fire that I started could not go near Sita. And is not all this Ram's purpose? Did not the Ocean King and Minak Mountain come to my help?" Thinking thus, Hanuman went straight to the Ashok Park again, and there, under the Simsup tree, he saw Sita, who was greatly relieved to see him alive and cheerful. Rejoicing, he bowed down before her and said, "O mother, you are safe and sound. This is your power and my good fortune. Now please give me leave to go." Sita said, "You are indeed a hero. For you there is nothing impossible. See that my lord comes here soon and lays low the Rakshasas and redeems me. I depend on you, my son. You alone can achieve this."
Hanuman replied,
"Be assured that Sugriv will soon be here with Ram and Lakshman and the thousands of Vanars. Ravan and his wicked hordes will perish. The happy prince will return with you to Ayodhya. Grieve no more, and God bless you."
Thus consoling her, Hanuman took leave of Sita. He went to the shore of the sea and, climbing up the beautiful hill called Arista, rose into the sky. On the way, he saw Minak eagerly awaiting him. He affectionately stroked it with his hand, but did not stop. He flew straight like an arrow shot from a bow. At the sight of the Mahendra hill, he knew that he was near the other shore, and he roared. The Vanars, meanwhile, who saw Hanuman flying towards them like a great eagle across the sky, shouted, "He is come! He is come!" Till now, their hearts had been full of anxiety and their eyes full of tears, but now they jumped in their joy. Jambavan exclaimed,
"It is certain he is returning in triumph, else he would not roar in this manner."
They climbed up trees and hills and stood watching with joy the approach of Hanuman returning from Lanka. And Hanuman rejoiced to see the mountains and trees all covered with his friends. Amid their glad uproar, he alighted on the Mahendra hill. Beside themselves with joy at the sight of Hanuman, the Vanaras assembled on the Mahendra peak, and the veteran Jambavan, welcoming the son of Vayu with great affection, spoke on behalf of all.
"We are eager to hear a full account of your journey and its triumphant conclusion. More particularly, we are anxious to know how you discovered Sita, and how is she now? What is the state of her mind and body? And tell us about Ravan's state and behavior. And knowing everything, we shall be in a position to consider and decide what needs to be done next."
Thus, in proper sequence and without omission, Hanuman recounted all that had happened during the passage and in the city of Lanka. How he searched for Sita in vain in Ravan's palace. How he found her at last in the Ashok Park. How there Ravan begged her and was spurned by her. What dire threats he held out. How the Rakshasis teased her and drove her to think of putting an end to her life. And how it was at this juncture he approached and gave her news of Ram and hope and interest in life. With tears in his eyes, he told them what a divinely precious soul Sita was, and how nobly she had borne herself. Then he narrated how he had destroyed the park and killed the Rakshasa warriors, how he was finally bound by Indrajit and produced before Ravan. He described what took place at the interview, and how, as a punishment for his boldness of speech, they set fire to his tail, furnishing him thereby with a great torch with which he set their city ablaze. After this full narration of the happenings, Hanuman said,
Our efforts have been successful so far because of the power of the chastity of Sita, who is chastity incarnate. When I think of her, I wonder how Ravan could seize and carry her away and yet escape being burnt to ashes. But Ravan also had accumulated great power through his austerity. Even so, Sita could have reduced him to ashes if she had chosen. But she patiently endured all this, because she wanted the punishment to proceed from her lord. And now, what is your advice? Shall we go straight to Lanka, destroy Ravan and the Rakshasas, recover Sita, and then restore her to Ram? It is not as if we have not the strength to do this. Single-handed I can destroy them and leave not a trace behind. And Jambavan too, all by himself, can utterly destroy the Rakshasas. And so can our Prince Angad, and so can Panas or Neel. So can Minda and Dvivid, the sons of Asvin. Yes, there are many among us who can slay Ravan and the Rakshasa hordes. Indeed, I proclaimed aloud in Lanka, I, the messenger of Ram, and the minister of Sugriv, have come to destroy you. Angad, listening to all this, full of indignation, jumped up saying, I can do it alone, and there are so many of us here, eager warriors thirsting for battle. It would be improper after all these days to go to Ram empty-handed without Sita. Yes, let us go straight to Lanka, destroy Ravan and the Rakshasa army, and then return to Kishkinda with Sita in our midst. Jambavan, old and wise, uttered a gentle protest.
No, it is not right, dear Prince. We should report everything to Ram and Lakshman, and then do what they desire. Ram's purpose should be fulfilled in the manner that he desires. That alone is proper.
All the Vanars, including Hanuman and Angad, agreed that this was the right thing to do. They then rose into the sky and flew straight towards Kishkinda. They alighted near the protected park of the Banar king. Ecstatic, they made their way into it, drank honey, and ate fruit, regardless of the warnings of the guards. They indulged in unrestrained revelry and ruined the beautiful park. Unable to stand the riotous behavior of the mirth-makers, Dadimukha, Sugriv's uncle and keeper of the royal park, hurried to the king and complained thus.
Your protected park has been laid waste. The Vanaras that went south have returned. Alighting in the garden, they are behaving outrageously. They pay no heed to my words. On the contrary, they assaulted and insulted me, drank up and ruined all the honeycombs, and plucked and ate fruit as they liked. And now they are lying senseless as a result of their revelry. The trees and plants are all in ruins. The king should forthwith inflict punishment on these undisciplined Vanars.
Sugriv understood the position at once and said,
Lakshman, it is clear that Hanuman, Jambavan, and Angad have succeeded in their search and are celebrating their triumph in this manner.
Saying this, he turned to Dadimukha and said to him,
Send them all here at once.
Dadimukha now understood the real state of affairs, and hastening to the Vanaras, conveyed to them the king's command. Sugriv's conjecture was like nectar to Ram's ears. They eagerly awaited the arrival of the Vanars. In a short while, a great clamor was in the air, and the Vanar hordes alighted with cries of triumph. Hanuman and Angad, leading the Vanars, marched to the presence of their king, who with Ram and Lakshman was awaiting their coming. Hanuman bowed and said, I have seen the goddess of purity, your queen. She is safe and well in Lanka. I salute her from here across space." And he turned southwards and offered worshipful salutation. Thus succinctly did Hanuman convey to the prince the glad news that Sita was found and was well in body and mind. Sugriva and Lakshman, beside themselves with joy, embraced Ram. "Dear Vanar friends," exclaimed the Prince of Ayodhya, "tell me exactly where Sita is, and how is she? How did you manage to see her? Tell me everything in detail." His eager inquiries came quick one upon the other. The other Vanaras turned to Hanuman, who stood behind, and asked him to narrate all that he had seen and done. Hanuman began to tell the tale. With his unrivaled courage and strength, and single-handed, he had performed a mighty task, and yet he did not push himself forward into the presence of Prince Ram or King Sugriva, but gave prominence to Angad, the aged Jambavan, and the others, and was silent until they asked him to speak. "Crossing the 900 miles of water, I reached the city of the wicked Ravan on the southern shore. There, in a park attached to the palace, I saw Sita being held prisoner and closely guarded. It was wonderful to see her emaciated form. She maintained her life only in the thought of her Lord and the repetition of his name. Cruel and ugly Rakshasis surrounded her. I saw her lying on the ground, her hair unkempt, and her face clouded by sorrow and anxiety. When I reached there, she had resolved to put an end to her life, to escape from the Rakshasa king's demands and threats. I began uttering praises of your glory in a low voice. Unknown to her, and a mere monkey, I had to secure her confidence first. Then I spoke to her. I told her of the alliance between King Sugriva and yourself. I told her of your great grief and unchanging love. Oh, this filled her with sweet sorrow, and awakened hope in her and the desire to live. Asked for a token which I might convey to you, the angel of purity gave me this jewel to be given to you. She also told me how a crow had once troubled her while you were asleep, and how you were grieved about it. She asked me to remind you of the incident. She wanted me to remind you of another occasion when, roaming among the hills, perspiration had made her tilak trickle down her forehead, and you replaced it with red ochre rubbed out of a rock. She asked me to tell you that she would struggle and keep alive for a month, but then she would perish at the hands of Ravan, or she would seek her own release of death. She asked me to convey her respects to the Vanar king. Now let us think, and make preparations at once for proceeding to Lanka to redeem the princess." Saying this, he handed the crest jewel of Sita to the prince. Ram took the jewel from Hanuman's hand, and at the sight of it fainted, racked beyond bearing between the extremes of joy and grief. Awakening, he pressed the jewel to his chest and cried, "O Lakshman!" Again he embraced Hanuman and said, "Heroic son of Vayu, blessed are you who have seen Sita. Oh, I too see her before me now. You have indeed brought her to me. Oh, hero, my heart's friend, tell me everything again in full. Tell me once again what Sita said. Oh, let me hear her words, which are sweet like water to parched lips." Hanuman narrated the whole story to the eager listeners, and Ram wept when Hanuman repeated these words of Sita. "Many Rakshasas has my Ram slain, but why has he not come here yet to slay Ravan and save me from my sufferings? Why has he not sent brave Lakshman to slay the wretch? It cannot be that my Lord has grown indifferent towards me, for I know of no wrong I have ever committed in thought or word or deed to lose his love." Then Hanuman said, I tried to console her, saying, Ram is ever thinking of you and grieving for you. He knows no rest, so do not imagine that Ram and Lakshman have forgotten you. No words of mine could describe their grief. Now that I am going to tell them you are here, it will not be long before they come and destroy Ravan and return with you in triumph to Ayodhya. It was then that she untied the jewel from a knot in a corner of her sari and gave it to me. I placed it on my head in reverence, and securing it, started to return. Then she stopped me and uttered a benediction again, saying, Friend Hanuman, convey the news of my welfare to the lions, my lord and his brother, and to Sugriv and his ministers. Oh, devise your plans and help him come here to redeem me. I trust in you, Hanuman, absolutely. May God bless you. Hanuman gazed at Ram. Lay aside your grief, my lord, and figure out now what has to be done. Sita doubted how you and the Vanar army could cross the sea. I assured her that she need have no fear or doubt on that score, since, by no means the strongest among the Vanars, I myself crossed it, as she could see. I said to her that I myself could carry Ram and Lakshman on my shoulders and cross the sea and bring them there. Ram heard Hanuman with heart and eyes overflowing, and when he had come to the end of his narrative, said, The deed done by Hanuman, none else in the world could even conceive of attempting, crossing the sea, entering Lanka protected by Ravan and his formidable hosts, and accomplishing his king's wishes, not only fully, but beyond the fondest hopes of all. And it saddened Ram to think that it was not in his power to reward Hanuman adequately for the supreme joy he had brought. And he said, O Hanuman, let this embrace of mine stand as an acknowledgment of all that my heart feels in gratitude for your great service to me. So saying, while his whole being thrilled with grateful love, he took Hanuman into his arms and clasped him to his chest. He then said, Sugriv, Hanuman has indeed wrought a wonder. He entered Lanka, so strongly guarded by the Rakshasas. He has discovered Sita, and by consoling her, has preserved her life. And bringing back good news of her, he has saved my life also. But how are we going to cross the sea? How can our huge army reach the other shore? Before we can attack Ravan's city and the Rakshasas' army, we have first to cross the sea. I see no way of doing it. Our joy in Hanuman's achievement and the good news he has brought is overshadowed by anxiety about our future course. But the Vanar king said,
What is this, my lord Ram? What need is there for dejection? Here are my warriors ready to lay down their lives for you. And let it be our joy to transport you and Lakshman to Lanka. Have no doubt that we can do it. The moment Hanuman saw Lanka, you may take it that the fortress has fallen. Doubt only makes the warrior weak and afraid, and should be cast aside. Our victory is certain. The feeling of confidence in my heart at this moment is a good enough omen for me.
Thus Sugriv reassured Ram and inspired him to action. Then Ram and Hanuman discussed matters about Lanka, the town, the fort, the moat, and other defenses. Hanuman described the wealth of Lanka, the happy lives of the Rakshasas, their confidence in Ravan, and their affection for him. He told Ram of the might and the size of Ravan's army, the strength and structure of the fortress, the alertness of the sentry, the moats, walls, gates, catapults, and drawbridges, and the care and thoroughness of all the arrangements for defense. He also explained how the coast, too, was carefully guarded so that no enemy ship could approach it. Then he said, "And yet you may be certain that our Vanar army is fully equal to the conquest of Lanka. We have with us peerless warriors like Angad, Dwivid, Minda, Jambavan, Panas, Nal, and Neel. We have an enormous army. We shall fly in the sky, and without touching the ground, destroy Lanka. Its mountains and forest defenses are nothing to us. We shall smash the city to the ground. So fix the auspicious time, and give us the order to start." Under the Star of Triumph, Uttar Falguni, at high noon, the army set forward towards the southern sea. Good omens greeted them. As they marched, Ram, Sugriv, and Lakshman went conversing with one another. Ram said, "If only Sita could know that we have set out, it would encourage her to keep her life going." Scouts who knew the way went ahead, looking out for enemies lying in ambush. They led the army through the regions that could provide food and drink for the huge troops. With speed, the host crossed mountains and forests. The Vanars sometimes carried Ram and Lakshman on their shoulders so that the march might be speedy. Every moment the enthusiasm of the Vanars increased. They jumped and roared and sported. Ram could hear them saying to one another, "I shall kill Ravan. I shall confront and kill him." Neel and Kumud went ahead, reconnoitering in front of the army. Strong warriors were kept in the rear, guarding it from behind. King Sugriv, Ram, and Lakshman were in the middle. Ram gave strict orders that the army should inflict no harm or hardship on the towns and villages on the way. The noise of the marching army was like the roar of the sea and filled the 8 quarters. The dust they raised just covered the whole sky. When they came to the Mahendra mountain, Ram climbed the peak and surveyed the sea. He then said, "We should now think and decide how the army can cross the sea. Till then, let it camp and rest in the forests." Sugriv passed the order to the commanders, and the Vanars camped in the forest by the seashore. When Sugriv, Ram, and Lakshman had satisfied themselves that the whole army had settled in comfort, the 2 brothers retired apart from it. And Ram said, "If a person loses a dear thing, people say that time will enable him to forget about it, and he will cease to grieve. But Lakshman, this is not what I find." Dejection again seized Ram for the thought of Sita, and her condition preyed on his mind now more than ever before. He grieved. When Ravan seized Sita and carried her off, she must have cried aloud, "My lord, Ram, Lakshman!" But she saw no one coming. We failed to go to her aid. Every time I think of the suffering that she must have gone through, my grief swells up afresh. What am I to do, Lakshman? Like the limbs of one who has drunk poison, my whole body burns with pain. She is held in the grip of the cruel Rakshasis, and she is in great anguish. Janak's daughter, the bride who entered the home of great Dasarath, lies on the bare ground, a prisoner, surrounded by female demons. But Lakshman said, "Ram, stop sorrowing. Soon we shall destroy Ravan and rescue Sita and take her home to Ayodhya. She will enter the city like the goddess of chastity. Just give up your grief and arm yourself with courage." In Lanka, Ravan was somewhat ashamed and afraid at the thought of what Hanuman had achieved. He summoned his ministers and took counsel with them. He began in an apologetic tone, saying,
What has happened is something strange and unexpected. No one has till now been known to enter our city. But this envoy of Ram has not only entered Lanka, he has met and talked with the imprisoned Sita. He has destroyed temples and palaces. He has slain some of our best warriors. He has filled our people with fear. And this thing is not likely to stop here. Hence, we have to consider what should be done. You know that the king should decide his course of action only after consulting his loyal ministers, who have clear vision and are well versed in statecraft. And so I have summoned this council. Ram has become a constant enemy. So let us consider what we should do about it. The king has no use for ministers who are not straightforward, and who, not knowing their own minds, wobble in their advice. The matter before us is most important. Ram is strong, and so is his army. It is certain that they will contrive somehow to cross the sea. It would be unwise to trust to that single defense. So, consider well, and tell me how we can strengthen and secure our city and army, and what steps we should take to defend ourselves.
After listening to the king, the members of the assembly said,
Great king, knowing well that our army and our weapons are the strongest in the world, why should you be anxious? Where is the enemy who dares to attack your fortress, and who can oppose your army with any hope of success? The world knows your might. Did you not invade the city of Bhogavati and defeat the Naga king? Did you not attack the powerful demigod Kubera and defeat him and his yakshas and capture his aerial chariot, as well as this island of Lanka? And did not the demon Maya, in fear of you, beg for your favor and friendship and give you his daughter in marriage? How many cities in the nether region have you not attacked and taken? The sons of the god of the ocean, Varun, and the god of death himself have been suppliants for your mercy. And who is this Ram? Your son Indrajit by himself can destroy Ram and his Vanar army. Did he not seize and imprison Indra, the king of the gods himself, and afterwards let him go? How can Ram and his Vanars stand against such a warrior? You have only to bid Indrajit to destroy this monkey horde, and all will be over. So why should you, great king, be anxious?
Thus they spoke in praise of their king. The commander-in-chief, Prahasta, rose like a great black cloud and said,
You who subdued in battle the demons and the demigods and the celestials, why should you, O King of Kings, feel anxious because of these little creatures? It is true that the monkey came here and caught us napping and did some mischief, but this sort of thing will never happen again. And if he comes again, I know how to manage him. I alone can destroy the whole Vana race, if only you will order it. You need not fear any danger from this small indiscretion of yours, the abduction of Sita.
Next, Durmaka rose and roared, We shall not let this monkey's bravado and undeserved good luck go unavenged. I shall go this very instant, my lord, and destroy the Vanar army, root and branch, and return victorious. Vajradamstra stood with a terrible iron club in his hand and cried,
Here is my weapon unwashed, and still covered with the blood and flesh of my foes. Why waste your time talking about this monkey? Are not Ram and Lakshman our enemies? I shall slay them first, and then destroy the Vanar army, and return immediately. Only let me go. I have some advice to give you, King, if you would listen. Let us order some Rakshasa warriors to put on human form and approach Ram, telling him, Your brother Bharat has sent us in advance. A great army is coming behind to help you. While Ram is thus fooled into negligence, our Rakshasa army can travel through the sky and destroy him and his followers on the other shore. This, my king, is my advice.
Then Nukumba, son of Kumbhakarna, rose and said,
All of you may stay here with the king. I shall go alone and meet and destroy the enemy and bring you the news.
Another Rakshasa, licking his lips, said with gusto,
I shall go alone and kill and feast on the flesh of these two men, Ram and Lakshman. Please let me go.
Thus, one after another, they got up and spoke brave words to please Ravan. And then all of them stood up together, and raising their weapons, roared aloud. At that, Vibhishan, the younger brother of Ravan, made them all sit down, and said to the king with folded hands, Brother, what these people say is sweet to hear, but not true or good to act upon. Anything done in violation of the science of politics can only lead to grief and ruin. It is only after trying conciliation, giving gifts, and sowing discord that one should think of using force of arms against a foe. If you take the advice of these people and start a war now, it would mean the destruction of Lanka and all of us. We should consider the demands of morality. It was not right, it was indeed a great sin for you to have seized and brought Ram's wife here. We should first cleanse ourselves of this sin. What harm did Ram do to us? What Ram did in the Dandak forest was in pure self-defense, and the defense of those that looked to him for protection. He fought with and killed only those who went out to slay him. His actions surely do not justify your carrying away his wife. And even if we had any just complaint against him, we should have met him in battle. Instead of that, to contrive his absence in order to seize his wife, that, my brother, was very wrong and sinful. When the fault is on your side, it is morally not right that we should think of battle. Further, warcraft requires that before fighting, we should take some measure of Ram's strength and that of his army. We have had some taste of Hanuman's strength and skill, so it is pointless to talk lightly of him. Did he not do remarkable things? Though our own strength may be great, we should weigh it against the enemy's strength and then decide whether we should seek war or avoid it. But first, it is essential that we should restore Sita. My advice is this: before Ram and the Vanars attack Lanka, let us restore Sita. Oh, my dear brother, I am saying all this for your good. So please do not be angry with me. We should first set right our own fault and then think of other things. Thus with folded hands Vibhishan besought Ravan. Though Ravan was pleased with the vainglorious words of his ministers and generals, there was doubt lurking in his mind. Hence, after listening to Vibhishan, he said,
Let us meet again tomorrow and consider this matter.
He adjourned the council and retired. As soon as the day dawned, Vibhishan went to the king. He had thought deeply over the matter and had come to a decision. His brother's welfare demanded that he should somehow seek to convert and save him. Vibhishan entered the royal palace and stood with folded hands before the king. Ravan sent away all but the principal ministers and asked his brother to speak. Vibhishan began, My brother and my lord, forgive me if what I say is not pleasing to your ears. My desire is not to flatter, but to save you from a great danger while there is yet time. I beg of you to listen to me. Consider well what I say and then decide on your course of action. Ever since you brought Sita to Lanka, we see only evil omens. Even when the sacrificial offering is poured with the correct mantra, the flame does not spring to receive it. One finds snakes in places of worship. Ants infest food offerings. The udders of cows are dry and yield no milk. Elephants, horses, camels, and monkeys, they fall sick, reject food, and behave strangely. Medicines have lost their efficacy. Crows perch in numbers on the housetops, making hideous noises. Vultures circle overhead. Foxes boldly enter the city and howl at unusual hours. Wild beasts haunt the streets. My brother, these portents should not be disregarded. Oh, I beg of you, restore Sita to her husband. It is only since her coming here that these omens are noticed, as you can verify by asking others. Why should we, who have so much to lose, needlessly incur anyone's enmity? Let us restore Sita to her people and live happily. Thus did Vibhishan plead earnestly with his brother. But Ravan exclaimed,
Never! Never! Let there be no talk here of Sita being returned to her people. I do not think much of this enemy. I see nothing to be afraid of. Now you may go, go!
Though he spoke thus, and was obstinate, Ravan had no peace of mind. Sita had not yielded to him, and his own near kinsmen disapproved of his conduct. He was agitated, but putting on an air of confidence and unconcern, he summoned the council again. Lust and injured vanity kept him from the straight path, but he found some consolation in taking counsel from others. From the palace to the council hall, he drove through the street in a golden chariot drawn by noble steeds. Warriors, holding swords and shields and wearing brilliant uniforms, marched in front, behind, and on all sides. Others mounted on elephants and horses, and armed with axes, spears, and other terrible weapons, followed the chariot. Trumpets were blown and drums beaten. As the Lord of Lanka, accompanied by his retinue, passed majestically through the royal street, his people bent low their heads, folded their hands, and invoked victory for him. As he entered the hall, drums and trumpets sounded loudly and filled the 8 quarters. Ravan took his seat on the throne in the great hall constructed by Maya, which shone in all the splendor of gold and silver and precious carpets. Hundreds of demons stood sentry outside. Obedient to the call of the king, thousands of Rakshasa warriors had assembled in the chamber. Long rows of vehicles stood in the streets. Within the chamber, each was assigned a seat appropriate to his rank. Priests and chanters of the Vedas came in hundreds, and after receiving tokens of respect from the king, were seated in the hall. Vibhishan, Suk, Prahasta, and others bowed before the king and sat in their respective places. Devoted officers thronged the hall, all brave and efficient, and waiting to fulfill the commands of their king. The air was heavy with rich perfume. The assembly equaled Indra's in splendor, and everyone felt that momentous decisions were to be taken. Ravan broke the hushed, expectant silence of the great assembly in a voice deep and resonant as thunder. He said,
You are strong, brave, and skilled in the arts of peace and war. You can find a way out of every difficulty. Never so far has your advice miscarried. So, once again, I seek your counsel. You know well what I have done. I have brought Sita here, who is living in the Dandaka forest. My desire for her so entirely possesses me that sending her back is unthinkable. She has so far not submitted to my wishes, and entertains a foolish hope that Ram will come here and redeem her. I have told her that it is an impossible wish and a vain hope. Finally, She asked for a year's time, and I gave it to her. I now seek your counsel. My desire is unfulfilled. I can never agree to sending Sita back and begging forgiveness from Ram. Till now, neither you, my great warriors, nor I have known defeat in battle. True, a big monkey somehow contrived to cross the sea and wrought some mischief here. But hard indeed will it be for Ram and the Vanar army to cross the sea and come here. And even if they did come, why should we fear? What chance have they against us? On the other side of the sea, Ram, Lakshman, Sugriv, and the Vanars are encamped. I want you to think about how we can slay Ram and Lakshman. I should have summoned the council earlier, but my brother Kumbhakarna was in his long period of sleep, so I waited till he woke up.
Thus spoke Ravan, blinded by lust, hiding his real anxiety, and mixing a little falsehood with truth. For Sita had not asked for a year's time. She had absolutely rejected his advances, but he asked her to reconsider and gave her a year's time. Kumbhakarna, the younger brother of Ravan, spoke in the assembly.
O great king, ignoring the principles of statecraft, you have run into a great danger. If you had any grievance against Ram and Lakshman, you should have met them face to face and defeated and slain them before carrying off Sita. If you had acted thus, even Sita would have admired you, and there would then have been a possibility of her accepting you. As waters flowed down a mountain, she would have followed a victorious warrior. You did not consult us before committing the offense, and so incurred the enmity of Ram. But now, when it is too late, you seek our counsel. This is not the right way a king should act.
Having spoken harshly, Kumbhakarna looked at the king, and he saw he was pained. Affectionate as he was brave, he could not endure the sadness in his brother's face. Thus he said,
Let bygones be bygones. One cannot forsake one's honor.
Kumbhakarna was under no delusion as to the consequences, but his generous spirit accepted them for the sake of the brother he idolized. He knew that Ram was a peerless warrior. He knew the power of his bow, and also the limitations of the boons that Ravan had received from the gods. But it was no good taking the heart out of others in the face of unavoidable peril, and so he also began to speak vaunting words like the rest. He said,
What you did may be wrong, and also the way you chose to do it. You have done first what you should have done last, and yet it does not matter. I shall slay Ram. Do not be afraid. One or two of his arrows may touch me. In spite of it, I shall kill him and drink his blood, and victory will be yours. My brother, lay aside your care and think of other things.
Prahasta was Ravan's chief counselor. He spoke of the king's invincible strength and cheered him up. Ravan now grew enthusiastic and said,
Didn't I vanquish Kubera? Didn't I drive him out and make Lanka my own? Who dares to come here and oppose me? Let him try.
The assembly applauded these words. The Bishan alone did not join in the applause. He did not mind the wrath of his royal brother, for he felt it was his duty to warn him of the danger and the error of his ways. He felt bound to make his utmost effort to save him and the Rakshasa race from doom. So he stood up and spoke. You have brought Sita and with her death for yourself and your race. Your first duty to yourself and your people is to restore her to Ram. If you fail in this, we shall all assuredly perish. This is certain. He went on describing Ram's strength, skill, and mastery of weapons. He spoke frankly and without fear, saying, If we oppose Ram, defeat is inevitable. Our fortune is sinking. So let us restore Sita, seek Ram's pardon, and thus save our kingdom, our lives, possessions, and our honor. At this insistence of Vibhishan, Indrajit, Ravan's son, lost patience and burst out, My uncle's words fill me with shame. What race are we? What is our strength? I marvel that a descendant of sage Pulustia should talk in this strain, and that the assembly should meekly sit and listen. My uncle has only betrayed his evil intentions. We can never agree to his proposal. Are we to be afraid of two petty human beings? Did I not beat Indra down in battle, and his hordes of gods, did I not? You saw it. Does not the whole world now tremble in terror before us? The Bishan's counsel is an insult to our race. Then the Bishan answered gently, You lack experience, my boy. That is why you talk like this. You are the king's son, and should be his best friend. But I am afraid you are proving yourself his worst enemy. And you, ministers, who ought to give good advice, you are leading the king to ruin. Ravan, my lord of Lanka, do not reject what I say. Return Sita honorably to Ram and seek his forgiveness. This is the only way. There is no other. Failing to pursue the only available course, we shall all perish. Ravan's rage was now uncontrollable, and he shouted,
I put up with your talk thus far because you are my brother. Else you would by now be dead. A brother, I see, is one's worst enemy. All the world knows that the envy of brothers brings dishonor and discomfiture to the brave. They hide their real desire and wait for their time, and when it comes, do not hesitate to practice their treachery. Yes, so long as one is safe and prosperous, the brother smiles and talks pleasantly. Oh, yes. But when danger comes, he is ready to leave. The bee does not stay with the flower after the honey has been sucked. It goes in search of another flower. Brothers and cousins are no better than these bees. One cannot trust them in adversity. If anyone else had spoken as you have, Vibhishan, I would have slain him here and now. You wretched person, you are a disgrace to our race.
Unable to bear the insult, the Bishan rose and said, My brother, you may speak as you please. Though you have wandered from the way of morality, You are still my brother, and I warn you that, drawn by the noose of death, you are going along the path of destruction. My advice, salutary but unpleasant, you reject. It is easy to speak sweet words. Your ministers are doing it. I spoke for your good, but truth is bitter, and you hate it. The terrible vision of Ram's arrows destroying you is before my mind's eye and makes me speak as I do. You call me your enemy. Defend your city and your life as well as you can. God bless you. But I am going. I'm leaving you. May you be happy. I thought I could serve you in your need, but you will not let me. You imagine that I envy you and your possessions. Good counsel is rejected by one whose end is near. Having spoken thus, and realizing that there was no place for him in Lanka thereafter, Vibhishan renounced all his possessions. Then, rising into the sky, he proceeded straight to the spot where Ram and Lakshman were encamped. 4 good Rakshasa friends went along with him. The Vanar chieftains, standing on the northern seashore, saw all of a sudden the sky lit up with a golden glow like the summit of Mount Meru. It was too steady to be a flash of lightning. In the brightness, they could distinguish the forms of 5 big Rakshasas. Sugriv, the king and commander of the Vanars, looking at them, said,
There is no doubt that these are Rakshasas who have come from Lanka with hostile designs.
On hearing this, the Vanar warriors armed themselves with trees and boulders and said,
Let us go! We shall intercept and slay them, and bring them down to earth.
Vibhishan, hearing these words of the Vanars, showed no signs of fear, but from above, with calm courage, spoke out in a clear voice. Vibhishan stands here before you, the brother of Ravan, the wicked king of the Rakshasas. He killed Jatayu and carried off Sita by force, and is now keeping her a prisoner in Lanka. In vain I strove to turn him from his wicked designs, and counseled him to restore Sita and seek Ram's forgiveness. The only response I got was disdain and public insult. Hence I am standing here before you. Renouncing kingdom, wife and children, I seek service and sanctuary at Ram's feet. I pray to you, convey this information to Ram. Sugriv mistrusted the good faith of the Rakshasa king's brother, and reported thus to Ram.
Vibhishan, the brother of Ravan, has come here with 4 Rakshasa friends, seeking sanctuary at your feet. They are standing there in the sky. Consider well what should be done now. These Rakshasas are adepts in duplicity. They can make themselves invisible and do many other tricks. They have all the skill and courage of the wicked. One cannot trust them. I believe these Rakshasas have been sent by Ravan himself. They have come here to mix with us for subversive purposes, or else they intend seeking an opportunity to assassinate the leaders in our camp. Whatever Vibhishan may say, we cannot forget that he is the brother of our foe. By birth, he belongs to the wicked Rakshasa race. How can we trust him? This is some trick of Ravan, I have no doubt. So it is best to kill Vibhishan and his companions right now. If we admit him into our camp, he will betray us at the first opportunity and return to his own people. Permit us, therefore, to destroy forthwith Ravan's brother and his followers.
Having thus frankly expressed his feelings at the sight of the Rakshasa, Sugriv stood in silence, awaiting Ram's reply. Ram listened and turned to Hanuman and other leaders and said, "You have heard the words of the king, who is well versed in policy. Ravan's brother has come and waits here for our pleasure. I wish to know your opinion on this matter. In times of crisis, one should ask the advice of friends. Tell me without reservation what you feel in your hearts." Angad, the Vanar prince, said, "He has come from our enemy's camp. We do not know whether he has come of his own accord or was sent by our foe. While perhaps it would not be right to reject him outright, it would be dangerous to accept him without testing him. Let us at least watch his behavior carefully, without giving him any opening for mischief. If his movements are suspicious, we can throw him out. If they are friendly and show good faith, we shall accept him." Then Sarabha said,
"I do not think it safe to admit him now, and to decide later what to do with him. Right now, let us test him through skillful questioners, and decide once and for all what to do with him."
Then Jambavan said,
"Nothing can be discovered by testing such persons. He has come here hiding treacherous intentions. No test can discover the truth. Ravan is our habitual foe. His brother says that he has all of a sudden broken with him and come over to us. This sudden rupture with a brother, it is hard to believe. We have not yet crossed the sea. What is his motive in seeking safety with us while we are on this shore? All this is very suspicious. They are a deceitful race. I think we should not admit him."
Then Minda said,
How can we reject a man on mere suspicion? Only after careful examination can we decide how to deal with him. He says that he has forsaken Ravan and come over to us. We can find out the truth of this statement. Some of us should talk to him and then decide. Surely we have enough ability to do this.
Then Ram turned to Hanuman. In response to Ram's invitation, Hanuman expressed his opinion in clear, sweet, and pregnant words.
Why should you ask for our advice? Not even Brihaspati, Guru of the gods, has anything to tell you that you do not already know. If it is dangerous to admit Vibhishan, how is the danger met by delay and trial? And where is the time or opportunity for a test? Moreover, Vibhishan has not approached us secretly. He has come to us with frank openness and a clear object. What is there for scouts to discover about him? It has been said by some that his sudden advent is suspicious. But why? What wonder is there if Vibhishan became disgusted with Ravan and foresaw his certain disgrace and a defeat? What wonder is there if he recognized your heroic virtues and nobility and the certainty of your victory? To me, the time and manner of his coming give no room for suspicion. It has been suggested that before admitting him, our leaders should put to him questions and examine his answers. But one who knows that he is suspected would cease to speak or behave naturally. He would be afraid that we are out to find only faults in him,
and thus his real nature will not be revealed. I see no cause for suspicion in the face or speech of this Rakshasa suppliant. His carefree looks disclose a guiltless heart. The wise say that the face is a perfect mirror of the heart. I think that Vibhishan has come here honestly to seek sanctuary at your feet, and there is nothing strange in his action. He knows Ravan's real weakness. He knows that the Lord of Lanka is fated to fall. He knows, too, that you have slain Bali and given his kingdom to Sugriv. Granting that his real motive is to secure for himself, the sovereignty of Lanka, there is nothing wrong in it, and certainly it is a guarantee that he will be loyal to us. Hence, I feel that we should admit him. The Vanar chiefs thus differed in their views. Ram, steadfast in his own duty, found satisfaction in Hanuman's utterance and said, "If a man comes as a friend, how can I reject him? It is against the law of my life. All of you, my friends and helpers, should know this. Once a man surrenders himself, one should overlook all his faults." But Sugriv was not satisfied. He said,
This Rakshasa has on his own deserted his brother, whose cause he considers lost. How can one put faith in a person who forsakes his own brother in his need?
Ram said to Sugriv, "I see what you mean, but listen. It is natural for kings to suspect brothers and neighbor kings. Good kings who entertain no such suspicion are exceptions. Most kings imagine that their brothers envy them. What wonder then if Ravan suspected and insulted Vibhishan? It follows that Vibhishan feared danger to himself if he stayed on in Lanka. I conclude therefore that he has no sinister motive against us in coming here for refuge. Let us go further and grant that he has eyes on the kingdom, expecting Ravan's defeat at our hands. Even in this ambition, there is nothing wrong. We can't expect all people to be like my brother Bharat." Having said this, Ram was silent for a moment, lost in remembrance of Bharat's selfless love. Who in this world is as lucky as I am? Who has a brother like Bharat? And what a father I had! His love for me was so great that his life fled when I came away to the forest. And who else is blessed like me to have friends such as you? Having spoken thus, he wiped the tears in his eyes and went back to the subject on hand. I see no point in the argument that Vibhishan will forsake us as he has forsaken his brother. He had cause for forsaking his brother, and can have none for leaving us. We do not want Lanka, and if, as is natural, he wants it, he can get it only through our victory. From the point of view of policy, it would be a mistake to reject Vibhishan. But there is a stronger reason. When one comes to me for refuge, I cannot reject him. This is my duty. It does not matter if, as a result of this, I suffer. Even at the cost of life, I must do this duty of mine. Never can I deviate from it. Truly, I tell you, even if Ravan himself came to me for sanctuary, I would accept him without hesitation. How then can I reject his brother, who has done me no wrong? Go and fetch Vibhishan." Then Sugriv said,
My Lord Ram, it is wonderful how clearly the right way stands out when you speak. I see things clearly now. Yes, I shall go and bring Vibhishan. May he too become a loving friend of yours, just like us.
Meanwhile, Ravan did something foolish. He sent a scout to seduce Sugriv from his loyalty to Ram. The Rakshasa Sukha, by name, flew across the ocean and in disguise met Sugriv in secret. With every appearance of benevolent solicitude, he spoke to him thus.
Ravan, the king of Lanka, has sent me because of his affection and regard for you. He sends you his fraternal greetings. You are a king, and so is he. Thus there is no sense in your staking your high heritage and making common cause with a disinherited prince against an all-powerful king. If Ravan desired Ram's wife and carried her off, how does that concern you? What do you lose by it? Consider this thoroughly and choose your course with discretion. It is most expedient that you and your army should return forthwith to Kishkinda.
But Sugriv's response was scornful and definite. He said,
Wretched person, go and tell your king that he is no brother of mine. He is wicked, and being an enemy of my friend Ram, he is my enemy too. And we are out to rid the world of him and his wicked gang. He is a fool to imagine that he can offend Ram and still survive. Tell him that there is no escape for him. Tell him all this as from me.
When Sugriv delivered this message to the Rakshasa spy, the Vanars caught hold of him and began to handle him roughly, but Ram sternly forbade it and set him free to go the way he came. The spy rushed back to Lanka and conveyed the result of his adventure to Ravan. As soon as Vibhishan's devotion was accepted by Ram, Lakshman and Sugriv crowned Vibhishan king of Lanka and performed the bathing ceremony with seawater. Vibhishan pledged unbreakable friendship to Ram, and Ram in turn gave his word that he would not return to Ayodhya without slaying Ravan. Then Sugriv, Vibhishan, and Lakshman deliberated on how to cross the sea. They thought it best to begin with a prayer to the ocean god and submitted their opinion to Ram. Ram accepted their counsel and, spreading darba grass on the seashore and laying himself on it, began a fast. He then petitioned for a passage across to the king of the sea. For 3 days he prayed to the ocean god, but received no response. Then Ram, his eyes glowing with anger at the sea god's arrogance, turned to Lakshman and said, "Persons who are low-minded mistake courtesy and gentleness for weakness. Mildness is simply wasted on them. See now how I shall bring this proud sea to its senses with my arrows, which shall not only choke it with the carcasses of mighty fish, but even dry it up with their fierce odor. Bring me my bow and quiver, Lakshman." Then, bow in hand and blazing with wrath, like the destroying fire at the end of the world, he shot arrows that were irresistible as thunderbolts into the bosom of the sea. These missiles of power disturbed the sea to its depths, carrying death and dismay to all it contained. Then the tortured waters began to exhale steam in their agony. It looked as though Ram in his wrath would convert the sea with its infinitude of waters into a desert of blazing dust, bereft of all life. Finally, the sea god could stand it no longer. Shining like the rising sun behind Mount Meru, he appeared and stood before Ram, his hands folded, and said,
My lord Ramachandra, I am subject to the laws of nature, like the earth, air, space, light, and all the constituents of the universe. How can I depart from my nature, which is to be vast, deep, and wavy, and impassable? But I can do this. Ask the Vanars to bring boulders and trees to build a causeway. I shall permit it. I shall help you by receiving and keeping in place the rocks and trees. This is all I can do, and I shall also show the most favorable place for this causeway. There is Nal, son of Viswakarma, with you. He has the ability to build this path. May victory be yours.
Ram, true to his nature, graciously accepted the sea god's apology and offer of help. And then, ordered by Ram, they all began to work. Thousands of Vanars went at it with enthusiasm. The Vanars went to the mountains and forests, and lifting rocks and trees, dragged them to the shore. The bigger Vanars brought big boulders and threw them into the sea. As they fell down, the waters splashed up sky high. Nal stood and supervised their labors. The leaders in charge of companies kept them active. On top of the rocks and trees, when the base was firm, a dressing of grass and little pieces of wood was given to produce a level surface. The noise raised by the dam builders drowned the roar of the ocean. Soon the construction was complete. The new path shone across the sea like the Milky Way in the sky. Hosts of gods above rejoiced as hosts of Vanars shouted below in exultation. The demigods and the rishis uttered benedictions. Then they stepped on the causeway. Hanuman carried Ram on his shoulders, and Angad carried Lakshman on his. Then the Vanar army crossed the sea. Meanwhile, in Lanka, seeing the host arriving, Malyavan, Ravan's aged grandfather, tried his best to impress on Ravan the error of his ways. He said,
Your time of good fortune is over. Your sins have begun to bear their fruit and to dim your radiance. You can no longer trust the boons you have obtained from the gods. Make
peace with your enemies? Look at the army that has arrived, the terrible host of Vanars and bears. Look at that wonderful causeway so quickly built. It seems to me that this Ram is Vishnu himself and has come in human form.
Ravan had no patience with such talk and said,
Your words are like wormwood in my ear. It looks as though you too have joined my enemies. Are not human beings well known to be weaklings? Why are you afraid of this wretched man, driven into the forest by his father? And he relies on the support of monkeys and bears. And you are afraid of him? Really, I am ashamed of you. Or could it be that you cannot bear to see me happy? Why do you talk like this to me? I cannot bend before Ram. If it is wrong policy or wrong ethics, I cannot help it. You may take it that it is a part of my nature, and I cannot change it. I would far rather die fighting than to beg Ram for peace.
Malyavan replied,
Consider well, and do what you think best.
and he returned home, uttering the usual benedictory words.
Victory to the king! Victory to Ravan, my grandson!
Ravan carefully stationed his warriors. He posted Prahasta at the eastern entrance, Mahaparsva and Mahodar at the southern entrance, and Indrajit, his illustrious son, accomplished in the arts of secret magic, at the western entrance, while he himself guarded the northern entrance. Virupaksha the mighty was appointed commander of the army within the city. Having ordered the disposition of his forces and chief warriors, he felt assured of victory. He listened to no one and foolishly believed himself unconquerable. The ministers raised shouts of victory to please the king and then dispersed. Ram, Sugriv, Vibhishan, and others held a council of war. Vibhishan duly laid before the council the information gathered by scouts who had gone out and watched Ravan's arrangements. Then he said, In numbers, strength, and courage, the army, now mobilized by Ravan, surpasses that with which he opposed Kubera, the god of wealth. Still, I have no doubt of Ram's victory. Ram distributed his forces to meet Ravan's deployment and assigned to each commander the task he was to perform. He ordered Nil to meet Prahasta at the eastern gate. Angad was to meet Mahaparsva and Mahodar at the southern entrance. At the western entrance, Hanuman was to encounter Indrajit, the master of black magic. He further said, Lakshman and I shall meet Ravan, the terror of the world, and we shall direct the assault on Lanka. Sugriv, Jambavan, and Vibhishan shall stay behind with our main army. The army rested for the night on Mount Suvail. The following morning, standing on the mountaintop, they took a good look at Lanka. The beautiful city on the summit of Trikut seemed as if suspended from the sky. Behind the thick fortress wall, the Rakshasa army stood sentry,
looking like another massive wall. Observing the great and beautiful buildings in Lanka, Ram was moved to pity, saying, "Alas, because one person drawn by the noose of time has committed a sin, all this wealth and the whole Rakshasa race must now be destroyed. Alas, that this scion of a noble race should forget his real greatness and draw death and destruction on himself and his people." However, we should now focus all our thoughts on the task before us, to win this battle and destroy Ravan. There will be much confusion in the course of the battle. The Rakshasas will try to trick us with many disguises. Let the Vanars and bears retain their own shape while fighting. Only Vibhishan and his friends should assume human forms, like Lakshman's and mine. The Rakshasas, our enemies, will never take the form of man or monkey. They would think it beneath their dignity to do so. If we stand together, maintaining order, we can know who is who, and slay our enemies and help our friends. The Vanar army descended from Mount Suvail and entered the forest adjoining the city of Lanka. As the army burst in like a flood, the frightened beasts and birds in the forests fled in all directions. Gazing now from below at the mountain fortress and the divinely beautiful city constructed by Visvakarma, Ram was again filled with wonder and exclaimed, "What beauty! What wealth!" The Vanars, for their part, noted the Rakshasa warriors' strength and readiness for battle, the thick walls and mighty engines of defense. From Lanka, all ready for war, the sounds of drums and trumpets issuing from the city increased the eagerness of the Vanars for battle. The army stood in ordered divisions as instructed by Ram. Looking at Lanka, he said, "Lakshman, look at the beauty of the city." Then his mind turned to Sita. She would have known by now, he thought, of his arrival with the army, and her depressed heart must have revived. But he spoke nothing of this, and engaged himself in the arrangements of the army. Suddenly, and without any noise or warning to anyone, Sugriv sprang up into the sky and alighted on the terrace on top of the tower of Lanka. There he saw Ravan seated, clad in red royal robes, like a thick black cloud seen in the red evening sky. His scar, caused by the tusk of Indra's elephant, shone like a crescent moon on his chest. Sugriv cried out,
"Ravan, you are caught. I am a friend and servant of Ram. This is your last day."
And he sprang on him, knocked off his crown, and gave him a mighty blow. The two wrestled together for a long time. Both were experts in wrestling. All the tricks of that science were tried by each. Ravan was at the end of his resources, and so he discarded wrestling and took to magic. Sugriv, seeing this, disentangled himself and sprang back to where Ram was. The Vanar leaders, who saw the son of Surya, the sun god, return, shouted praises and made a great roar of congratulations at this derring-do. It was rash and reckless, no doubt, but it would give the Rakshasas some idea of the courage of the foes they were up against. Ram, too, was glad to see that Sugriv had returned safe. Observing bleeding wounds on his body, he said, "Sugriv, I am filled with wonder and joy at your valor. But what you did was not right. It is not for a king to rush into risks. How could you suddenly and without consulting anyone take such a dangerous course?" Sugriv confessed,
"True, it was improper to rush into battle without consulting you. But when I saw the villain who had insulted Sita, I was overwhelmed by anger and forgot my duty.
Next, the Vanar army surrounded Lanka on all sides in the manner laid down by Ram. Ram sent for Angad and said to him, "Prince, take this message from me to Ravan, and tell him this. O great sinner, your end is approaching. Ram waits at your fortress gate, ready for battle. Trusting in the boons of the demigods, you have become proud and wicked. You have troubled the world too long, and have committed too many heinous sins. The time has now come for the world to be cleansed of you. If you come out in the open and fight and die in battle, your sins will be washed away, and you will gain a place in the world above as a hero. But if you love your life, humbly restore Sita to her lord and beg for forgiveness. Then you can escape with your life. Whatever happens, you are fit to be king no longer. The kingdom of Lanka now belongs to Vibhishan. He is worthy to rule and protect his people. If you are not willing to surrender and seek safety, then have your funeral ceremony performed in advance. Bid final farewell to all your dear possessions in Lanka. Prepare for death. Now come out and meet Ram in battle. Go, Angad, and deliver this message to Ravan." As instructed by Ram, bold Angad delivered his message. "Listen, Ravan, I am the son of Vali, whom you no doubt remember. I have come as Ram's messenger. The time for your liberation from sin has come. You may, if you choose, die in battle and attain the heaven of brave men, cleansed of your foul sins. But if life is dear to you, you may beg of Ram after humble surrender. He never refuses mercy to a suppliant. If what I have heard about you is true, you will elect to fight, which means you choose to die. I would advise you to say goodbye to your kinfolk and complete your funeral ceremonies yourself, for none of your race will be left to perform them. Yes, take a last look at Lanka." Ravan's rage flared up like a flame, and he shouted,
Seize him! Kill him, the wretch!
At once 2 Rakshasas caught hold of Angad. He rose into the sky, carrying these 2 Rakshasas on either side of him, and then flung them down. He went higher up, and, coming down, kicked and broke off the tower of the king's palace. Then, with a single leap, he returned to where Ram was. Dazed by Angad's exploit, the Rakshasas were filled with fear, but they did not disclose it. Ravan too heaved a heavy sigh at the sight of the broken turret. He looked on it as a bad omen. As soon as Angad returned, Ram issued orders to the army to begin the assault on Lanka. Suk, the Rakshasa scout, went and reported to Ravan.
I did my job according to your instructions, but my efforts were fruitless. They were rough with me and made me feel thankful to be allowed to come back. Ram, to whom it was a sport to slay Viradha, Kabanda, Kar, and others, has arrived with the army of Sugriv. They have somehow come to know of the place where Sita is held captive. The bears and monkeys have crossed the sea and are standing ready for battle at Lanka's shore. Oh, the visible earth is covered all over with this army.
There is nothing to be gained by discussions and debates. Their hate can only be quenched with our blood. O King, please consider well what needs to be done, and do it." And then he added with fear in a suppressed voice, We may yet escape if Sita is restored."
Ravan was enraged.
What did you say? Don't ever talk to me of Sita being restored. They do not know my strength who talk like this. I can slay the gods, the Vanars, the Celestials, anyone. And you will see how this wretched fellow Ram and his army will be destroyed.
Ravan believed what he said. He had dwelt long on his previous achievements, and, filled with pride, had become foolishly obstinate. Then he sent for 2 of his ministers and told them,
Scouts have come and reported that a large army has built a causeway to Lanka and has come over here. This is indeed strange news, but as yet nothing serious has happened. Go and observe the enemy and bring me a full and detailed report of their strength.
Accordingly, the spies assumed the shape of Vanars, and coming to Ram's camp and mixing with the other Vanars, they looked all around. But Vibhishan, discovering their disguise, caught hold of them and produced them before Ram. They pleaded that they were messengers sent by their king and prayed for release. Ram said, "Show them our army. Let them have a good look around before they return. Give them free and full opportunity to see our strength." He turned to the Rakshasa messengers and said, "When you go back to Ravan, tell him, the strength on which you relied when you carried Sita away is to be put to the test now. Your fortress, your city, and your army will be destroyed. Ram's darts will pierce your body. Yes, convey this message to your king." The spies went back to Ravan and said,
"O King, we were discovered by Vibhishan and were in fear of death, but Ram would not let them kill us and ordered our release. O King, our enemies are determined. Ram and Lakshman, Sugriv, the Vanar king, and Vibhishan, they are all of one mind. It is difficult for us to prevail against an army led by such warriors. We have seen Ram, the son of Dasarath. He impressed us as being strong enough by himself to destroy our city and army. We have seen the courage of the Vanars and their eagerness for battle. Oh, Master, it is not expedient to do battle with them. It seems best to restore Sita to Ram. Please consider what should be done."
The advice was sincere and well meant, but Ravan could not control his fury.
Even if the whole world turns against me, I shall not yield to fear. Even if the gods, celestials, and Vanars join together to oppose me, I shall not return Sita. Because you are thrashed by the enemy, you give me this cowardly advice. How faint-hearted! There is no foe who can vanquish me.
Having said this, he went to his high tower and surveyed the enemy's strength. His ministers and officers were with him. Those who had gone out to reconnoiter described at length the Vanar chiefs and the army behind them. They recounted the strength of that huge army of bears and monkeys gathered together from the far-flung forests, mountains, and river valleys of the world. They spoke of their physical strength and courage, their firm devotion to Ram, and their unity and eagerness to slay the Rakshasas. All those who had gone confirmed this. Then one of them said,
Look, that majestic and graceful youth, with matted hair and bow in hand, that's Ram. Just see how he looks round him, with eyes of love and command, and how his glances seem to brighten the corners, and to fill all with devotion and confidence. The mighty armed warrior near him is his brother Lakshman, just a peerless bowman and Ram's second soul. And look, over there, next to him, that's Sugriv, wearing Vali's garland. He is the equal of Vali himself. And over there, next to him, that's Vibhishan, your brother. It is not easy to vanquish such warriors. So consider well and take all steps necessary for victory in such a situation.
As the ministers extolled the strength of the enemy, Ravan's rage grew more and more furious. This is the way of a tyrant. The wise king is never angry with those who bring him true information, or with ministers who give him good advice for his welfare. But now Ravan's mind was confused. He had no use for true facts or good advice. His thought followed a strange line. He judged Ram by his own character. He thought that if Sita could be made to somehow yield to him, Ram would return home disgraced and broken-hearted. Hence he resolved to make one last attempt with a different technique. He sought the help of a Rakshasa sorcerer and said,
Prepare a head which looks so exactly like Ram's that it will deceive Ram's nearest and dearest into believing it is his. When I send for you, come to the park where Sita is incarcerated and place it before her.
The sorcerer agreed to do as he was bidden. Then Ravan went once again to the Ashok Park and tried to beguile Sita. He said,
Your husband and his army have been destroyed. My warriors crossed the sea, and attacking Ram and his monkeys when they were tired and asleep, killed them all. A warrior has brought the head of your husband for me to see. Why do you still persist in your obstinacy? Join my wives now and reign as their chief. Take my advice and become the queen of Lanka.
Then he ordered a Rakshasa to fetch the sorcerer. The conjurer came and placed before Sita a head which looked exactly like Ram's. Startled by the sight, Sita cried, "Oh, Providence, is this my fate?" and broke into hopeless lamentation. Meanwhile, Ram's army had come close to Lanka, and the ministers and generals sent word to Ravan desiring an immediate interview. Ravan therefore had to leave Sita at once and go to the assembly hall. Ravan's presence was necessary to keep up the sorcerer's illusion. So when he left the place, the apparition of Ram's head vanished like smoke. Sarama, who was a lady of the royal household, posted as a companion to Sita, consoled her, explaining the illusion. She said,
"No one has killed Ram. He has reached Lanka at the head of a great army. They have built a wonderful causeway across the sea and are all over Lanka like a submerging ocean. The Rakshasas are panic-stricken. Ravan is only trying to deceive you through sorcery. Several ministers advised Ravan to restore you and save himself by unconditional submission, but he would not listen to them. 'I may perish in battle,' he said, 'but I will not bow a suppliant before Ram. I shall never return Sita and beg for peace. Holy Lady, No harm can come to you. Ram will surely triumph, and this wicked one will perish."
Even as Sarama was speaking, the noise of the drums and trumpets sounded by the Vanar army reached Sita's ears and filled her with joy. She knew that Ravan's end was near. The Rakshasas in Lanka heard the same noise and trembled in fear. Ravan was duly informed that Ram's Vanar host surrounded Lanka like a tumultuous sea. In an angry mood, he went up the tower of his mansion and surveyed the scene. On every side he saw Vanar warriors who had armed themselves with trees and boulders. He wondered how he could destroy this vast invading force. At the same time, Ram saw the city of Lanka guarded by the Rakshasas. He could see with his mind's eye the sad figure of Sita, held captive within those walls. He ordered an immediate assault, shouting, "Victory to the Vanar king! Victory to Ram and Lakshman! Perish, O Rakshasas!" The Vanar army rushed on the doomed city. Some hurled big boulders against the fortress wall and on the city gates. Others, armed with huge trees torn up by the roots, rushed on the Rakshasas. Then Ravan sent forth a big army. He commanded it to go out and slay at once all the Vanars. They beat their drums and blew their trumpets till the sky resounded. Then they rushed upon the Vanars. The Vanars used boulders and trees and their own nails and fists to oppose the Rakshasas. Thousands fell dead on either side. The field was covered with blood and mangled bodies. Besides this gruesome engagement, there were many duels between individual warriors. Angad encountered Indrajit. There was a duel between the Rakshasa Prajanga and Sampati, one of the companions of Vibhishan. Hanuman fought with Jambumali, Neel with Nikumba, Lakshman with Virupaksha, and so on. The chariot and horses of Indrajit were destroyed, and Angad received a blow from the mace of Indrajit. Jambumali hit Hanuman with his weapon, and Hanuman smashed his chariot to pieces. The Rakshasas concentrated their attack on Ram and dropped by the thousands under his arrows. Vidyunmali aimed his darts at Sushain. The latter smashed with a rock the chariot of the Rakshasa. Vidyunmali jumped out with his mace and attacked Sushain, who crushed him to death with a rock. In this way, many warriors fought and many died. The battle raged throughout the day, and at night the Rakshasas would not stop fighting. The battle became fierce. Blood flowed in streams. There was terrible slaughter on both sides. Angad attacked Indrajit, killed his horses and charioteer, and smashed the chariot. The Vanars admired the skill and strength of their prince and raised shouts of joy. All the warriors in the army praised the Vanar prince's prowess. Indrajit lost his temper along with his chariot and resorted to sorcery. Making himself invisible, he aimed many darts at Ram and Lakshman, who were greatly harassed by this attack from a foe whose whereabouts no one could discover and who seemed to shower deadly missiles from all sides. Then Indrajit shot serpent darts at Ram and Lakshman. Bound by them, the brothers could not move and lay helpless on the battlefield. They looked at one another, wondering what to do. Lakshman's grief at Ram's plight was great. As for the Vanars, they stood round in mournful bewilderment. Indrajit congratulated the Rakshasa army and returned to the city. Exulting in his victory, he went to his father and announced that the story of Ram and Lakshman was over. Ravan was beside himself with joy. He embraced his son and praised his prowess. The Vana warriors, wounded and downcast, seeing Ram and Lakshman laid low, concluded that all was over. Vibhishan, who saw Sugriv standing helpless and forlorn, put courage in the Vanar king. He said, "It is foolish to lose hope. Look at Ram and Lakshman. Their faces are still bright. They are not dead, so do not be afraid. Soon they will recover from this and resume fighting." The chief took heart and did everything to save the army from panic. The ranks were reformed with their respective chiefs. Meanwhile, Ravan had it proclaimed in Lanka that Ram and Lakshman had been slain by Indrajit. He sent for his women and said to them,
"Go at once and inform Sita that Ram is no more, that the two princes lie dead on the battlefield, and the Vanar army is destroyed. Also, to convince her finally, take her in the airplane and show her the battlefield from above. Let the obstinate one see for herself what has happened, seeing that she has no one to look to besides myself. She will now turn to me."
The ladies did as they were told. From the airplane, Sita saw the field of battle. She saw Ram and Lakshman lying motionless on the ground, with their weapons scattered by their sides. She was filled with grief. She thought that it was now all over and cried, "To this end has fate brought me, belying the predictions of saints and astrologers that I would live as a happy wife and mother and a glorious queen. Oh, poor Kausalya, Ram's mother, who shall console you now? Like one who, having crossed the ocean, gets drowned in a little pond. These warriors, who had done so much, lie dead now. O princes, how did your divine weapons fail you? Alas, all powerful is destiny." When Sita was thus in the desperation of utter sorrow, Drijita, her Rakshasi companion, who was looking closely at the motionless figures of the prince, suddenly burst out,
"Dear Sita, there is no cause for grief. Neither your husband nor Lakshman is dead. Look at their faces. Look, just take a look. Is this how the dead look? They are bound by a charmed weapon and are unconscious for a while. Look at the orderly array of the army. Have courage. Do not be frightened."
Her words fell like nectar in Sita's ears. Then the airplane returned to Lanka, and Sita was taken back to the Ashok Park. In time, the force of the arrows charged with sorcery weakened. Ram opened his eyes and sat up. He looked at his brother lying on the ground and cried out, "Alas! What is the use of victory now for me? My dear brother, why did I bring you with me to the forest and get you killed like this? How can I return without you to Ayodhya? You always consoled me in my sorrow, yet you are silent now when I face the greatest sorrow. How can I survive you? Where in the world is a warrior like you? One can replace anything lost, but where can I find anyone to fill your place? Like Kartavirya Arjun, with his 1,000 hands, you with your 2 hands, discharged showers of arrows and killed the Rakshasas. How could death come to you? You came with me into the forest, and now I shall repay my debt to you by joining you in the abode of death. I confess defeat. The word I gave to Vibhishan cannot be fulfilled. O Vanir King, return to Kishkinda with all your warriors. You have worked hard for me. You have fulfilled all the duties of friendship. You have my gratitude. But there is no use in more of you dying. Go back to your city. Let me perish here. Thus did Ram lament in helpless grief. Then Vibhishan arrived there, holding his mace. Seeing his huge dark form, the Vanars imagined it to be Indrajit again, and started to retreat. In another part of the battlefield, Sugriv and Angad were watching this. Sugriv said,
Why are the Vanars thus beginning to scatter in fear? What has happened?
Angad answered, Do you not know that Ram and Lakshman are lying wounded? Sugriv replied,
It is not that. Look at the way they are running helter-skelter. There must be some other reason for it.
Then he learned that the Vanars, who had suffered at the hands of Indrajit, mistook Vibhishan for him, and were frightened. He sent Jambavan to rally the troops by disabusing them of this fear. Vibhishan looked at Ram and Lakshman. When he saw them wounded, covered with arrows all over, and unable to fight, he broke down crying. It is all over. What more is there to do? Sugriv turned to Sushain, his uncle, and said,
Take Ram and Lakshman to Kishkinda. I shall kill Ravan, redeem Sita, and bring her here.
Sushain answered,
There are herbs which can heal the wounds of the princes and restore them to health. Some of us know where these herbs are to be found. Here, Hanuman, come here. Now, if you send him, he will fetch the herbs.
As they were speaking, the sea and air were churned up by a mighty wind, and Garud, the great eagle carrier of Lord Vishnu, burst into view. When Garud arrived, the serpent darts that covered Ram and Lakshman disappeared instantaneously. They were all venomous serpents which had become arrows through the magic of Indrajit and had bound the princes' bodies. But when their constant and dreaded enemy, Garud, appeared, they took flight. Then Garud gently stroked the bodies of Ram and Lakshman and restored them to their full strength. The wounds were all healed, and they rose up, stronger and more radiant than before. Ravan, from his palace, was surprised to hear the jubilant acclamations of the Vanars, who he thought would be mourning their vanquished leaders and slaughtered comrades. He turned to the Rakshasas standing beside him and asked,
What has happened to make the Vanars so happy? Something strange must have occurred. Go and find out what it is.
A few Rakshasas climbed up and looked over the wall. Returning, they said to Ravan with fear and trembling,
O King, the Vanar army, led by Sugriv, is attacking the fortress with zeal. Ram and Lakshman, they're both alive, like elephants that have broken their bonds. Ram and Lakshman, they have shaken off the serpent darts with which Indrajit had bound them. They have rejoined the army and are raging about the field like
Like hungry lions, the arrows of Indrajita prove futile.
Ravan's face fell. He was filled with anxiety and said,
I marvel at what you say, for no one till now has escaped these arrows. If those weapons were powerless against these men, we are indeed in danger.
Then with an excess of anger he shouted,
Listen, Dhumraksha! Why should I worry when you are here? Get together all the men you want. Go at once! Destroy these two little men and return quickly.
Dhumraksha was indeed happy and proud to be thus singled out by the king. He took a party of warriors and issued out of the fort. Then he came into contact with the group who, under Hanuman, were attempting to enter the western gate. In the battle that ensued, there was great slaughter on both sides. In the end, Dhumraksha was slain by Hanuman. A few Rakshasas escaped into the fortress, but most of them lay dead outside. News of this defeat filled Ravan with uncontrollable fury. He hastily summoned Vajradamshtra and said,
O bravest of warriors, go without delay and destroy these wicked men.
Vajradamshtra bowed low before the king, and, followed by a mighty army, sallied out of the southern gate and encountered Angad. The Rakshasas, under the leadership of Vajradamshtra, waged grim battle and massacred countless Vanars. And yet the Vanar army stood firm and would not withdraw. Armed with boulders and trees, they killed innumerable Rakshasas. On both sides, the fighting was intense. In the end, Angad and the Rakshasa chief fought hand to hand for a long while. Vajradamshtra was then slain, gallantly fighting to the last, and the Rakshasas fled in confusion. The Vanaras surrounded Angad and shouted in exultation. Then Ravan ordered Prahasta,
Send Akampan and let the most terrible Rakshasas accompany him. Let them go and slay Ram, Sugriv, and the Vanar army. None can resist Akampan's might and skill.
Accordingly, Prahasta sent an army of Rakshasas under the leadership of Akampan. True to his name, Akampan was firm and immovable in battle. He had chosen his weapons and his warriors carefully. As he advanced, bad omens met him, but neither he nor his followers regarded them. The roar of their challenge rose above the roar of the ocean. Then a great battle ensued. Blood flowed in streams. Dust rose and cut off the sun, plunging the earth in frightening gloom. The slaughter on both sides was enormous. Kumud, Nal, Minda, and Dvivid attacked Akampan, who defended himself with courage. The battle went against the Vanar warriors, and they were about to take flight when Hanuman arrived, bringing courage and hope. Akampan sent forth a shower of arrows at him, but Hanuman took no notice. Lifting a huge boulder and swinging it above his head, Hanuman hurled it at Akampan. The Rakshasa's darts intercepted the stone and reduced it to powder. Then Hanuman grew in size and shone with blinding brightness like the sun. Uprooting a big tree, he attacked the Rakshasa with it and killed him. The Rakshasa army was smashed like a forest in an earthquake, and the survivors fled in panic from the fatal field that was strewn thick with the dead and spread the dismal news in Lanka. The Vanars surrounded Hanuman and expressed their admiration uproariously. Ravan's spirits fell when he received the news of Akampan's death, but he found strength in anger and desperation and began thinking of new plans. He went round the defenses of the city again and took counsel with Prahasta, the commander-in-chief. He said,
"We must break this Vanar siege. We should lead the whole army and slay the Vanar chiefs. Myself, Kumbhakarna, yourself, Indrajit or Nikumba, one of us 5 should take up the responsibility of leading the army out of the fortress. Are we to be afraid of monkeys? Ha! They used to flee in terror by just hearing the roar of a Rakshasa. They do not know the science of war. They are unskilled brutes. How have they managed to withstand all our attacks?"
Prahasta answered humbly,
Things have happened as we foresaw. We respectfully submitted long ago that it would be best to restore Sita and make peace. But I am bound to obey you. I am prepared to sacrifice my life, my family, my all for your sake. I shall lead this fight if such is your pleasure.
A huge army was collected, and everything was ready for a supreme endeavor, including the performing of special rites and sacrifices. Then Prahasta marched out to the beating of drums. Evil omens presented themselves, but he disregarded them. Seeing the great army, led by Prahasta, issuing out of the eastern gate of the fortress, the Vanars roared with joy and prepared for battle. Like moths rushing at a flame, the Rakshasas charged at the Vanar army. "Look," Ram said, "who is that Rakshasa leading that enormous army? Who is he?" Vibhishan replied, "It is Prahasta, the commander-in-chief of Ravan. 1/3 of the imperial army is under his command." Then there ensued a grim battle between the Vanars, armed with boulders and trees, and the Rakshasas, equipped with swords, spears, bows, and axes. Exchanging showers of stones for arrows, and grappling in death grips at close quarters, both sides fought fiercely, flooding the field with blood. Prahasta's followers, Narantak, Mahanad, Kumbhanu, and others were opposed by Dwivid, Durmukha, and Jambavan, and were slain. There was a prolonged battle between Prahasta and Neel. At last Prahasta, armed with a massive mace of iron, rushed towards Neel. Neel, for his part, uprooted a big boulder and with it smashed Prahasta's head, killing him on the spot. The Rakshasa warriors fled. They fled in all directions. After this great victory, Neel went to Ram and Lakshman and, bowing low, told them what happened. Ram and Lakshman praised his prowess and congratulated him. Some of those who had fled from the battle carried to the Rakshasa king the news that Neel, son of the fire god, had slain Prahasta. Ravan, beside himself with rage and grief, exclaimed,
"My warrior chief who could vanquish Indra and his host of gods has been killed by these monkeys. We cannot treat this lightly. We must destroy Ram and the monkey host."
So saying, Ravan got into his chariot and went forward. Seated in his radiant chariot and issuing from the city, Ravan beheld the Vanar army and heard their uproar, which resounded like the ocean. Seeing a new Rakshasa army issuing out, the Vanars stood ready to receive them with stones and trees in hand. Vibhishan pointed out the Rakshasa warriors one by one to Ram. And so he went on, from one renowned warrior to another, till he finally came to Ravan. There, in the big chariot, radiant like the sun, sits the 10-headed Ravan. Ram beheld the majestic and glowing form with interest and pity, and said, "A great warrior, no doubt, but he is so wicked that he has to be slain." Ravan attacked innumerable Vanars and laid them low. Neel opposed Ravan gallantly, but was shot by a fire dart. Hanuman attacked Ravan with violence, and the two fought an equal battle for a while, but Ravan could not be subdued and wrought great havoc in the Vanar host. Then there was a fight between Lakshman and Ravan. Lakshman fell down unconscious, but Hanuman intervened and carried Lakshman away to Ram. Then Ram, riding on Hanuman's shoulders, gave battle to Ravan. The Rakshasa king was sorely wounded. His golden crown was broken. So was his chariot. Deprived of every weapon, he stood before Ram, who said, "You may go now. You have fought well today. Rest and come back tomorrow, refreshed and with weapons." And Ravan, shamefaced, retreated to the city. When Ravan returned, humbled and dejected, the gods rejoiced, foreseeing the speedy end of their troubles. Ravan entered the fortress, ashamed and anxious. After deliberating a while and recovering his courage, he ordered his sleeping brother, Kumbhakarna, to be aroused. As the result of a curse, Kumbhakarna used to sleep for many months, and he had just gone to sleep a few days before the events last narrated. Ravan asked his ministers to spare no efforts to rouse Kumbhakarna at once and get him ready for battle. Then Ravan said to himself,
"All my penances have proved futile. It looks as though the prophecy of the rishis will be fulfilled."
But rooted in his determination to fight to the last, he issued orders as if he were certain of ultimate success.
"Let the warriors guard the fortress on all sides. My brother is sound asleep. He sleeps blissfully, unaware of my anxiety. He will not wake up for months if left alone. It is only 9 days since he started sleeping. So, rouse him at once. If he wakes up and goes into battle, the enemy will surely scatter. Who can stand before my Kumbhakarna? If he wakes up and opposes my enemies in battle, I have no fear."
Ravan's officers and their servants accordingly went to Kumbhakarna's palace. They knew that as soon as he opened his eyes, he would be rapaciously hungry. So they first prepared and piled up mountains of food for him. Then they made a great din, beating drums and blowing conches. Many Rakshasas exhausted themselves, pushing and shaking the giant body of the Rakshasa. The noise that they made with their shouts and drums and trumpets filled the sky and frightened all the birds and beasts of Lanka. But Kumbhakarna, dead asleep, heard nothing. The Rakshasas worked hard at rousing him. They made elephants walk on his body, and they beat him with sticks. Then, at last, his eyelids opened slightly, and as one might brush away a mosquito while still asleep, he pushed them all aside and yawned. Kumbhakarna was thus disturbed in his sleep, which otherwise would have been months long. But before he could find out the cause for this, he began to eat and drink. The heaps of meat and the pots of blood and wine kept ready for him were quickly finished. When his hunger was somewhat mitigated, the Rakshasas approached him and acquainted him with the situation. Ravan's minister, Upaksha, said,
"My lord, we have been defeated in battle and stand in grave danger. Do you remember the quarrel about Sita? Well, the Vanaras with Ram and Lakshman have arrived and are breaking through the fort. They have slaughtered and defeated our army, which never knew defeat before. Lanka is surrounded by the Vanar host as by an ocean. Ravan himself went into battle, but he retired from the field, having gotten the worst of it. It was our good luck that he escaped with his life."
Hearing this, Kumbhakarna was beside himself with rage and said,
"This very instant I shall go and destroy the enemy. I shall kill the Vanaras and drink the blood of Ram and Lakshman. And after finishing this, I shall go and wait on the king."
The ministers were delighted to hear this furious speech, but pleaded with Kumbhakarna that he should first take counsel with the king as to what should be done. Kumbhakarna agreed, washed his face, and then strode in somber majesty to the hall of the king of Lanka. The Rakshasas, standing on the royal highway, felt new courage and joy as they saw him pass, and bowed low before him and showered flowers on him. He entered the palace and stood in the presence of Ravan. Rejoicing at the arrival of his peerless brother, Ravan stepped down from his throne and embraced him. Then he said,
"Brother, you do not know what has happened. You are lost in sleep. The man Ram has become a real menace to me. He has built a dam across the sea, which we considered impassable, and now the Vanar army surrounds Lanka like another sea. Our warriors who met them have been defeated and almost annihilated. It is for you now to save us from destruction, and I know you can do it. You have put the gods to flight. I know your love for me. I know your keenness and your courage in battle. So go at once and annihilate these enemies and help us in our need to save Lanka."
Kumbhakarna, when he heard Ravan's words of anxiety, was moved at first to fury against the enemy, but soon he remembered the whole story and Ravan's vainglorious confidence in his invincibility, and that made him smile a little bitterly. He said,
"Excuse me, my brother. The warning we gave you when you consulted us went unheeded. Our fears have come true. You rejected the good advice we gave you. Now you suffer the consequences of your error and your sin. You kidnapped Sita. Driven by lust, you acted without thinking. If you so desired, and you had the confidence and strength, It would have been wise to have slain Ram and Lakshman first, and then seized her. You have done things without due thought, and in the wrong order. When one acts without seeking or regarding the wise advice of faithful friends and kinsmen, it is no wonder if he runs into danger and ruin. Did you not know that these things must follow? Should not a king understand who gives him good advice and who is bad?
Ravana did not like all this lecturing. He had no use now for lessons in ethics or politics. His face flushed with anger, but he controlled himself and said,
Brother, the time is now past for such talk. What I need now is not your criticism, but your prowess. What is done has been done, and it is useless discussing it, whether it was just or unjust, wise or unwise. The question now is what we should do in our present predicament. It is your duty now to use your strength and skill to ward off the present disasters resulting from past errors. He is a true friend and a true kinsman who helps one out of his trouble that he has brought on himself, maybe because of folly. If indeed you care for me, the time is now to show it by helping me instead of commenting on my conduct. I depend on your strength and prowess. Out of your infinite courage, please give me comfort.
Kumbhakarna was moved by this appeal and said,
Have no more care. I am your brother and can never forsake you. Rest assured that Ram and Lakshman are dead. I shall scatter and slay their monkey army. I shall fling at your feet the head of Ram, and you shall see the Vanar king's blood flowing on the battlefield. Ram could only approach you over my dead body, and that is not possible, for no one can vanquish or slay me.
Kumbhakarna's pride swelled and he cried,
No matter who the enemy is, I shall destroy him. Be he the death god or the sun god, I shall eat him all up.
In this mood, he rushed out to the field of battle. His sudden waking from deep slumber had completely upset his temper. But when his consuming hunger and thirst had been appeased, he had recovered his balance and spoke wisdom to Ravana. But now, seeing Ravana's plight, fraternal affection and pity made him forget everything else. Ravana was pleased and said,
Oh, my brother, what a friend in need I have in you.
He was confident that Kumbhakarna would return triumphant, and he now felt like one recovering from a mortal sickness. Kumbhakarna, armed with his great spear, was about to go into battle alone, but Ravana stopped him and sent an army to aid him. He covered his brother's big body with jewels and garments, and blessed him, saying,
Go, my hero, destroy the enemies, and return victorious.
Tall and mighty-limbed Kumbhakarna, covered with shining jewels, was radiant. He circumambulated his brother, bowed and marched out, spear in hand, at the head of a great army, amidst the applause of the Rakshasas and under a shower of flowers and good wishes. As the giant form of Kumbhakarna, a giant even among the Rakshasas, was seen stomping across the fortress wall like some great cataclysm, the Vanars were frightened and started fleeing in all directions. With great difficulty, however, their chiefs rallied them and put them in battle formation. Rallied by Angad, the Vanars recovered courage, reformed in battle order, and prepared to fight Kumbhakarna. They hurled rocks at him and dealt heavy blows with trees that were pulled up by the roots. But he disregarded them all, and with a smile on his face, went on destroying the Vanars with a methodic cruelty that was most terrifying. Some of them retreated to the newly built dam, while others tried to save themselves by hiding on the shore of the sea and in the forests. Once again, Angad had to encourage the Vanar chiefs and warriors to get them to redeploy and attack Kumbhakarna. Dvivid, Hanuman, Neel, Vrishaba, Sarabha, and other chiefs attacked Kumbhakarna fiercely, but he disregarded them all and continued his ruthless slaughter of the Vanars. Angad himself received a blow, as a result of which he fainted and fell on the earth. Sugriv was struck down. Picking up the unconscious Vanar king, Kumbhakarna carried him with joy towards Lanka. The Rakshasa army rejoiced greatly and raised a triumphant roar. Kumbhakarna wished to make a present of the captive Vanar king to his brother Ravan. As Kumbhakarna went along the royal highway, carrying in triumph the unconscious Vanar king, the Rakshasas and their womenfolk, standing on the terraces, showered flowers and poured sandal paste. This incidentally revived Sugriv. He opened his eyes, wondered where he was and what had happened, but he soon understood everything. He then began to bite with his teeth and tear with his nails the ears and nose of the Rakshasa who was carrying him. Kumbhakarna, worried, threw him down, intending to crush him with his feet. But when he was on the ground, Sugriv jumped and flew up across the sky and arrived at the place where Ram was. Hanuman was sure that Sugriv would somehow come back. Foreseeing the escape of Sugriv, Hanuman had rallied the Vanar ranks and prepared them again for battle. Kumbhakarna, now grim and gruesome, with torn nose and ears, like a great blood-red evening cloud, and raging like death at the end of time, returned to the battlefield with a huge iron mace in his hand. None could now stop Kumbhakarna. He began to kill and devour the Vanars. The whole army began to disappear in this way. They tried to deter him by climbing on his mountain-like body and tearing at it with nails and teeth, but without effect, for he shook them off as if they were flies. None of the Vanar chiefs could hold him. Lakshman tried with his arrows to obstruct his progress, but the Rakshasa passed him by and rushed forward to face Ram himself. For a long time, Ram kept aiming powerful darts at the Rakshasa. The arrow that had pierced the 7 sal trees and the tough body of Bali was powerless against Kumbhakarna. Sending sharper and stronger arrows, Ram wounded the arms and the feet of the Rakshasa, but nothing short of death would stop him. His legs were cut off, but even legless, he moved about on his stumps and went on with demoniac ferocity, fighting his brother's battle. But at last, Ram cut off his head with an arrow. The severed head, carried by the force of Ram's arrow, rose into the sky and, red with blood, fell onto Lanka like a hill with its forests aflame. The news was carried to Ravan by a messenger who said,
"Your brother Kumbhakarna
terrible like all-destroying death at the end of time, has entered the heaven of slaughtered heroes. He killed thousands of Vanars, and for a long time kept the army of Ram and Lakshman in fear of destruction. But at last he was slain by Ram himself. Deprived of arms and legs, his mutilated body lies like a mighty tree, disfigured by a forest fire. A part of it has fallen into the sea. Another big part blocks the entrance to the fortress. The severed head, flying across the sky, has dropped onto the city and is lying there. Your beloved brother has gone to heaven.
When the Rakshasa gave this report, Ravan felt that his own life had left him, and he fainted. After recovering consciousness, he cried in grief and anger,
"O mighty warrior! How could you go to death's world, leaving me behind? How did Ram kill you? You, whom in the whole world no enemy dared to approach. I see the gods rejoicing in their heavens at your fall. The Vanars are dancing with delight. Of what use is this kingdom to me? Why should I cling to life when my dear brother has left me? Why? Why? Because I have to torture and slay the man who killed this dear brother of mine."
Then, with sudden and futile remorse, he wailed,
"Alas! Why did I refuse to listen to Vibhishan?"
Then Trisiras and his sons tried to console Ravan, saying,
What is the use of lamentation? You who have secured from Lord Brahma strength and armor, why should you fear or lose yourself in grief?
And then Trisiras himself set out for the battlefield. Many others eagerly followed him, riding on elephants and chariots. A great battle ensued. Narantak, riding on horseback and holding a spear, wrought havoc among the Vanars and was proceeding towards Sugriv, but Angad opposed him, killing him and his horse. Likewise, Devantak and Trisiras was slain by Hanuman and Mahodara by Neel. Aitikaya fell a prey to Lakshman's arrows. But before they died, these four had fought like four gods of death and caused enormous losses to the Vanar forces. Then, when Ravan heard that Aitikaya was dead, he was bewildered and said,
"This is incredible! These, my warriors, firm and mighty like mountains, and irresistible like the ocean, have been slain one by these enemies. Those who till now have never known defeat have been defeated and lie dead in the battlefield. There stand my foes, who have broken out of the serpent entanglements with which my peerless son Indrajit had bound them. I cannot explain the marvel of this man Ram's strength. May it be that he is Lord Vishnu himself?"
Thus bewildered, Ravan lost heart. He wanted that the enemy forces should not enter the fortress, and in particular should not enter the Ashok Park. He supervised the defenses again and returned to the palace, downcast and forlorn. Ravan's son, Indrajit, comforted his father, saying, "Why should you worry when I am here alive?" Then he gathered an army, and with it made another attack. He swooped down on the Vanar forces and killed and wounded thousands of them. They were helpless against his fury. The Brahmastra of Indrajit was effective against even Ram and Lakshman, who were tied up by it. They lay unconscious on the ground, and the Rakshasa prince went straight to his anxious father with the glad news of this achievement. Vibhishan rallied the Vanar leaders, who had scattered in all directions, and inspired hope and courage into them. Jambavan, who was more dead than alive, moved slowly among the Vanars, inquiring,
"Is Hanuman alive?"
And Hanuman replied, "Yes, I am here." And he bowed low before Jambavan, who then said,
"My son, proceed northwards at once across the sea to the Himalaya range. Between the Rishabha and Kailash peaks, there is a hill of herbs called Sanjeevi. On that hilltop are 4 medicinal plants. If you bring them here quickly, Ram and Lakshman and the Vanar army will recover consciousness. Their wounds will be healed, and they will fight again. Do this without loss of time. Only you can do this."
Accordingly, Hanuman sprang up into the air and moved fast. He reached the hill described by the venerable Jambavan. But because he could not identify the plants, he lifted and carried the whole hill, and then returned with it to Lanka. Even with the approach of the Sanjeevi hill, Ram, Lakshman, and the Vanars felt the arrows slip off their bodies. Their wounds healed, and they became strong and stood up. Then the battle was resumed. Taking counsel with Ram, Sugriv now chose a few Vanars and ordered them to enter Lanka and set fire to the city. Towards midnight, they entered the city with torches. They attacked and overpowered the sentry and set fire to the palaces and turrets of Lanka. Houses in their thousands were reduced to ashes. The proud city was reduced to a mass of ruin. Seeing Lanka being burned down by the Vanars, Ravan was furious, and so sent to the battlefield Kumbha and Nikumba, the sons of Kumbhakarna, together with Upaksha and other Rakshasa warriors. After another terrible battle, Kumbha was slain by Sugriv, and Nikumba by Hanuman. Makaraksha, son of Kar, who opposed Ram, was slain. Many more mighty Rakshasas perished. Then, at the bidding of Ravan, Indrajit went once again into battle. He rose into the sky and became invisible. Thus he fought again, unseen by the Vanars. Indrajit, by his black magic, created an illusion of Sita, and putting her in a chariot, took her before the Vanar army, and seemingly killed her in their presence. Deceived and horrified by this, the Vanars asked themselves, "What good is it now to continue this war?" So they left the field and went to Ram with the heart-rending news. As a result of this trick, Indrajit gained time to perform a demoniac sacrifice. Ram and Lakshman, like the Vanar warriors, appeared to believe that Sita was dead, and thus manifested grief. Then Vibhishan came over and inquired as to what had happened. After he listened to their story, he said, "My lords, allow me to say that you are mistaken. Never would Ravan allow Sita to be killed. This is only a trick of sorcery. Indrajit is trying to defeat you through magic. Having given up all hope of achieving success by normal means, he has gone to perform a demoniac sacrifice of great power. If he completes it, we will not be able to vanquish him. We should therefore go and ruin the sacrifice. Let Lakshman go at once for this purpose. Accepting this advice, Ram sent Lakshman, who was accompanied by Hanuman and other Vanars, besides Vibhishan. They went to the spot where Indrajit was about to offer oblations to evil spirits. But they interrupted the sacrifice, and a long and fierce battle ensued. Ascending his chariot, the son of Ravan sent forth his arrows. Standing on Hanuman, Lakshman did the same. As they were well matched in strength and skill, the battle lasted long. The chariot of Indrajit was destroyed in the course of the combat, and both the heroes stood on the ground and continued the battle. At last, Lakshman used the Indra Astra weapon, and uttering the name of Ram, discharged the fatal arrow. The head of Indrajit was severed and fell to the ground, and as it fell, it shone like fire. The gods and celestials showered flowers from the heavens. Lakshman then went to Ram. He was wounded all over and bleeding. He walked slowly, supported by Jambavan and Hanuman. Ram had already heard the news of the death of Indrajit and shouted, "Lakshman, this is the end of the Rakshasa race, and you have achieved it." Lakshman modestly stood back, but Ram seated him on his lap, kissed his head, gave vent to his joy, and exclaimed, "You have performed a mighty deed, impossible for anyone else. You have deprived Ravan of his right hand. Who in the world can equal you, or Vibhishan, or Hanuman? I have no more worry. You have vanquished the conqueror of Indra, so I feel I have already recovered Sita." The news reached Ravan that Indrajit had been slain by Lakshman. When he heard that Vibhishan helped Lakshman in slaying Indrajit, his grief and anger swelled, and the tears he shed burned where they fell, and from his mouth issued fire.
"Alas, my son! O fearless warrior, hero, vanquisher of the great Indra! Has death won after all? Have you entered the heaven of heroes? But I should not grieve. No, 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 no!"
But his heart would not be denied, and again he cried,
"Ah! Is Indrajit gone? The world is now empty for me. Oh, my son, you have left your mother Mandodari, and your dear wife, and myself heartbroken and disconsolate. Nothing remains to us now but revenge and despair. It is best to kill Sita, the cause of all this tragedy. My son killed the false Sita. Now I shall kill the real Sita herself."
So saying, he rushed out, sword in hand, intending to do it. Some fierce Rakshasas, seeing Ravan coming out in anger, applauded him with joy. But the minister, Suparsva, was horrified and appealed to Ravan's better sense and to what was proper to him, as a man and as a king. He cried out,
"O king, how dare you think such a thought? How can you do it? O lord of 10 heads, brother of Kubera, are you thinking of killing a woman? Are you going to incur this shame and sin? Can you thus be tempted by anger?
You have mastered the Vedic scriptures and all the sciences. You have performed many penances. How can you end up with such a thing as this? Who is equal to you? Let us direct our anger against Ram. It will be a new moon tomorrow. Gather all your armies, charge out of Lanka, slay Ram and Lakshman, and achieve victory. Then take Sita. Put on the armor you have secured from Lord Brahma. Ascend your chariot and go into battle.
Ravan felt that Suparsva was right and his words were good. Seated on his throne, he was silent for a while, lost in profound meditation. Then he addressed the commanders with folded hands, saying,
Go now, with all your strength, and slay Ram. But should you fail, then I myself shall go and destroy him.
Never before had he been so courteous and humble when dealing with his officers. Adversity had taught him this lesson. Mounted on chariots that shone like the hills on the evening horizon, and sitting on the back of great elephants and beautiful horses, Ravan's army went in full force for the great battle. The Vanars tore up rocks and trees and attacked the Rakshasas fiercely. The Rakshasas returned the attack with equally grim ferocity. The Vanars jumped about everywhere and worked havoc among the Rakshasas, their chariots and animals. Each of the Rakshasas was surrounded by many Vanars and slain. The Rakshasas, too, did not spare the Vanars, whom they killed in tens of thousands. Ram bent his bow and sent showers of arrows against the Rakshasas, destroying their army like a raging fire. Warriors only saw their companions fall. They could not see Ram because of the shower of arrows. Their fear conjured up a multitude of Rams who dealt death in all directions. Countless elephants and horses perished. Thousands of chariots were broken. The Rakshasa army was destroyed, and all but a handful fled back to Lanka. The demigods, celestials, and sages sang praises to Ram from above. But in Lanka, the Rakshasa women clung to each other and lamented loudly that Ravan's folly should have brought this great calamity on them. There was wailing in every house in Lanka. In Ravan's breast, grief, shame, and anger seethed like a raging sea. He had so far sent his commanders and men in detachments, and, brave as they were, they had been destroyed. This had been the result of overweening confidence in his invincibility and contempt for the enemy, most of whom fought with no better weapons than sticks and stones. But repeated reverses had brought him no wisdom. He had not even disputed the passage of the sea, but allowed the enemy a lodgment in his island. But negligent and reckless as a general, he was brave. And finally, he himself resolved to fight, and with his sole strength to destroy the foe, he set out. He had full faith in his prowess and in the efficacy of the boons he had secured. And he went forth with confidence, mounted on his divine chariot, which was drawn by 8 horses and filled with all manner of weapons, accompanied by a division of Rakshasa chariot warriors. As Ravan issued out of Lanka, the sun seemed obscured by an unpredicted eclipse, and foul birds and beasts of the night roared at large with weird, ill-omened cries. But disregarding them, Ravan drove out to battle, accompanied by Virupaksha, Mahodara, and Mahaparsva. The mighty Rakshasa warriors who followed Ravan were cut down by a deadly flight of arrows and chunks of rocks. Presently, Ravan found himself facing Lakshman, who tried to oppose his further progress. Forcing his way past Lakshman, Ravan confronted Ram. With all the pent-up fury of hatred and revenge, he strove to overwhelm Ram with a spate of arrows. Ram easily baffled these arrows with his own, and struck Ravan repeatedly, without, however, being able to penetrate his armor. Thus they fought, with supreme bowmen, each bent on slaying the other, and using increasingly potent missiles of secret power. The gods in heaven looked on with marvel and admiration. Neither hero had ever met such an opponent before, and on both sides admiration was mingled with wrath. Ram pierced with his darts every limb of Ravan, and yet he did not fall. Then Lakshman and Vibhishan together attacked Ravan. Furious with his brother and determined to kill him, Ravan flung at him a powerful weapon. But intercepted by a dart of Lakshman, it broke into two pieces and fell on the ground like a burning brand. Once again, Ravan aimed another mighty weapon against Vibhishan. This too Lakshman intercepted. Then Ravan hurled a weapon at Lakshman, crying, "Now you are dead!" Under its powerful impact, Lakshman fell down unconscious on the ground. Not observing this, Ram went on keeping up his pressure against Ravan. While the battle raged between the two, the Vanar leaders took counsel and then sent Hanuman once again to the Hill of Herbs to save the life of Lakshman. For the second time, Hanuman flew northwards and, not wasting time searching for the plants, returned with the whole mountain. After the herb was administered, Lakshman got well again and resumed his part in the battle. Meanwhile, Matali brought his master Indra's chariot to the battlefield for the use of Ram and said, "Indra, king of gods, has sent this for your use. Be pleased to ascend this chariot and destroy Ravan, the enemy of the gods." Ram bowed to the gods, circumambulated the divine chariot, and ascended it. Then followed a wonderful battle, Ram becoming increasingly furious. Sorely wounded, Ravan fell unconscious, and noting this, his charioteer quickly took him off the battlefield. When, a little later, Ravan recovered consciousness, he was highly angry with his charioteer for taking him off the battlefield, and insisted on being taken back to face Ram. The grim battle began again. Every supernatural weapon was met by another. In new and wonderful ways, the two chariots moved, and the two warriors fought for a long time, while both armies watched the spectacle with breathless admiration and anxiety. Matali, the charioteer, whispered into Ram's ear, "The Rakshasa's end is approaching. Delay no further. May I remind you of the Brahmastra weapon?" Ram uttered the spell and sent the Brahmastra, the most powerful of divine weapons. Though Ravan's 10 heads had often been cut off before, they had grown again and baffled Ram. The Brahmastra, emitting flames, zoomed towards Ravan and pierced his chest, where was enshrined the secret of his invincibility, and shattered it. Then the bow slipped from the Rakshasa's hand, and he fell down from the chariot and lay stretched on the battlefield.
The gods blew their trumpets. Ram and his chariot were covered by a heap of flowers showered from the heavens. Lakshman, Vibhishan, Jambavan, and other warriors surrounded Ram, lost in joy and adoration. When the first flush of triumph was over and Vibhishan looked at his brother's body, the natural feeling of blood relations and memories of boyhood days when Ravan and he had loved and played quite overwhelmed him, and he burst into tears, saying, "O warrior, O brother of heroic deeds, O scholar learned in all the scriptures, O valiant and famous king of kings, your great arms are now sprawling helpless on the ground. Self-willed and self-deceived, surrounded by bad advisors, you would not heed my warning. The worst I feared has happened. You reap what you sowed, and now you lie on the bare ground, O once mighty ruler of the Rakshasas." To Vibhishan, thus lamenting, Ram spoke. Ravan fought like a true warrior and fell fighting like a hero. Death has washed away his sins. It calls for no mourning. Ravan has entered heaven. Ram cleared all confusion from Vibhishan's mind and bade him do the funeral rites for his departed brother. It is for you now, his brother, to do the rites. Death ends all enmity. I, his former foe, even I can rightly perform his funeral rites. Your brother is my brother too, is he not? The women of Ravan's palace came to the field to mourn. They led the queen, Mandodari, who looked like the goddess of grief incarnate. The crowned queen and beloved wife of Ravan was in utter desolation. She cried out, "Indra, King of gods, dared not face your anger. The rishis and the celestials at the very sight of you fled in fear in all directions. And now a mere man, a wanderer in the forest, has brought you down. I do not understand how this could have happened. Truly, fate is all-powerful. But Lord, my Lord, did I not warn you long ago? Did I not tell you that this Ram is no mere human being, but someone greater than all the gods? Someone whom you could not vanquish? Did I not tell you? This Ram is no other than Lord Vishnu himself in human form. God, without beginning, middle, or end. Even when we heard that he stood on the ground riding no car and killed your brother Kar in Janastan, did I not say this? When Hanuman penetrated Lanka, the impenetrable fortress, and killed its best fighters and set it on fire, I knew the truth even then. I begged you not to incur their enmity, but you would not listen. Why did you cast lustful eyes on chaste Sita? This was the madness that drove you to your death. Was it not a heinous sin to carry her off when she was alone? Death in the form of Sita drew you to your end. Sita and Ram are now reunited and happy after their brief separation. But me and all our race, you have thrust forever into the depths of sorrow. Alas, my husband, you lie dead. Yet how beautiful you look with your body pierced by Ram's darts, covered with blood and dust of battle. Oh, what should I do now? I had a lord who was the lord of Lanka. I
I had a son who had vanquished Indra. They have left me, and I am a mere helpless widow, without friends or home.
Lamenting thus, Mandodari fell on Ravan's body and lay unconscious. Vibhishan was crowned king of Lanka in a magnificent ceremony. The new lord of Lanka came out to the Vanar camp and bowed low before Ram. Then Ram said to Hanuman, "With the king's permission, enter Lanka and tell Sita what has happened." Hanuman accordingly took permission from Vibhishan and went to the Ashok Park to convey the news to Sita. Sita's joy was beyond words, leaving her speechless. Then Hanuman asked, "O mother, why do you not speak?" And she said, "What is there to say, my son? How can I repay my debt to you? Your wisdom, your valor, your prowess, your patience, your humility are all your own. None in the world can equal you." As she said this, her eyes filled with tears of gratitude and affection. Hanuman looked at the Rakshasi women who had guarded Sita, and turning to her said, "I wish to slay these cruel women who troubled you. Please give me permission." But Sita said, "No, my son. Who in the world is blameless? It is the duty of noble souls to be compassionate towards all, sinners as well as good people. These demon women but carried out their master's order. How are they to blame? Their king is dead and has paid for his crime, so it is unjust to punish these Rakshasis now." All that Hanuman could find to say in reverent admiration was that what she said was only what was worthy of Ram's wife. He asked, "What message am I to carry to Ram?" And she replied, "I am eager to be in his presence. That is all." Hanuman returned to Ram and gave an account of his visit. For some reason, Ram's face now darkened, and with downcast eyes, he fell into a grave mood. A little later, he turned to Vibhishan and said, "Ask Sita to bathe and bedeck herself, and then bring her here." When the message reached Sita in the Ashok Park, she said, "I would rather go as I am." But Vibhishan countered, "Not so, my lady, for the prince's orders should be obeyed." So after a bath and bedecked with jewels, Sita, seated in a palanquin, went to the camp. As Sita's palanquin was taken through the great concourse of Vanars, they thronged round the princess and caused confusion. It was made even worse by the Vanar leaders trying to push them aside and make way for the palanquin. Ram then ordered, "Let no one be kept away. These dear Vanars have stood and suffered for me. Sita will be pleased to see me surrounded by such friends. Let no one be pushed away." Ram's face showed a strange transformation of mind. None of him "My lord," she said, and sobbing was unable more. Ram said, "I have slain the enemy. I have recovered you. I have done my duty as a warrior. My vow is now fulfilled. Incomprehensible and wholly unexpected were these words that he uttered. His face darkened, and then he spoke even harsher words. It was not for mere attachment to you that I waged this grim battle, but in the discharge of my duty as a warrior. It gives me no joy now to get you back, for doubt envelops you like a dark cloud of smoke. What do you wish to do now? You must live alone, for we cannot live together. You can stay under the protection of any of our kinsmen or friends. How can a warrior take back a wife who has lived so long in a stranger's house? Sita looked at Ram, and her eyes flashed fire. She exclaimed,
Unworthy words have you spoken. My ears have heard them, and my heart is broken. The uncultured may speak such words, but not one nobly born and brought up like you. Your anger, it seems, has destroyed your understanding. My lord does not remember the family from which I come. Janak, the great seer, was my father, and he brought me up. Is it my fault that the wicked Ravan seized me by force and imprisoned me? But since this is how you look at it, there is but one course open to me.
Then, turning to Lakshman, she said,
Fetch the wood, Lakshman, and kindle a fire.
Lakshman, who had been watching Ram's behavior in dismay and indignation, turned to look at Ram's face, seeking his orders. But Ram did not say no to Sita's request, nor show any sign of softening. Obeying Sita, Lakshman kindled a fire, and the princess, with eyes fixed on the ground, circumambulated Ram and exclaimed,
O gods of the heavens, I bow before you. O great sages, I bow before you. O fire god, you at least know my purity and will take me as your own.
With these words, Sita jumped into the flames. And then, wonder of wonders, the flickering flames were crowded with celestial figures, for all the gods came and assembled there. And then Lord Brahma spoke. Narayan, Almighty God who took human form to slay Ravan, is not Sita your own eternal consort, Lakshmi? Agni, the god of fire, rose in his own body out of the flames, and, lifting Sita in his arms, with all her clothes and jewels untouched and intact, presented her to Ram. Ram then accepted Sita, having been proven by fire, and said, Do you think that I did not know your irreproachable purity? This ordeal was to satisfy the people. Without it, they would say, would they not, that Ram, blinded by love, behaved with a strange weakness and broke the rule of well-brought-up men. So saying, he drew her to his side. Then his father, King Dasarath, descended from the heavens. Placing the prince on his lap, he blessed him and said to Sita,
My child, forgive my son. Forgive him for the wrong he did to you, to preserve the righteousness of the world. God bless you.
Next, Indra gave his boon, and the Vanars, who had died in battle for Ram, regained their lives. Ram and Sita, now reunited, ascended the airplane, which carried them swiftly in the air with their friends, the Vanar warriors and Vibhishan. Now they headed for Ayodhya. As they traveled in the sky, Ram said, "Look there! That is the causeway built by Nal. And over there, that is Kishkinda, where I met and made friends with Hanuman and Sugriv." And Ram pointed out to Sita the spots where he and Lakshman had wandered disconsolate, and related to her all his unforgettable experiences. Alighting at Bharadvaja's ashram, they sent word in advance to Guha and Bharat. The city of Ayodhya swam in a sea of joy. Then Ram and Bharat met. Planning for Bharat's sake, ambitious Kakai and her hunchback maid had contrived and concocted plots. But now, as Bharat bowed at the feet of Ram, a joy deeper than what they had planned for him was his. What kingly crown could equal the joy that one found at Ram's feet? What sovereignty could bring one the glory that was now Bharat's forever? Ram then gratefully bestowed gifts of jewels on the foremost of the monkey leaders, as well as Vibhishan. After 2 months elapsed, he advised them and their army to return to their kingdoms. Hanuman said, "I shall be devoted exclusively to you forever. And as long as people continue to tell your story in this world, I will remain alive in this body." Ram replied, "Yes, that is true. O Hanuman, even if I gave up my life in return for all the services you have rendered me, I would still be in debt to you. The memory of your service shall always abide in my heart." Lord Ram then garlanded him with a necklace of pearls from which hung a bright emerald. Sugriv and Vibhishan were weeping profusely at the thought of separating from Ram. Then, along with the monkeys, they departed for their kingdoms. Thereafter, Ram settled down to a happy life with Sita, who soon became pregnant. One day Sita expressed the desire to visit the sages who dwelled along the banks of the Ganges River, and Ram agreed to arrange for this. Then the king went to his court with his friends and asked one of his courtiers to inform him of any rumors, good or bad, that people throughout the kingdom may be circulating about him. The courtier replied that the citizens often spoke about Ram's victory over Ravan and subsequent recovery of Sita. But they also wondered how Ram's heart could derive any pleasure from Sita's company, since Ravan, when he had kidnapped her, had forcefully embraced her on his lap. The prevailing understanding at that time was that when a married woman was touched by a man other than her husband, she became contaminated and no longer worthy of her spouse's company. So many people were surprised that Ram was not filled with aversion for Sita. They felt that his reacceptance of her would provide married women in general with a license to consort with other men, and then demand that their husbands reaccept them, as Ram had reaccepted Sita. For what a king does, his subjects are expected to follow. These critical words filled Ram's heart with sadness. He knew that Sita was both pure and innocent, as she had already proven by entering the fire. Nevertheless, as a king, Ram had the responsibility of acting in such a way
that would conduce to the highest benefit and well-being of his subjects, and ultimately the orderliness and smooth running of the society. Further, it was the belief then that if a person had ill fame in the world, he would fall to a lower state so long as the defamatory rumors continued to exist. Thus, Ram would have preferred to renounce his own life and family before doing anything that would make him appear dishonorable to his people. Consequently, Ram ordered Lakshman to take Sita to the sage Valmiki's ashram on the following day, explain to her his difficult predicament, and then leave her there to live for the rest of her life. His heart filled with anguish and his eyes with tears, Lakshman did what he was told. When he and Sita arrived at Valmiki's retreat on the bank of the Ganges, he revealed to her all that Ram had mentioned to him. Sita replied by asking Lakshman to tell Ram that he should have spared her because she was pure and bound to him in supreme love, and Ram was her only refuge. Nonetheless, she understood Ram's delicate position as king and accepted his decision. She asked Lakshman to repeat to Ram, "O king, as you act toward your brothers, so you should act toward your subjects. This is your duty and will bring you great renown and joy. As for me, I am not distressed, for you must keep your good name untarnished. To the wife, the husband is like a god. He is her family and her guru. Therefore, even at the price of her life, she must seek to please her Lord." As Lakshman quickly departed in his chariot, he turned his head repeatedly and looked back at Sita sorrowfully. And Sita, wandering about distraught, continued to gaze at the receding chariot. She was overcome with grief and crushed by the weight of her misfortune. Seeing herself without a protector in the forest, she felt intense despair and burst into loud sobs. The sage Valmiki, after talking to Sita, guaranteed her his protection. Then he took her to a nearby hermitage where only female ascetics lived and performed spiritual disciplines. He assured her that they would care for her as their own daughter. It was then that Sita gave birth to twins, whose names became Kusha and Lava. "15 years later, Lord Ram decided to perform a horse sacrifice. He invited all the great kings and sages to attend. As the sacrifice was proceeding, sage Valmiki asked Kusha and Lava to sing the Ramayana there. When Ram, surrounded by many sages, kings, and monkeys, heard the boys singing so beautifully, he was greatly delighted and touched. Recognizing the boys as his own sons, he began to reflect deeply about Sita. After obtaining the approval of Valmiki, Lord Ram decided to have Sita brought back to the kingdom and publicly attest to her purity in his presence and before the huge assembly. The next day, Valmiki brought Sita to the assembly. As she entered, many persons cried out, "Glory to Sita! Glory to Ram!" Valmiki, presenting her to Ram, said,
O king, I declare that Sita is innocent and of irreproachable conduct, and she herself will now prove this.
Ram fully agreed that Sita was pure and chaste, and he explained why he had sent her to live away from him. But now he said, "I acknowledge that her twins are my sons, and I wish to make my peace with Sita amidst this assembly." All the gods assembled with pleasure there to witness Sita's defense. Sita, wearing a yellow robe, her palms joined, her head bowed, her eyes lowered, then said, "If Ram is the only man I have ever thought about, then let the earth goddess receive me." Suddenly, from the earth, there rose a marvelous heavenly throne held on the heads of powerful, bejeweled Nagas or snake people. The earth goddess, welcoming Sita, embraced her and seated her on the throne. A shower of flowers fell from the sky, and the demigods cried out, "Excellent, O Sita! Excellent! Your virtue is supreme!" As they ecstatically continued proclaiming her glory, Sita descended into the earth, whence she had originally come. At that moment, a great tremor passed through the entire world. But Lord Ram was deeply distressed and overwhelmed with sorrow. He wanted to be reunited with Sita and could scarcely bear her separation now. But Lord Brahma reassured him that he would undoubtedly be reunited with her later in the spiritual world. After this, Lord Ram, often absorbed in the thought of Sita, never sought another wife. And at every sacrifice, he set up a golden statue of Sita to remind him that she was always with him. In the age in which Lord Ram lived, known as the Treta Yuga or Silver Age, the lifespan of a person was much longer than it is in the present age. So for 10,000 years, Lord Ram performed numerous sacrifices and distributed large quantities of gold and other valuables in charity. During his rule, his heart was fixed on his duty. Everyone on earth was subject to his rule, and kings arrived daily to pay him respect. The god Indra sent abundant rains. The skies were clear, the cities and villages were sinless, and the people everywhere were cheerful and satisfied. No one died prematurely or suffered any disease or was poverty-stricken. One day, sage Agastya and all the Himalayan saints came to Lord Ram and asked him to return to his transcendental abode known as Vaikuntha, or the place without anxiety. Since his mission on earth was finished, Ram decided to leave this world. On the bank of the Sarayu River, all 72 million monkeys assumed their angelic forms, and Lord Ram assumed the form of Lord Vishnu. His brother Bharat assumed the form of Vishnu's conch shell, Satrughan his discus, and Lakshman his divine serpent form. Then his carrier, Garud, the eagle, descended from the spiritual world to take Lord Ram back home. As Ram mounted Garud, he blessed the earth and humanity, saying, "I have placed my power in my holy name and in the story Ramayana. Whoever chants my holy name and reads my story will receive my blessings, and all his wishes will be fulfilled on earth. Ultimately, he should attain my transcendental realm. My story will inspire mankind and will last as long as mountains stand and rivers flow. Wherever the Ramayana is sung or read, I shall dwell there, and whoever chants my name, in his heart I shall live." Lord Ramachandra, in the form of Lord Vishnu, then ascended to Vaikuntha along with his devotees, and the demigods and celestials returned to their own abodes. This brings to an end the glorious story of Lord Ram when he appeared on earth many, many thousands of years ago. All glories to Lord Ramachandra and his brothers Lakshman, Bharat, and Satrughan. All glories to Goddess Sita, and all glories to the great devotee Hanuman. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. This dramatic narration was produced by Krishna Productions at the KHQN radio studio in Los Angeles, California. It was based on the Ramayana by sage Valmiki, abridged and translated by Chakravarti Rajagopalachari, and published by Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan in Bombay, India. The musical selections and engineering were under the direction of Vaibhavi Devidasi. The production was edited, directed, and narrated by, including all character voices, Amala-Bhakta Das. And the entire production was dedicated to His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, the late founder and director of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, who prodigiously disseminated the knowledge and culture of Vaishnavism all over the world.